Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Wednesday morning, July 24th, for all of your breaking news headlines, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day. We begin this morning with the very latest as it relates to Israel and the U.S. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in Washington today to speak with lawmakers and meet with President Biden and Vice President Harris. His visit is already leading to protests over his handling of the war in Gaza. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor has the very latest this morning from our nation's capital, where security measures are ramping up.
More than 100 demonstrators taking over the rotunda of a Capitol building on Tuesday to protest the war in Gaza. Capitol Police quickly stepped in and made arrests. But larger demonstrations are expected Wednesday when Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaks to Congress, an address lawmakers have mixed reactions about.
I'm not going.
I will never be supporting him.
I am not attending. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu has any interest in getting to peace in the Middle East.
I think anytime a leader of one of our allies is speaking to Congress, we should all be there.
Israel is our closest ally. I'm looking forward to the Prime Minister's address.
In preparation for Netanyahu's visit, police have significantly boosted security around the Capitol building and recruited outside help.
Do swear or affirm? Do swear or affirm. That I will support. That I will support. And defend the Constitution. And defend the Constitution.
More than 200 NYPD officers were sworn in as U.S. Capitol Police special officers on Tuesday.
Unfortunately, because of the environment that we're in, the additional security measures have had to be put in place.
Netanyahu plans to check all his boxes while in the U.S. After a speech to Congress, he'll meet with President Biden at the White House Thursday and have a separate meeting with Vice President Harris. Then Friday, he'll travel to Mar-a-Lago to sit down with former President Trump. Prime Minister Netanyahu met with the families of hostages on Monday and indicated their release and a ceasefire deal could happen soon. Talks are expected to resume later this week. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And joining us live this morning to further discuss this news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, good morning to you. Happy Wednesday.
Good morning, Janae. Happy Wednesday to you too.
So a lot to dissect with this news alert. If we could first start with the crux of the conversation. What is the purpose of his visit? Why is he needing to meet with lawmakers?
So Prime Minister Netanyahu is looking to try to firm up the support for Israel, Israel's movement there in the Gaza Strip. He is fearful that with the changing politics and everything, that the United States' support, despite President Biden's statement that we are firmly in support of Israel, that might be crumbling somewhat. Consequently, he wants to meet with Congress to try to dispel some of the statements against Israel and try to firm up the continued flow of both arms and money to Israel in support of their fight against Hamas.
As we heard in Rebecca's story, not every lawmaker there at Capitol Hill is really thrilled about his visit, hearing from some saying they won't even be in attendance. With you being a national security expert, how important is it that they do be in attendance, or do you feel like them choosing not to attend is their right?
So this starts at the very beginning. You notice that Prime Minister Netanyahu was not even met with anybody at a high level. President Biden was still recovering from COVID, so he was not in town. And Vice President Kamala Harris had left town to go to her first rally there in Wisconsin. So it even sets the tone from the very beginning when he gets off the plane here in the United States, even though part of that is understandable with the COVID problem. Additionally, members of Congress have expressed their opposition to Prime Minister Netanyahu and have said that they are not going to be in attendance. And this is not just the extreme left members, the left progressive members. It also covers a number of members there, all on the Democratic side. Consequently, when Prime Minister Netanyahu is there trying to convince Congress to support him, the ones that he should really be speaking to have chosen not to attend his talk at all. The ones who are attending are either neutral or are very much in support of Israel already. And so it really, his words will not fall on the ears of those who would most need to hear it. He also wants to try to assure the American hostage families here that they are working towards getting those the releases of the hostages here, not only here for the United States hostage members, but also very much so for the Israeli hostage members, trying to firm up his support on that side, because the hostage families back in Israel have been pushing very hard against Prime Minister Netanyahu, not concentrating enough on the negotiations to get the hostages out.
Absolutely, and it's a perfect segue to discuss the security concerns this morning. As you mentioned, hostage families out in Israel, we've seen protests pretty much every weekend, but they have ramped up since his visit here to the U.S., and we've also seen protests right here in the U.S. as well. We just saw that some of those NYPD officers sworn in to help with the details, to help with everything going on. Break down the security measures and the importance of having a full force, because if we look back days ago to what happened at that campaign rally with former President Donald Trump, obviously that's top of mind for Americans this morning.
Sure. If you wanted to try to gather the eyes of the world, if you were Hamas or Hezbollah or Iran, and you wanted to send a message to the world, doing a terrorist act against Prime Minister Netanyahu while he is here in the United States, that would be huge. Consequently, Congress, the congressional security force there that protects it, that needs to be augmented, and they've requested additional resources from NYPD to come in and help supplement their force to be able to guarantee the safety during the visit for Prime Minister Netanyahu. That being said, it would be a softer target to try to hit him while he's having one of these personal meetings. He's meeting with the president. He's meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris. He's meeting with former President Trump. And consequently, that offers opportunities to meet with a number of people that might be a little bit less secure than the security being provided for Congress for this meeting today. I believe the meeting today, the address today to Congress, I believe is at 2 p.m. And so you can rest assured that there will be sufficient forces there at Congress to ensure that this goes off without a problem. The real problem will be the absence of a number of members of Congress who have chosen not to attend.
Ken, very important bit of information you just said. The Israeli Prime Minister meeting with Biden, Harris, but also former President Trump. And those are three different perspectives that Netanyahu will get. As we know, President Biden and former President Trump have not seen eye to eye with the handling of the war. And I want to ask you, do you think that will cause some conflict as far as how Israel looks at U.S. relations with those two aspects given?
So the President Biden continues to express his solid support for Israel, but President Biden is now a lame duck president. He will leave office, and it will fall to whoever gets elected here in November. Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the presumptive representative for the Democratic side for this election, even though they have not gotten to their convention yet. Her support for Israel is less solid than that of the President Biden. She has made statements about she believes that there needs to be a ceasefire immediately, and consequently, her support for Israel may be somewhat less than that of President Biden. President Trump, of course, former President Trump is a solid supporter of Israel. However, he has had somewhat of troubled relationships with Prime Minister Netanyahu from his term in office. And so that will be an interesting meeting also. I think President Trump's personality is such that he would be much more in support of stopping this conflict sooner rather than later, and would be pushing for getting an end to this activity in the Gaza Strip.
Ken Gray, always a pleasure speaking with you here bright and early on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us regarding this news alert. Before we let you go, is there anything else you'd like to add? As we know, the Gaza war is not the only conflict looming there in the Middle East.
Yes. So we have the Olympics ahead of us here, and Hamas has made a statement that they plan to paint the streets red with blood. There, the blood will flow. Rivers of blood will flow in Paris. And so if they follow up on that, this is very much reminiscent of the actions by Black September there in the Olympics, where they use that to gain the eyes of the world on their concerns there for the PLO and for the Palestinian people. And that ended up getting the PLO to be designated having a observer status in the UN, despite the fact that it was Palestinians that killed the Israeli athletes. So, this will be interesting to see what kind of security posture is taken against possible attacks by Hamas.
We'll definitely be keeping a watchful eye on that. Thank you so much for sharing. Ken Gray, national security expert with the University of New Haven. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And a quick content reminder for the viewers this morning, as Ken put it in the interview, but also to remind you again, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address Congress today. That's at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And don't forget, you can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 6:09 on the East Coast, we're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, giving you a live look there at the U.S. Capitol, cloudy and overcast conditions this morning. Looks like rain might break through those clouds at any moment. We'll be checking in with Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick, further learning about those tightened security measures in place for Netanyahu's visit. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Wednesday morning headlines, giving you a live look at a cloudy and overcast U.S. Capitol. Before President Biden speaks in prime time, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be on Capitol Hill. The world leader set to address Congress today, seeking support for the Israel world war against Hamas. His visit leading to heightened security across D.C. Let's check in now with Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick, who joins us live on Capitol Hill with the very latest. Melanie, good morning to you.
Good morning. So parking restrictions, road closures are pretty much standard here around Capitol Hill when there are high security events. But we are seeing what appears to be even more security given some of the protests that have been happening around college campuses earlier in the spring. And many of those protesters planning to make their voices heard here in the nation's capital. We've seen it happening already at the Watergate Hotel where Netanyahu and his entourage are staying. That's something that we have not seen normally in Washington, D.C. Small fortress going up around that hotel. There's a lot of screening of vehicles, and certain roads that Washingtonians use on a regular basis to get around the city are closed in that area. Here on the Capitol, we're seeing a number of police officers, very high visibility around the area. They've brought in those very tall anti-climb fences just around the Capitol area. We saw some of that during the NATO summit and then after the January 6th attack on the Capitol. We're also seeing security this morning outside the Israeli embassy. Some of those roads are closed in a way that many Washingtonians have not seen before. But the Israeli embassy itself has also been a target for protesters, as some of them getting somewhat violent. And so that is where they're putting some extra resources in the city today. A number of groups are coming as well. Yesterday, there was a large group calling for Benjamin Netanyahu to make a ceasefire deal. These are families who still have hostages being held by Hamas militants almost a year after that brutal attack and that surprise attack. And we know that today there's about 5,000 people expected to descend here on D.C. This is part of the Answer Coalition, so a very large group and diverse group of voices that want to be heard here. And they say they're going to create a red wall. They'll be wearing red shirts. They want to create a red wall around the U.S. Capitol. They say they are calling for the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu for war crimes. One of the other actions that's being taken today in terms of security, all tour buses, and that's a big thing here in Washington, D.C. Tour buses are a regular occurrence, and they're all over the city. All tour buses in the city, starting at this hour, are being diverted to Union Station, the train station here not far from the Capitol. So that is one way that they are sort of making sure that they have an eye and an ear on everyone that's coming in. We know the Answer Coalition currently says they have about 24 buses from as far away as Michigan, Indiana, Georgia, making their way here to the U.S. Capitol for that very large protest this afternoon. That's supposed to begin at 11 this morning. We understand that Netanyahu's address is going to be around 2 p.m. here at the U.S. Capitol. And everyone really just hoping that things remain peaceful. That is part of everyone's right here in the United States to be able to come and make their voices heard peacefully. First Amendment activities. We're also getting some help here. All federal agencies have their officers out in force, D.C. police out in force. And we know that other agencies are being asked to come in and help as well. NYPD saying they brought in 200 officers, sending 200 officers here to Washington, D.C. to assist in the security effort. Janine?
Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick, always stellar and detailed reporting. Melanie, thank you so much for taking out the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. Many of the viewers glued to the screens as we await that 2 p.m. Eastern time address with Congress, as you so eloquently put it. Thank you so much. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
And as we continue our coverage this morning, giving you another live look there at the U.S. Capitol, now 6:16 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeannie Francine. As we continue with your top stories and headlines, staying right now on topic of Israel and U.S. relations. Again, we are looking ahead to 2 p.m. here on the East Coast, and that's when we know that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be speaking with U.S. lawmakers. Right now, though, 6:19 on the East Coast, giving you a live look out in Gaza. This is one of the remaining hospitals. As we know, many of the others have been eradicated because of the fighting of the Israel-Hamas war. We know the Israeli government held a briefing giving an update about Netanyahu's visit and that looming hostage situation. I want to play that for you now.
Start with the Prime Minister in the US. As befits the importance of the issue, the Prime Minister's delegation first meeting in the US was with families of the hostages who have accompanied him, as well as hostage families in the US. The Prime Minister again reiterated that the government is determined to return them all. The Prime Minister said that it's true that the conditions for returning them are becoming ripe. No one should be in any doubt that this is a result of the strong pressure on Hamas. Our dismantling of Hamas will only increase that pace. Accompanying the Prime Minister in the US are soldiers who fought the Hamas terror army of invasion on October 7th, as well as soldiers who have fought in Gaza together with bereaved families who have lost their precious sons in the fighting in Gaza and the Western Negev. The government's objective is to bring our hostages and their plight directly to the American people and their elected representatives. We need to garner their support to bring them home, the living and the deceased. The Prime Minister said that he's doing everything in his power to combine the necessary humanitarian objective and the imperative to return the hostages and at the same time preserve the existence of the State of Israel. The Prime Minister's made a comprehensive statement which is available on his Twitter feed, his website, so I won't repeat all of the details here. In terms of an operational update, I want to point you to the IDF Telegram feed showing their updates on success fighting Hamas in Judea and Samaria and the elimination of terrorists there as well as in Gaza. To our north now, the north of Israel, you know, we've had 6,800 rockets fired at our people from Hezbollah since the October 8th. 30 of our people killed, 100,000 of our people displaced, close to 200,000 dunams of land burnt, where a third of Israel's agricultural land is located. Olive oil, mangoes, peaches, nectarines, bananas, citrus, avocados, apples, grapes, wine grapes, plums, harvests and crops massively disrupted. Nature reserves, national parks, forests and open spaces burnt, not to mention our young people, families and children in temporary school placements. All of this is not sustainable. Lebanon continues to host Hezbollah terrorists under the guidance of Iran. One way or another, this situation will be resolved. No one should be surprised. The violation of UN Security Council resolutions 1559 and 1701 will be corrected. Now an update from COGAT and their work coordinating aid into Gaza. 829,000 tons, more than 829,000 tons of aid have gone in. More than enough food for everyone in Gaza, 80% more than what was sent in before this war. On vaccines in Gaza, more than 95% of the Gazan population are vaccinated against polio. Since the start of the war, over 500,000 vials of vaccine have entered Gaza, enough to vaccinate over 2 million people. Israel is working with international organizations to coordinate the entry of more vaccines into Gaza. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat, together with your news outlet. Okay, first question here is from Jim Williams at Zenga. I apologize. Okay. Question here from Jim Williams. I apologise for not being familiar with your media process when the Prime Minister is travelling. However, will your office be providing an advance copy of the Prime Minister's address to the joint session of Congress? Additionally, will there be readouts available after each of the Prime Minister's meetings in Washington, or should we direct those inquiries to Matt Miller at the State Department and Karine Jean-Pierre at the White House? Thank you for that question, Jim. There won't be a copy of the Prime Minister's speech ahead of him delivering it to Congress. We'll have the speech just after to be able to share it with you after delivering it to Congress. In terms of his itinerary, details of his itinerary are coming out all the time when we're updating the details all the time. Obviously, with the President Biden having COVID, the itinerary has been disrupted somewhat, but we will release details when we have it. In terms of the readouts from the meetings, yes, by all means, do get the US readouts, and we'll also release our own readouts of those meetings after they have happened. Next question is from David Clement at the News Forum. Can the Prime Minister give any details regarding the Canadian who was killed threatening the police with a knife? Did he enter the country with a tourist visa? And has the Israeli government spoken to their counterparts in Ottawa to discuss how the individual was radicalized? Thank you for that question, David. The IDF on their Twitter feed has released, and on their Telegram feed has released some of the details of that Canadian national. My understanding is that he did come into the country on a tourist visa. As for interactions with the government in Ottawa, I'm sure they have happened, but I don't have any details to share with you right now. As in terms of his radicalization, I haven't got any details of that right now, and no doubt they'll be coming out shortly. Your second question, David Clement from the News Forum, is Chinese state media has reported that Fatah and Hamas have signed a new agreement. Does the Prime Minister's office have a response? Does that change anything regarding the war against Hamas and a potential ceasefire deal? Thank you for that question, David. We have, of course, seen the announcement about that deal from China. I haven't got anything more to share with you at this present time. We know that Hamas is a genocidal terrorist organization, and any idea that we will have this will be seen as the legitimate government of the Palestinian people with Hamas in its leadership is obscene. We've been very, very clear that the war aims are clear, that it is the destruction of Hamas's governmental and military capabilities. There is no sense whatsoever that Israel will interact with any sort of government with Hamas in its leadership. Next, for a question from Fred Ager. Israel has sent, your question, Fred, is Israel has sent armed Shin Bet agents to Paris to protect the Olympic team following death threats. The athletes are preparing for potential disruption. French authorities have committed to round-the-clock security to ensure Israel's athletes' safety during the Games. Is Israel's government confident that France's law enforcement and Shin Bet agents will provide optimum security to Israel's athletes without impairing their ability to perform and come back with medals? Go Israel. Thank you for that question, Fred. Yes, indeed, we are working with the Olympic authorities and with the French authorities, together with our security service, to ensure that our athletes and the entire Israel team are protected and are safe from any potential potential disruption or, God forbid, terrorist activities or any threats towards them. And we look forward to a peaceful games. Ultimately, we all look forward to a peaceful games. Hannah Julian from the Jewish Press, the next question. Are there any specific data on how many crops in the north have been destroyed and where can we access that? Thank you for that question, Hannah. I can share with you some of that information and I'll be able to do so after this briefing. Okay, that is the last question that we have here today. We'll keep updating you as to other developments. In the meantime, there'll be another briefing tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for joining us and do please stay safe. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So that Israeli briefing wrapping up there. I did have some boxes on the screen, just some content reminders for you this Wednesday morning, but popping this up for you again, if you're just now tuning in, good morning. Don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address Congress. That happening at 2 p.m. today, Eastern Time. As we continue with your top stories and headlines this Wednesday morning, I actually want to transition to another story we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Fox is actually joining Taiwan's military as they rehearse for a potential invasion from China. This as a major storm is forcing troops to cancel some drills. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan joining us now to explain.
A typhoon forcing Taiwan to cancel several military drills off its east coast on Tuesday. Officials here say naval and land exercises will continue across other parts of the island to prepare troops for a potential invasion from China.
In order to respond to the changing geopolitics, our government must have a plan.
Fox News getting a look at troops rehearsing response drills at an airport in the coastal city of Hualien and converting a taxiway into a makeshift runway. They say locations like this could be primary targets during an invasion.
It's a very important chance for us to evaluate our operational plan for how to protect Taiwan. We ask all the members of armed forces to do their best in this training.
The island also holding defense exercises for civilians. Blasting sirens to simulate a Chinese missile attack on Tuesday. Cars moved to the side of the road as people were told to seek shelter. For 4 years, Beijing has held regular drills around the island to ramp up pressure on Taiwan to accept China's claim of sovereignty. This week, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin traveled to Asia to reassure allies of the United States' support.
The more you have that collective weight on China, I think the more they're likely to not lead us in that direction.
Meanwhile, Taiwan's military says it will make adjustments to ensure the safety of its troops and its equipment during this storm. In Taiwan, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you so much for that detailed report. Back here at home now, giving you a live look there at the U.S. Capitol. Now it's 6:32 on the East Coast. Very cloudy and overcast conditions in D.C. this morning. Rain is in the forecast. As we continue with your top stories this Wednesday morning, lawmakers want answers from CrowdStrike on that global IT outage. They're telling its CEO he needs to let them know by today when he can appear before their committees. They want to know what happened, what caused 8.5 million Windows devices to bug out, and they want to make sure it never happens again. Now, this as the flightmare continues across the nation's airports and beyond. Fox's Bowen Kidrovich joining us now to explain.
Lawmakers calling on CrowdStrike CEO to testify over the massive tech outage. House Republicans are urging George Kurtz to answer questions before Congress over his company's software update that caused a global Microsoft outage starting Friday, affecting more than 8 million devices. The tech meltdown still causing chaos worldwide. Thousands of flights have been canceled, stranding some passengers for days.
Phoenix. Oh, what a disaster it was. We had to stay out there for like 3 days, I think.
Hospitals, banks, and countless companies were locked out of necessary software for day-to-day operations. The Department of Transportation says it's looking into Delta Airlines as it struggles the most to return to normal capacity after the outage. At one point, it knocked out 1/3 of the carrier's flights.
It's just insane. You know, older people, children, just stuck in these airports, pregnant ladies. Like, I don't know how you can do this.
Some crew tracking systems are still down, making it difficult for Delta to coordinate with pilots and flight attendants. It's Atlanta hub seeing the heaviest disruption, getting swamped by stranded passengers, long customer service lines, and lost bags piling up.
I got here around 9 o'clock last night, but my bags got in at like 2 a.m. on the flight that I was originally booked on.
Delta has canceled over 5,000 flights since the outage began, and that number is even higher when counting the service from their regional partners. In Atlanta, Bowen Kudrovich, Fox News.
Bowen, thank you so much for that update. And the U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg held a briefing to give an update on this looming outage. Let's listen in.
Hello, everybody. Everyone set on audio, good to go? Okay, great. Thanks for dropping by. Wanted to take a moment just to express our concern about what is going on with Delta passengers and to make clear what we're doing about it. We informed Delta today that DOT is launching an investigation into the breakdown of operations and into the customer service situation. I'm hearing a lot of things I'm very concerned about, including people being on hold for hours and hours trying to get a new flight, people having to sleep on airport floors, even accounts of unaccompanied minors being stranded in airports, unable to get on a flight, and have taken several steps to remind Delta of their responsibilities here. I directly communicated to Delta's CEO our expectation that Delta will live up to their passenger service commitments, including specific commitments that we secured from Delta in 2022 and are prepared to enforce. That's things like rebooking passengers at no additional cost on Delta or on other airlines in order to get them to where they're going. And when there is a lengthy delay, to come through and provide hotels, accommodations, meals, ground transportation, and similar costs. Part of why we are opening this investigation is the scale of the problem. Over 6,000 flights have been canceled since Friday. Hundreds of flights have been canceled today, and we estimate that more than 500,000 passengers have been impacted by this. So we're not taking this step lightly, but clearly there is something unique to Delta that requires specific attention. Our immediate focus, again, is to make sure that they take care of their passengers, but also we want to understand how this could have happened and what will be done to make sure that it can't happen again. So having laid that out briefly, happy to take questions, and we'll look to AC to quarterback the Q&A. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks, Richard. We'll start over here with Lori. This feels an awful lot like Southwest, and so why haven't we learned? Why is this happening again?
Yeah, part of what reminds me of the Southwest scenario here is that you had an issue that affected everybody. For Southwest, it was a winter storm. Here it was the CrowdStrike outage. But then one airline in particular seems to be having a different outcome than all of the others. In the case of Southwest, we responded to that with a record enforcement action, a $140 million penalty, including a $35 million cash fine. That was about 30 times any previous penalty. The idea was to raise the bar and send a message to industry that they need to be working and meeting customers' needs at a higher level. And that higher bar is the one that we're going to follow as our North Star in this investigation, too.
Senator Campbell sent a letter this morning to CEO Ed Bastian saying that the airline might not be following the FAA law when it comes to refunds. Are you seeing any instances of which Delta is already breaking the law in terms of the FAA bill, and how will that factor into your review?
That'll be part of the scope of our investigation. One thing I directly reminded the CEO of is that they do have that responsibility to provide cash refunds. If a passenger proactively indicates that they'd prefer a credit or a voucher, fine. But you are entitled to cash if your flight is canceled and you don't take a rebooking.
Thanks. Joey Earlett with Reuters. Can you give a little specifics on what exactly the department is investigating? And since there's so many cancellations with Delta relative to its other competitors, might there be something other, else that's amiss other than the CrowdStrike situation?
So this is day one of the investigation, so the scope might evolve. But right now, the focus of the investigation really has two main areas. One, how this breakdown could have happened, how it could be that days after the other airlines are back to normal, Delta is still canceling hundreds of flights and some of their passengers seem still to be stranded. The second question is around customer service resources. So when you do have a problem, whether it's a technical glitch, a major storm, or something else, it's important to be able to get a hold of somebody to solve your problem. When we hear about hour after hour on hold, even if you're using that chat function, it's taking hours to get a response. And also really unacceptable accounts of a line with 100 passengers waiting to talk to one customer service agent who's there to handle their vouchers and refunds. That's something that's also in scope because we require a basic level of customer service. Part of the enforcement action against Southwest related to their inability to respond to customer concerns. So that's definitely going to be part of the investigation.
Great. We'll jump to Brendan right here.
Secretary Brendan Collerton with Gray Television. How many complaints has the DOT fielded directly from Delta since Friday? And then what's your message to those who have filed those complaints?
We have received over 3,000 complaints specific to this situation and Delta. And the message is we are going to follow up. It can take us a little while to process when that many complaints come in. But the focus when we get those complaints is, did the airline comply with the law? We always, and with our rules, we always encourage passengers to start by working with the airline, but if the airline isn't doing what they're required to do per our regulations and per their customer service plan, which is the promises they made to us that we go back and enforce, we want to know about it. So flightrights.gov contains information not just about what those customer service standards are, but also how to file a complaint with us if the airline's not taking care of you.
Great. Right here.
Aisha with ABC. What are you doing in terms of, along with the passenger, for the crew side? Because there have been reports of violations, that they've been overworked, the fatigue reports, contractual violation. Is the DOT looking into that for Delta too?
That'll be for FAA to look at. Anytime there's anything that could bear on flight standards, fatigue, safety, anything like that, the FAA will look at. That'll be separate from the consumer protection side of the house, but certainly a concern.
Great. Right here.
We're talking about the law that you're saying is in effect today, but technically these rules don't go into effect until October 28th. So a lot of airlines are kind of hiding behind that, saying we're not obligated to follow those quite yet. What do you say to that?
We have used some enforcement discretion to allow the airlines to prepare their systems, but just to be clear, this is now the law of the land, and they need to be providing these refunds. Especially, customers shouldn't have to ask, but if a customer does ask, then there should be zero friction in getting their money back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. To my memory, this is the second technological outage in the past few years that has caused these massive problems. More broadly speaking, are you concerned about sort of an over-reliance on technology so that when one piece of technology goes out, all of the airlines are grounded? And what can you do about that?
Well, in a way, aviation is technology. The technologies have evolved and software is playing more of a role. We're not going to go in and dictate the business plans of individual airlines, but we are going to set a standard. In other words, what we're saying is we don't care exactly how you do it as long as you deliver safe service and meet this passenger protection standard. I do think a lot of conversations are opening up now about how to make sure systems are more resilient, and it's really the resiliency that's our concern. Again, any given day there could be a major weather event or some event like what happened on Friday with CrowdStrike. The question is your airline prepared to absorb something like that, get back on its feet, and take care of customers in the meantime? And that's where we're seeing a breakdown at Delta that is just different from how all of the other airlines responded.
And I know you're limited in what you can say, but I think everybody would be wanting to know this. Are you being vetted for VP?
Yeah, I just can't talk about campaigns and elections while I'm standing in front of this building in this capacity, but I understand.
And that's all the time we have for questions. Thanks,
all right.
everyone.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, so the U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg wrapping up that press conference, giving an update on that global IT outage as it relates to CrowdStrike, also to those looming flight cancellations and delays with Delta. Now it's 6:43 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, we're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, giving you a live look this hour out in New York City, we'll be checking in with Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez as we continue with your top stories and headlines this Wednesday morning. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now at 6:45 here on the East Coast. We continue with your Wednesday morning headlines. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy must now fill a Senate seat as Democrat Bob Menendez is resigning in less than a month. This coming a week after he was convicted of fraud, bribery, and other corruption charges. Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez joining us live this morning in Fort Lee, New Jersey with the very latest details. Lizette, good morning.
Good morning, and this is a major development, and Governor Murphy definitely has his work cut out. He has an important decision to make sooner rather than later, and we're hearing that he's already eyeing a few candidates for that spot. To Governor Phil Murphy, New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez announcing he is resigning on August 20th. Last week, the embattled senator was found guilty by a jury in a sweeping corruption trial. In the letter, Menendez stated his presence in the Senate would only complicate his efforts to clear his name and salvage his legacy, adding that he picked August 20th for his last day to give time for his staff to transition to other possibilities, transfer constituent files, and allow time for an interim replacement to be picked. Political science professor Laura Tamman says Menendez's resignation letter comes one day after Vice President Kamala Harris received enough delegate support for the Democratic presidential nomination, which she believes is no coincidence.
The day after Vice President Harris became the presumptive Democratic nominee for president, she's clearly going to be making the case that as a former prosecutor, her focus on accountability and transparency stands in contrast with Donald Trump's record of criminal convictions.
As for who will finish off the last few months of Menendez's term, that's up to Governor Murphy to decide. His wife, First Lady Tammy Murphy, was vying to be the Democratic Party nominee, but dropped out the Senate race. Yesterday, she wrote on X, "While I'm grateful for the humbling support and outreach I've received since last year, I want to reiterate that I will not accept an appointment to the U.S. Senate." Currently, Representative Andy Kim is the Democratic nominee, and Curtis Bashaw is the Republican nominee come November. But sources tell the New York Times Governor Murphy is considering other candidates, including Nina Mitchell-Wells, a former Secretary of State, Tahisha Way, New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor, Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman, and George Helmy, Governor Murphy's former Chief of Staff. So whoever ends up getting picked, they will be serving until January 3rd. As far as Senator Bob Menendez, he will be sentenced on October 29th. He's already mentioned that he plans to appeal. That's Liz here from Fort Lee, New Jersey. We'll send things back inside.
Lizette Nunez there with Fox 5 New York. Always a pleasure, Lizette. Thank you so much for joining us with this news alert. You enjoy the rest of your day. And as we continue our coverage this morning, giving you another live look, now 6:49 here on the East Coast, out there in New York City. Let's take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, it's Wednesday morning, July 24th, now 6:51 here on the East Coast. You're taking a live look out in London. The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer will soon enter UK Parliament to answer questions from lawmakers in his first Prime Minister's Questions, commonly known as those PMQs. This is his first time to answer those questions since winning that July 4th general election. And since then, right here on Live Now from Fox, you saw that UK State of Parliament as we saw King Charles III give his speech. Let's listen in to this live event. Of course, I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Wednesday morning.
To approach to find an answer that many of them have been looking for so long.
Richard Talbot. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The former member for Plymouth Moor View was a very strong advocate for veterans in Cabinet, in government. Can the right honourable gentleman assure veterans in Basildon and Billericay and across the country that any future legislation will protect now elderly veterans from vexatious legal action in the future?
Well, I pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to the work that veterans, members of the police and the security services did over many years during the Troubles in trying to keep people safe from terrorism. And I undertake, as part of the consultation I've already set out to the House, to consult veterans' organisations.
Lockhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the Secretary of State to his position. Can the Secretary of State further outline what discussions he is having with groups and organisations who represent innocent victims, and can he assure this House that in repealing this legislation there will be no pandering to those who were the victim makers? Also, what meaningful engagement he is having with the Irish Government, who oppose the Legacy Bill but have disgracefully refused to deal with the many allegations of state collusion with the Provisional IRA, thinking specifically about the long-awaited public inquiry into the Omagh bombing.
Can I say to the honourable member, I discussed the matter with Michael Martin when I saw him early on after my appointment, and he has expressed the hope that a way forward can be found that might lead to the withdrawal of the interstate case that they have brought. I will certainly engage with victims' organisations, a number of which I met during my time as the Shadow Secretary of State, because I am committed to trying to find a way forward that in the end, if this is going to work, it's got to work for the victims' families, because they're the people who say what went before hasn't given us what we were looking for.
Sir Desmond Swain.
Sir. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to implementing the Windsor Framework in good faith, in partnership with the EU, and taking all steps necessary to protect the UK internal market. We are also looking to negotiate an SBS veterinary agreement with the EU, which could help.
Commit to all the provisions of the Safeguarding the Union agreement.
I already set out my answer to that in response to his honourable friend who speaks from the front bench. We are taking those commitments forward, but I would also point out to the honourable gentleman that it is by working in partnership with the European Union we can make progress, and what was achieved recently on dental amalgam is a really, really good example of precisely that.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
I understand how important and urgent this issue is, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his contribution to the Veterinary Medicines Working Group, the work of which we have committed to continue. There's a grace period arrangement for veterinary medicines that remains in place until the end of 2025 and provides for the continuity of supply to Northern Ireland. The Government will continue to progress the work on this issue as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer. The Windsor Framework secured by the previous government extended that grace period to veterinary medicines in Northern Ireland till the end of December 2025. This includes vaccines and anaesthetics, so it's vital for biosecurity and both animal and public health that access continues. Can the Minister assure the House that the government will strain every sinew to secure permanent access to veterinary medicines in Northern Ireland? And will they continue with the Cabinet Office Veterinary Medicines Working Group on which I sat that was working so hard to find a solution?
I thank the honourable member, and I can confirm again that Veterinary Medicines Working Group will continue. We recognise its importance, and we will continue to work at pace on the long-term solution, because that continuity of supply and knowing that well in advance of December next year is very important.
The Den spokesperson Wendy Chamberlain.
Mr. Speaker, may I welcome the Secretary of State and his team to their place. May I also associate myself with the remarks of the honourable member for Belfast South and Mid Down. I can only hope the success of the hurling being shown at the weekend means that the BBC will consider the Shinty Hurling International that takes place every year. I welcome attempts by the new government to continue to rebuild trust with Northern Ireland political parties and also to improve relations with the European Union. It offers that opportunity to reduce frictions in trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Secretary of State set out what he's doing with ministerial colleagues and other departments to open the doors to securing a veterinary agreement with the EU, which will further reduce those barriers to trade?
The government is committed to working at pace on a long-term solution, including a veterinary agreement. This may change the relationship with the EU and build more trust, and so a bespoke agreement may be needed, but we are working at pace to secure this.
Dr. Alison Gordon.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 8 and 14 together. A fortnight ago, the Minister and I met the Taoiseach Michael Martin in Hillsborough, where we discussed strengthening relations between our two governments, given the importance of our relationship with Ireland. The Prime Minister and the Taoiseach also held a bilateral meeting ahead of the European political community last week.
Dr. Alison Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I also thank Secretary of State for his answer. Duchess China, which I believe, Mr. Speaker, are the suppliers of your very excellent commemorative China service, is based in my constituency, Stoke-on-Trent South. The Republic of Ireland is an important export market for the company, and Northern Ireland is an important part of its domestic market. Can the Minister tell us how relations across the Irish Sea and Northern Ireland island borders be enhanced for the benefit of companies like Duchess China?
Well, I congratulate my honourable friend on the company that she mentions and the products that it produces. We are committed to protecting the integrity of the UK internal market so that great firms in Great Britain and in Northern Ireland are able to sell right across the United Kingdom and internationally. And for Northern Ireland in particular, it has extraordinary opportunities and so much potential, which we now need to build on. One of the most important contributions the executive can make is to ensure executive stability, because that's what investors are looking for.
Emily Darlington.
Can I congratulate the very honourable member on his position and hope that he will be able to rebuild those relations that have been strained through the Brexit process. I'd like to ask my question, very much like my colleague, about small and medium-sized businesses in Milton Keynes Central that have had to go under because of the additional paperwork and other restrictions through our strained relations now with the EU. Can he confirm with me that he is talking to the Irish government and others about how we reduce those barriers to trade?
Well, there is no doubt that the change in our trading relationship with the European Union has brought additional costs and paperwork for businesses, whether they are selling to the EU or into Northern Ireland. The Windsor Framework is the means by which we are trying to manage that. And I supported the Windsor Framework, negotiated by the previous government, because it represented an important and a significant step forward. But the reason why we have to continue to implement it is because if we're going to get the veterinary and SPS agreement and other agreements we are seeking with the European Union...
We've still got others.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Anglo-Irish...
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. We always appreciate you getting your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events from us right here on Live Now. On the left side of your screen, we are live in London as we are awaiting the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer to answer Parliament questions. It'll be his first PMQs since that January 4th general election. And on the right side of your screen, we are looking ahead this Wednesday morning, looking ahead to the 2 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, where the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak with U.S. lawmakers. Also, at 8 o'clock tonight Eastern time, giving you a live look at the White House, that bottom box, President Joe Biden to hold that Oval Office address. Now at 7:01 here on the East Coast, we do want to transition to other top stories and headlines we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned following Monday's brutal inquisition at the hands of both Republicans and Democrats in the House. Former President Donald Trump says Cheadle never gave him proper protection, turning down what he called were many requests for additional security. Fox News congressional correspondent Aisha Hasni joins us from Capitol Hill to tell us what comes next.
Kim Cheadle is now the former Secret Service Director.
Members on both sides of the aisle called for her resignation, and I think that was the right decision.
And a bipartisan effort is underway on Capitol Hill to investigate the agency. As former President Trump, who met with Cheadle at the RNC last week, tells Fox Digital, she never gave me proper protection. Many requests were made by on-site Secret Service for more people, always with a turn down or no response.
There are others in the chain of command that need to be held accountable. We'll make sure that that happens.
Today, House Speaker Mike Johnson and Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries launched a bipartisan task force to figure out how the alleged shooter, Thomas Crooks, got such a clear shot at former President Trump.
This kid did some investigation. That position was probably the best position outside the perimeter.
The Homeland Security Committee grilling the Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner, who testified that to his best knowledge, 2 Butler Emergency Service Unit officers were stationed inside the AGR building with a direct line of sight to where Crooks would eventually climb up. But that sometime before the shooting, the officers were told to move to go search for him.
They had left that post to go look for him. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding is yes.
I think that's revelatory.
And was that relayed to the Secret Service, the team that surrounds the president himself? I can't answer that. Well, if it wasn't, that's another big mess up.
FBI Director Christopher Wray will be on the Hill on Wednesday. Lawmakers are hoping to get more answers from him. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Aisha, thank you so much. And joining us live this morning to further discuss, Michael Balboni, the former New York Homeland Security advisor. Michael, a pleasure to have you here on Live Now. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So a lot has unfolded in the past few days. I'd love, with your expertise, to first get your reaction. How did we even get to this point in society?
What's amazing about this entire incident is that it happened almost real time for the entire public to see. You know, the protective details for someone like the President of the United States are incredibly sophisticated operations with incredible training. And yet many times what we understand is that, you know, the Secret Service hasn't had to deal with this type of a situation in 43 years, the last time obviously being president, the attempt on President Reagan's life. And so what you realize, if you talk to a lot of law enforcement folks who are, have a beat on the street, they are much more likely to draw their weapon, get into a confrontation, have a possible shooting in their career than a Secret Service agent. And so the question becomes, are they ready for that moment? Here, the response was fantastic in terms of taking out the shooter. But of course, this is the mission of the Secret Service is a zero failure mission. And obviously, they failed.
Michael, we were all on the edge of our seats watching that House hearing on Monday. To say the least, the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheetah, was grilled from both sides of the aisle, hard-hitting questions, everyone telling her she needs to resign, she needs to step down, which she ultimately did a day later. I want to ask you, with your expertise, you talk about the response. People were discussing a lack of preparation, a lack of communication, a lack of transparency. What should have happened that day?
So the advance team that goes into a site whenever the protectee is going to be giving a presentation or a speech, you know, they're the ones that are supposed to look for all attempts to all types of vulnerabilities. You know, interestingly enough, Representative or AOC, say, or Ocasio-Cortez, she asked a very good question. She said, so an AR-15, which is one of the most common weapons that are used in the United States, that was the weapon that was used by the shooter. That individual, or that weapon, has a range of 200 yards. So why'd you have the perimeter 140 yards? So, you know, a lot of basic questions that are going to go into the strategy here. But then, of course, there is the issue of communication and what information was provided at what time periods during the incident. But the biggest question that everyone is asking is, how could the former president of the United States be permitted to take the stage when there was any awareness of a potential threat in the crowd? That is going to be a focal point. Now, when you take a look at these events, you could suspend the event for 15 minutes, an hour. It doesn't really matter. The crowd will stay with you. It happens all the time. And yet here, the former president was permitted to go and take that stage when there was a possible threat in the audience. And that's going to be certainly a focal point for the investigations.
Great points and analysis there, Michael. Thank you so much for that. So for many of the viewers, the question is now, what's next? The Secret Service director resigns. Who steps into her place? How does that operation work?
Yeah. So just a couple of things. One of the things that when you take a look at the response of the director, It really raised a whole bunch of questions. So first of all, how is she able how is she permitted by the Secretary of Homeland Security to go to the Republican National Committee and basically can allow a confrontation with United States senators in a political environment? That is really, I've never seen anything like that in government. Well, that's really malpractice. And then secondly, when she was being grilled by Congress, she wasn't able to answer the questions, or she didn't want to answer the questions. And that really gets into the whole tempo here, which now goes into your question is what's going to happen next. There should be two sides to this whole investigation. One is an operational investigation that basically says that we have now an active campaign by two pretty vigorous candidates who are going to be going all across the United States. This operation has got to get really, really tight right now. So everybody that's involved in this needs to be changed, possibly. You've got to take a look at what the events are going to be. The Secret Service has just come out and said, we're telling Trump not to do these outdoor events because they're harder to protect. Okay, that's the operational side. The investigative side is separate and apart. And what the director should have said was, look, guys, I'm going to go answer your questions, but in a closed door setting so that we don't give would-be assassins the information as to how they might do something successful in the future. There's a second in command. There'll be a temporary assignment for the individual. I don't know who that's going to be at this point in time, but obviously this will be controlled by the Secretary for Homeland Security.
Michael, for those viewers watching this morning that are fearful, that have concerns about the state of American security, what could you share with them? Because obviously seeing if this could happen to a former president, it could happen to anyone. Also learning that, the shooter was literally Googling other legislators, other members of Congress, former presidents, current presidents. So this could have happened to anyone, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know what is really going and what will be the immediate steps that will be taken, but certainly there is going to be a revamping of the procedure and examination of it. So that's really the issue here.
Michael Balboni, truly a pleasure having you here with us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your expertise and perspective. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go? Anything myself and the viewers need to be keeping a watchful eye for?
Yeah, the United States is going to protect its leaders. It's going to protect those campaigning for the highest office in this country. So people should have confidence that whatever steps need to be taken, they will in fact be taken.
Michael, thank you again for joining us bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you too. Thanks.
Thank you. And as we continue with your top stories and headlines this morning, a quick reminder, as we know, the investigation is ongoing into that tragedy that we all saw unfold at that campaign rally for former President Donald Trump. Looking ahead this morning to the 10 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, the House Judiciary Committee will hold a hearing, the hearing titled Oversight of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It will examine the FBI's investigation into that assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump and the ongoing politicization of the nation's preeminent law enforcement agency under the direction of FBI Director Christopher Wray and Attorney General Merrick Garland. Of course, you can get that right here on Live Now from Fox coming up at 10 o'clock here on the East Coast. Now it's 7:11 here this morning, going to take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your Wednesday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It seems that the shot I just went out unexpectedly. Oh, there we go. It is back. Giving you a live look this morning out in London, UK. Underway right now, you're seeing the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer speaking there to Parliament. It's his first PMQs. That's the parliamentary questions. Those are underway. It's his first time answering those parliamentary questions since winning that July 4th general election. Let's listen in. And then you see the former UK Prime Minister also in attendance, Rishi Sunak. A lot of hot debate underway from several topics ranging from the Israel-Hamas war to the economy there in the UK to even a migrant crisis that they say they are experiencing right now. So let's listen in, and then of course popping up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Wednesday morning.
It comes to the leader of the Lib Dems, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I welcome the Prime Minister to his place at his first Prime Minister's questions? And can I associate myself and my party with the comments he made about the appalling attack on the soldier in Kent? And our thoughts are with his family and friends and comrades. And can I also associate our side with his comments on Team GB and particularly talk about how we want them to succeed in Paris? That he's inherited. One of them is the scandal over the carers' allowance repayments. An example is my constituent Andrea, who is a full-time carer for her elderly mum. She went back to work part-time, mainly for her mental health, she tells me. She was earning less than £7,000 a year and has been hit by a bill from the DWP for £4,600. But Andrea is just one of tens of thousands of carers facing these repayments, punished for working and earning just a few more pounds than the earnings limit. So will the Prime Minister agree to meet with me and other family carers to try to resolve this matter?
Yeah. Can I thank the honourable member for raising this? And he, of course, has been a tireless advocate for carers. And I don't think any of us could be other than moved when we saw the video of him and his son that was put out during the election campaign. He talks about Team GB. I'm glad he's in a suit today because we're more used to seeing him in a wetsuit. But in relation to this issue, look, we have a more severe crisis than we thought as we go through the books of the last 14 years. We must review the challenges. I know they don't like it. They don't like it. There was a reason the electorate rejected them so profoundly. So we'll review the challenges that we face. We do want to work with the sector and where we can across the House to create a national care service covering all these aspects. And we'll start with carers and those that work in the care sector with a fair pay agreement. But I'm very happy to work across the House with all the people that care so passionately about this particular issue.
Fred Davey.
The Prime Minister's response. I hope he will look at this matter, though, on carers' allowance. Family carers save the taxpayer £162 billion a year. And if we get this right, many could go back into work. But there's another care crisis that's probably even bigger, and that's the crisis in social care. I'm sure, like me, he's met millions of people around the country, heard about millions of people for whom this is their biggest issue and has been for decades. After a once-in-a-century election, does he not think there's an opportunity for a once-in-a-century chance to fix social care and thus help our NHS? So can I ask him to set up a cross-party commission on social care so we can address this urgent matter?
He's right, it is a crisis. I'm sorry to have to report to the House it's not the only crisis that we've inherited. There's a crisis of failure absolutely everywhere after 14 years of failure that this government of service will begin the hard yards of fixing, including on social care. We will work across the House. We do endeavour to create a national care service. That will not be easy, but we can begin the first steps, and we will share that across the House where we can.
And a little bit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For decades, my constituent, Jack Taylor, has been continuously ignored by previous governments. He and other nuclear veterans have been denied access to their medical records and compensation. The Prime Minister has rightly said these national heroes deserve full accountability and justice. Will he therefore consider supporting a special tribunal with statutory powers into this 70-year-long scandal?
Can I first express my gratitude to the service personnel who participated in the British nuclear testing programme. It is right that I think nearly 5,000 now have got the nuclear test medals in recognition of their service, and the veterans have the right to apply for no-fault compensation under the War Pensions Scheme. And I will ensure on this issue a meeting is arranged for her with the relevant minister.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, may I again warmly congratulate the Prime Minister on ending Tory rule. In his campaign to do so, he was, of course, they're too close for comfort now. They're too close for comfort. In his campaign to do so, Mr. Speaker, he was, of course, joined by Gordon Brown. And just 5 days before the general election in Scotland, on the front page of the Daily Record, Gordon Brown instructed voters to vote Labour to end child poverty. Yet last night, Labour MPs from Scotland were instructed to retain the two-child cap, which forces children into poverty. So, Prime Minister, what changed?
Hear, hear.
I'm glad he mentioned Gordon Brown, because the last Labour government lifted millions of children out of poverty, something we're very, very proud of. And this government will approach the question with the same vigour. With our new task force, already we've taken steps: breakfast clubs, abolishing no-fault evictions, decent home standard.
No, order. Props are not allowed to be used. Never mind, put it down. We don't need any more. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, already we've set up a task force to put that vigour in place. 3 breakfast clubs in every primary school, abolishing no-fault eviction, decent home standard, Awab's law, and a plan to make work pay. But I would just say this: before he lectures everyone else, he should explain why, since the SNP came to power, there are 30,000 more children in poverty in Scotland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to see the government's swift action in officially calling for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all hostages, a rapid increase of humanitarian aid into Gaza, the restoration of funds to UNRWA, the commitment to complying with potential ICC arrest warrants, and to recognizing a Palestinian state. But too many innocent people are still dying every day. There is nowhere safe in Gaza. So what further pressure can the Prime Minister apply to bring about an urgent ceasefire?
Both the Foreign Secretary and I have set out the urgent need for a ceasefire to Prime Minister Netanyahu. We want a pathway to a two-state solution, a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable sovereign Palestinian state. And I used my first overseas trip as Prime Minister, particularly at NATO, to raise this with world leaders. And under a Labour government, this subject will be discussed, negotiated and fought for at the highest levels on the world stage. The alternative is standing on street corners protesting. Ultimately, only one of those will deliver change.
Jordan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I congratulate the Prime Minister and welcome to his place. And I'm sure he will want to reassure the many parents and teachers in Edinburgh West who've expressed concerns about the implication for our state education system in Scotland of the VAT increase in independent fees, which he proposes. Edinburgh City Council, led by the Labour Party, have produced 5-year projections which show we do not have capacity in the city to accommodate pupils who may leave the independent sector. Moreover, how will he ensure that the VAT raised in Scotland from those fees can be reinvested in already hard-pressed Scottish education?
I do obviously understand the aspiration that parents who work hard and save hard have for their children that they send to private schools. But every parent has that aspiration, whichever school they go to. And I am determined that we will have the right teachers in place in our state secondary schools to ensure that every child, wherever they come from, whatever their background, has the same opportunity. And I do not apologise for that.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome last week's announcement. This government will be introducing a new publicly owned company, Great British Energy. This will be critical to ensure this country's energy security while meeting our climate goals and lowering energy bills. Will the Prime Minister make assurances to communities up and down the country that they will benefit from good skilled jobs and opportunities that Great British Energy promises to unlock?
Yes, and I'm really pleased that Great British Energy will be owned by and for the British people. Investing in the energy systems of the future, that means cheaper bills, renewables are cheaper. It means security, so Putin can't put his boot on our throat, and it means the next generation of jobs for years to come. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has achieved something that we didn't think would be possible in such a short period of time. In less than 3 weeks, he has had a significant rebellion and he has suspended 7 of his members of Parliament, all for standing up for child poverty. This from a Labour government. The headlines are awful for the Prime Minister this morning. Poverty campaigners are furious with the Prime Minister. Is his honeymoon over before it's even begun?
Having left for the election campaign with quite a significant number of SNP members and come back with a small handful, I really don't think lectures on what the electorate in Scotland are thinking. If you look at I'm very proud of our Scottish Labour MPs on this side of the House. And I simply repeat the point I made to his leader. Perhaps the SNP needs to account for the 30,000 extra children in poverty in Scotland. Thank you.
Dan Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous Conservative government cut the funding for the police in London by 1/3, taking £1 billion out of the budgets for London's policing and forcing the closure of both of the police stations in the Chipping Barnet constituency. Does the Prime Minister agree with me on the importance of our police stations and in the need to rebuild local policing?
Can I welcome my honourable friend to his place, the first ever Labour MP for Chipping Barnet, and I know he will serve his constituency with pride. And our guarantee will put 13,000 extra neighbourhood officers and PCSOs back on Britain's streets, and that's a fully funded plan. He's right to say that the last government absolutely hammered police numbers, and he will have seen the impact of that in his constituency. And it is telling that the former Justice Secretary said at the weekend that that could perhaps have been done differently. And I'm glad to see the people of Chipping Barnet agree with that assessment and returned him for that constituency.
Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Great Yarmouth have little doubt that uncontrolled legal and illegal immigration since 1997 has damaged and disrupted their community and undermined their public services. Does the Prime Minister agree that importing millions of people with no thought whatsoever to the brutal consequences has failed our country? I know the good people of Great Yarmouth would much appreciate a yes or no answer to this straightforward question.
I'm not sure I agree with his numbers, but look, I do think that it's serious that the previous government lost control of our borders. Record numbers have crossed the Channel. Since the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Prime Minister for 18 months, 50,000 people crossed the Channel. It's a serious issue that requires a serious answer. And that is why we will set up our Border Security Command to take down the gangs that are running this vile trade. What we won't do is waste further time on a gimmick that cost a fortune and remove just 4 volunteers.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. On the left side of your screen, we're live in London as the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, you actually just heard him speaking there at the podium. He is answering his first parliamentary question since that July 4th general election. And on the right side of your screen, we are dealing with our own political realm here in the U.S., looking ahead 2:00 p.m. Eastern Time, where the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak with U.S. Congress. And then that bottom box, a live look at the White House. Now it's 7:28 on the East Coast as we continue to look ahead to the 8 o'clock hour tonight here on the East Coast. President Joe Biden to give that Oval Office address. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and heading back inside UK Parliament chambers, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer on your screen right there, answering his first PMQs since winning the July 4th general election. Again, keeping those boxes on the right side of your screen as we are anticipating and looking ahead to live coverage right here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day.
To level the playing field, and we will absolutely address regional inequality through our local growth plans.
Jim Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries on Earth, so I welcome the government's signal that it's committed to nature recovery. This is critical to humanity's future as it affects everything from food security to public health and well-being. Please could the Prime Minister tell us how he'll show leadership personally on this existential issue? And in particular, will he attend the 16th Biodiversity COP later this year? And will the UK government be launching a bid to host a future UN Nature Summit?
We are committed to nature recovery. It's a really important issue that this government will tackle. And he talks about leadership. And I'd ask him to show some, because it's extraordinary that, elected to this House as a Green politician, he's opposing vital clean energy infrastructure in his own constituency. So I ask him, we will put the plans before this House, I ask him to back those plans.
John Powell.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday night at a community event in North Kensington attended by hundreds of people, 15-year-old Renee Graham was shot and killed in a senseless act of violence, and my heart goes out to his family and the wider community that is feeling anxious, frightened and shocked. Can the Prime Minister ensure that North Kensington gets support from this government at this difficult time? And can he outline what measures the government will take to tackle gun violence and prevent young lives like Renee's being taken in the future?
I welcome my honourable friend to his place and thank him for raising this awful case. The loss of a teenage boy in West London is shocking, and our thoughts, and I'm sure I speak for the whole House, are with his family and friends. I do urge the public to support the Metropolitan Police with any information which could help in their investigation, which is ongoing. Making streets safer is one of the 5 central missions of this government, and this is a shocking reminder of just how important that mission is. And we have an ambition to drive down this sort of violence in our communities. We do not want interventions like this as we've had over the last few years, and it is shocking to hear of this particular incident.
Vickers.
The last government invested massively in Teesside, most recently committing £1 billion to improving transport in our area. That money will protect the future of our iconic transporter bridge, upgrade Thornaby train station, create a new transport hub at Teesside Park and much, much more. Can the Prime Minister confirm, are we still getting our £1 billion, or is Labour turning its back on Teesside?
Well, he talks about turning its back. I think he's the sole remaining Tory MP in the North East or Teesside. I've already taken an early opportunity to make our commitment clear to the plans that we need for economic growth across the country, working with all the mayors who are in place, including those who wear a different rosette, and that's the way in which we will take this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a week where the National Police Chiefs Council have declared violence against women and girls a national emergency, Sky News has today published appalling accounts of sexual harassment and violence against women paramedics. Can the Prime Minister please update the House on progress towards the mission board to finally tackle this scourge in our society?
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for raising this, because it is such a serious issue, and we have made a commitment, a mission to halve violence against women and girls. Mr. Speaker, I know from my own experience dealing with these cases as a prosecutor and subsequently just how hard that will be to achieve. It does mean that we'll have to deliver in a different way. We'll have to roll up our sleeves and do difficult things that haven't been done in the past. And in answer to the specific question, we've started work already on the delivery board, and I look forward to updating her and the House on the progress that we're making on this really important issue.
Final questions to Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Another Freudian slip. The old dog is off the leash. Mr. Speaker, can I first thank both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition for their supportive policies in relation to Ukraine. Their expressions today will have been of great comfort to thousands of Ukrainian residents in the United Kingdom who simply wish to return to their lawful homes. Further to the answer given to my honourable friend, the member for Broxbourne, can the Prime Minister tell the House how he's planning reforms which will smother fields in East Kent currently yielding bread-making wheat with houses is compatible with his own Secretary of State for Agriculture's desire to achieve sustainability?
Thank you for that question. We have to get economic growth in this country. We've had failure over the last 14 years, and the failure on economic growth has been central to it. There's been failure to build the infrastructure we need, the houses we need, the prisons we need, and I think the whole House can see the consequence of that. We've got prison overcrowding, where emergency measures have had to be taken because the building of prisons hasn't kept pace with the sentencing of those to prisons. We've got housing crisis, where the dream of home ownership for most young people is simply gone under the previous government. To be
over the age of 35 before you can get a secure roof over your head of your own is a huge dash of dreams. We're not going to listen to the party opposite. They put their case to the electorate. The electorate rejected them profoundly. And my advice would be, having sat at that dispatch box for 4.5 long years, is when you get rejected that profoundly by the electorate, it's best not to go back to the electorate and tell them that they were wrong. It's best to reflect and change your approach and change your party.
That completes questions. We'll let the front benches change over.
So the questions now completed there. Live London look there with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer answering those Parliament questions. There will be a changeover as well. But we are also looking ahead here on Live Now from Fox on the right side of your screen. 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to speak with U.S. lawmakers. Then 8 o'clock tonight Eastern Time, President Joe Biden to give that Oval Office address. Now it's 7:39 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We continue with your top stories and headlines this Wednesday morning. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in Washington, D.C. to speak with lawmakers and meet with President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. His visit is already leading to protests, though, over his handling of the war in Gaza. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor has the latest from our nation's capital this morning, where security measures are already ramping up.
More than 100 demonstrators taking over the rotunda of a Capitol building on Tuesday to protest the war in Gaza. Capitol Police quickly stepped in and made arrests. But larger demonstrations are expected Wednesday when Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaks to Congress, an address lawmakers have mixed reactions about.
I'm not going.
I will never be supporting him.
I am not attending. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu has any interest in getting to peace in the Middle East.
I think anytime a leader of one of our allies is speaking to Congress, we should all be there.
Israel is our closest ally. I'm looking forward to the Prime Minister's address.
In preparation for Netanyahu's visit, police have significantly boosted security around the Capitol building and recruited outside help.
Do swear or affirm. Do swear or affirm. That I will support. That I will support. And defend the Constitution. And defend the Constitution.
More than 200 NYPD officers were sworn in as U.S. Capitol Police special officers on Tuesday.
Unfortunately, because of the environment that we're in, the additional security measures have had to be put in place.
Netanyahu plans to check all his boxes while in the U.S. After a speech to Congress, he'll meet with President Biden at the White House Thursday and have a separate meeting with Vice President Harris. Then Friday, he'll travel to Mar-a-Lago to sit down with former President Trump. Prime Minister Netanyahu met with the families of hostages on Monday and indicated their release and a ceasefire deal could happen soon. Talks are expected to resume later this week. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And a quick content update for you all this morning. Don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, you can watch Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu address to Congress. That happening 2 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time. And earlier this morning, I spoke with national security expert Ken Gray about Netanyahu's visit and what it means for Israeli-U.S. relations. Take a listen. Rebecca, thank you so much. And joining us live this morning to further discuss this news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Ken, good morning to you. Happy Wednesday.
Good morning, Janae. Happy Wednesday to you too.
So a lot to dissect with this news alert. If we could first start with the crux of the conversation. What is the purpose of his visit? Why is he needing to meet with lawmakers?
So Prime Minister Netanyahu is looking to try to firm up the support for Israel, Israel's movement there in the Gaza Strip. He is fearful that with the changing politics and everything, that the United States' support, despite President Biden's statement that we are firmly in support of Israel, that might be crumbling somewhat. Consequently, he wants to meet with Congress to try to dispel some of the statements against Israel and try to firm up the continued flow of both arms and money to Israel in support of their fight against Hamas.
As we heard in Rebecca's story, not every lawmaker there at Capitol Hill is really thrilled about his visit, hearing from some saying they won't even be in attendance. With you being a national security expert, how important is it that they do be in attendance, or do you feel like them choosing not to attend is their right?
So this starts at the very beginning. You notice that Prime Minister Netanyahu was not even met with anybody at a high level. President Biden was still recovering from COVID, so he was not in town. And Vice President Kamala Harris had left town to go to her first rally there in Wisconsin. So it even sets the tone from the very beginning when he gets off the plane here in the United States, even though part of that is understandable with the COVID problem. Additionally, members of Congress have expressed their opposition to Prime Minister Netanyahu and have said that they are not going to be in attendance. And this is not just the extreme left members, the left progressive members. It also covers a number of members there, all on the Democratic side. Consequently, when Prime Minister Netanyahu is there trying to convince Congress to support him, the ones that he should really be speaking to have chosen not to attend his talk at all. The ones who are attending are either neutral or are very much in support of Israel already. And so it really, his words will not fall on the ears of those who would most need to hear it. He also wants to try to assure the American hostage families here that they are working towards getting those the releases of the hostages here, not only here for the United States hostage members, but also very much so for the Israeli hostage members, trying to firm up his support on that side, because the hostage families back in Israel have been pushing very hard against Prime Minister Netanyahu, not concentrating enough on the negotiations to get the hostages out.
Absolutely, and it's a perfect segue to discuss the security concerns this morning. As you mentioned, hostage families out in Israel. We've seen protests pretty much every weekend, but they have ramped up since his visit here to the U.S., and we've also seen protests here, right here in the U.S. as well. We just saw that some of those NYPD officers sworn in to help with the details, to help with everything going on. Break down the security measures and the importance of having a full force, because if we look back days ago to what happened at that campaign rally with former President Donald Trump, obviously that's top of mind for Americans this morning.
Sure, if you wanted to try to gather the eyes of the world, if you were Hamas or Hezbollah or Iran, and you wanted to send a message to the world, doing a terrorist act against Prime Minister Netanyahu while he is here in the United States, that would be huge. Consequently, Congress, the congressional security force there that protects it, that needs to be augmented, and they've requested additional resources from NYPD to come in and help supplement their force to be able to guarantee the safety during the visit for Prime Minister Netanyahu. That being said, it would be a softer target to try to hit him while he's having one of these personal meetings. He's meeting with the president. He's meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris. He's meeting with former President Trump. And consequently, that offers opportunities to meet with a number of people that might be a little bit less secure than the security being provided for Congress for this meeting today. I believe the meeting today, the address today to Congress, I believe is at 2 p.m. And so you can rest assured that there will be sufficient forces there at Congress to ensure that this goes off without a problem. The real problem will be the absence of a number of members of Congress who have chosen not to attend.
Ken, very important bit of information you just said. The Israeli Prime Minister meeting with Biden, Harris, but also former President Trump. And those are three different perspectives that Netanyahu will get. As we know, President Biden and former President Trump have not seen eye to eye with the handling of the war. And I want to ask you, do you think that will cause some conflict as far as how Israel looks at U.S. relations with those two aspects given?
So the President Biden continues to express his solid support for Israel, but President Biden is now a lame duck president. He will leave office, and it will fall to whoever gets elected here in November. Vice President Kamala Harris, who is a presumptive representative for the Democratic side for this election, even though they have not gotten to their convention yet. Her support for Israel is less solid than that of the President Biden. She has made statements about she believes that there needs to be a ceasefire immediately, and consequently, her support for Israel may be somewhat less than that of President Biden. President Trump, of course, former President Trump is a solid supporter of Israel. However, he has had somewhat of troubled relationships with Prime Minister Netanyahu from his term in office. And so that will be an interesting meeting also. I think President Trump's personality is such that he would be much more in support of stopping this conflict sooner rather than later, and would be pushing for getting an end to this activity in the Gaza Strip.
Ken Gray, always a pleasure speaking with you here bright and early on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us regarding this news alert. Before we let you go, is there anything else you'd like to add? As we know, the Gaza war is not the only conflict looming there in the Middle East.
Yes. So we have the Olympics ahead of us here, and Hamas has made a statement that they plan to paint the streets red with blood there. The blood will flow. Rivers of blood will flow in Paris. And so if they follow up on that, this is very much reminiscent of the actions by Black September there in the Olympics, where they used that to gain the eyes of the world on their concerns there for the PLO and for the Palestinian people. And that ended up getting the PLO to be designated having a observer status in the UN, despite the fact that it was Palestinians that killed the Israeli athletes. So, this will be interesting to see what kind of security posture is taken against possible attacks by Hamas.
We'll definitely be keeping a watchful eye on that. Thank you so much for sharing. Ken Gray, national security expert with the University of New Haven. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And then a quick reminder for you all, if you're just now tuning in, good morning to you. Right here on Live Now from Fox, you can watch Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu address Congress. Again, that time, 2 p.m. Eastern. Now it's 7:53 on the East Coast, going to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, taking a close look at former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris, what their campaign strategies look like. Also checking in with political strategist Dr. Patricia Krause with the University of New Haven. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. As you all know, the race to the White House is on this morning. The Trump campaign strategy against Vice President Harris is starting to emerge. We heard from the former president himself Tuesday on the matter of debating the likely Democratic nominee. Fox News correspondent Bill Malugin joining us now with the very latest from Cincinnati.
President Trump putting focus on the VP in a call with reporters this afternoon.
If Kamala Harris does end up being the Democrats' nominee, will you commit to debating her at least one time?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'd want to. I think it's important. I would be willing to do more than one debate, actually.
Trump also sounded off on Truth Social today, moments after Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned, posting, quote, "The Biden-Harris administration did not properly protect me, and I was forced to take a bullet for democracy. It was my great honor to do so." Trump's allies are also shifting their focus towards Vice President Harris.
I don't know how Kamala Harris can run away from the Biden policies. She's been part of the administration, and she's the border czar, which is one of the issues on top of mind for the American people.
She's vacuous, incredibly liberal, and unaccomplished. And so, yes, she doesn't have dementia, but I think she's a lousy candidate.
The Republican Senate campaign arm is already circulating a memo telling candidates to attack Harris on her liberal record. But Democrats say Harris is the change they were looking for.
I think she'll be a stronger candidate. She's consolidated the Democratic Party in a way that's just absolutely astounding.
And as for what's next, former President Trump is going to hold a campaign rally in Charlotte tomorrow. Then on Saturday, he and J.D. Vance will be holding a joint campaign together. That's going to be in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Reporting in Cincinnati, Ohio, Bill Malugin, Fox News.
Bill, thank you so much for joining us live this morning to further discuss this news alert. Political strategist with the University of New Haven, Dr. Patricia Krause. Good morning to you, Dr. Krause. Always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now.
Good morning.
So the race to the White House is on and things are definitely ramping up. VP Kamala Harris continues to get endorsements now seemingly on a daily basis. If you can catch us up, please, from the time that President Joe Biden says he will no longer continue in the presidential race to him endorsing VP Harris to where we are today, please.
Yeah, so I think as soon as Biden made the announcement to step down and probably previously to that announcement, they started probably reaching out to the delegates, probably finding out what kind of support she had, surveying them. Obviously you don't want to put forth someone who's not going to garner the support of the majority of Democrats. So I think that started the process. And then, reaching out probably to donors to see how they felt about putting Kamala Harris forward as the new nominee. So I think there was probably just a lot of a rallying cry, throughout the Democratic Party, checking the temperature to see how much support Kamala Harris had. And I think that's brought us to where we are now, where she seems to have the support she needs to move forward as the nominee.
It actually brings us to my next question for you, Dr. Krause. Is it seemingly possible, is that the direction we are headed to where VP Harris will actually be that Democratic nominee, as we know, a few weeks away from the DNC?
Yeah, I believe she will be the nominee. She has enough delegates to do so. There hasn't been anybody in the Democratic Party who's made any solid effort to step forward and say that they want to challenge her for the nomination. There's a brief moment with Manchin, but that kind of, ended very quickly. So I don't think there's any doubt that she is indeed going to be the nominee. And, it's just normal procedure that the nominee is announced at the convention. So I think Biden making this decision before the convention got here was a smart choice because, there's been a lot of talk about it's illegal, it's undemocratic, but really until the convention takes place and those delegates cast their votes, there really is no nominee for that particular party until that moment happens.
Well, as you know, Dr. Krause, there are those on the Democratic side who do not want VP Harris to be the Democratic nominee. The question is, though, if it's not her, then who?
I'm not sure who that would be. Most of the people that you would turn to, Gretchen Whitmer or Governor Newsom or, some of these other people that they've been talking about as now VP candidates have said up front that they don't want to be president. So I don't really think there's anybody in the Democratic Party right now who wants to take on that role. Even if they don't support Kamala Harris for president, I think that she has enough support of the Democratic Party to move forward with this. And I don't think there's anybody that I see that could present a real challenge to her.
If we look across the aisle, we know former President Donald Trump has already become the Republican nominee. Set it up for us. What does a Trump v. Harris race look like? Do you think she can really stand up to Trump? As you know, he does not mince his words. He says what he thinks, and he's been here before. He's been president before.
Yeah, and I believe she can. She hasn't had a lot of contact with Donald Trump, say, like Biden has in the debates or in the public eye. But that doesn't mean she can't do it. It's just she hasn't really had the opportunity to do it. And, if you watched her campaign stop well, I guess it's not really technically a campaign stop yet, but the speech that she gave yesterday, I believe in Milwaukee, she does have a strength behind her that I think she can challenge Donald Trump. And yes, he's been president, but she's been vice president. She's been in the White House for almost 4 years. I think she's perfectly capable of doing the job, but we're really not going to know until, she gets into a debate with Trump and see if she can hold her own against him in that kind of format.
It's like you're reading my mind this morning, Dr. Krause. I was going to ask you, what do you think the debate stage would look like if we look back to Trump and Biden? Very difficult to watch that debate night, but obviously it would be very different for Harris. We do know they did mute the mics, though, so it wouldn't really be a lot of cutting off of words for either side. But what would that look like, especially with her criminal justice background? A lot of people have been on her about the incarceration of Black Americans.
Yeah, and I think, all of those things are points that he's going to make in a debate. But I think, again, I think she can hold her own. She's held positions of power before. It's not like she hasn't been up against people who have argued against her. She was an attorney general. She's done this kind of thing in a courtroom setting. So I think that she's perfectly capable of going toe to toe with Donald Trump. I think you'll see a more aggressive Trump in the debate with her on the other side as opposed to with Biden. But I don't think that I don't think people will come away with the same feeling from the debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump as they did with the one with Biden.
We've heard it time and time again this election season, Dr. Krause, the Black vote, the Hispanic vote. How important are those votes in the race to the White House this election as it relates to Harris and also Trump?
Well, obviously, those votes are extremely important. Any demographic is important. If any one of these candidates loses a major demographic, the women's vote, the Black vote, the Hispanic vote, it's going to impact their ability to win the election. But people also have to remember that simply because you have a Black candidate, it doesn't mean that people are going to rally around Kamala Harris, simply because she's a Black candidate. People have to be, they have to earn these people's votes. And if Kamala Harris doesn't appeal to what Black voters want or what Hispanic voters want, they're not going to vote for her. So to me, it's more about the issues than when you talk about demographics.
Dr. Krause, always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now from Fox for these news alerts. Before I let you go, is there anything else you'd like to add on this topic?
Well, as I always say, usually at the end of our talks, just please keep paying attention. This election is now, in my opinion, more important than ever. And people need to focus on who the candidates are, and again, make an educated choice between these two candidates by paying attention to what they're saying.
Dr. Krause, thank you so much again for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thanks.
As we continue our discussions of all things politics this morning here on Live Now, again, the race to the White House is on, and VP Harris has secured several endorsements, including those of Hakeem Jeffries. I want you to take a listen to his brief statements.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Now, today is a great, great day for the Democratic Party and the country. Vice President Harris will soon be our nominee and will be elected president in November. We are brimming with excitement, enthusiasm, unity. On Sunday, President Biden showed the world what a great man he is. His true patriotism, his profound sense of decency came shining through. We all know it was not an easy decision for him. But just as he has done in his entire life, President Biden's selfless decision not to seek the nomination put our country, our party, and our future first. At his core, he's just an honorable man, a family man, a man of deep faith. We love him. We truly do. I'll have more to say on President Biden later this afternoon in my floor speech. But President Biden's selfless decision has given the Democratic Party the opportunity to unite behind a new nominee, and boy, oh boy, are we enthusiastic. Since President Biden's announcement, we've seen the Democratic Party swiftly coalesce behind Vice President Kamala Harris. When I spoke with her Sunday, she said she wanted the opportunity to win the nomination on her own, and to do so from the grassroots up, not top down. We deeply respected that, Hakeem and I did. She said she would work to earn the support of our party, and boy, has she done so in quick order. Vice President Harris has done a truly impressive job securing the majority of delegates needed to win the Democratic Party's nomination to be our next president of the United States. The vast majority of my senators quickly and enthusiastically endorsed her. So now that the process has played out, from the grassroots bottom up, we are here today to throw our support behind Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm clapping. You don't have to. It's a happy day. What can I say? Together, we will keep and hopefully grow the Senate majority. And under future Speaker Hakeem Jeffries, we will win back the House. Democrats are moving forward stronger and more united than ever before. In just the last 36 hours, I have seen a surge of enthusiasm from every corner of our party, uniting behind Vice President Harris. An enthusiasm felt in every corner of the country, and it's contagious among Democrats. The volunteers, the small contributions, they're just pouring in ways even beyond our expectations. Now, we all know that Vice President Harris has a tremendous record to run on. And now begins the next chapter in our quest to make sure Donald Trump does not become president. Today, with one voice, we speak about the dangers he presents to working families, to our country, and to our democracy. We see very clearly how nervous the Republicans are about our new nominee. Well, they ain't seen nothing yet. Last night, Vice President Harris secured a majority of delegates. Today, in Wisconsin and across America, we begin our next chapter, and it will be our best yet. Vice President Harris will beat Donald Trump and become the next president of the United States of America. Applause. Hakeem.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Joe Biden is a patriotic American. Joe Biden is a heroic American. Joe Biden is a great American. Joe Biden will go down in American history as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. President Joe Biden has made the selfless decision to pass the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to lead us into the future. Kamala Harris and her candidacy has excited and energized the House Democratic Caucus, the Democratic Party, and the nation. Vice President Harris has earned the nomination from the grassroots up and not the top down. She is ready, she is willing, she is able to energetically and emphatically lead America into the future. Kamala Harris is a common sense leader who knows how to deliver real results for hardworking American taxpayers. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader who has worked hard throughout her entire career to keep our communities safe. Kamala Harris is a compassionate leader who will build an affordable economy that makes life better for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris will fight for our freedom. Kamala Harris will fight for our families. Kamala Harris will fight for our future. I'm proud to strongly endorse Kamala Harris to be the 47th President of the United States of America. We're going to hold the Senate. We're going to win the House. We're going to elect Kamala Harris as our next president in November.
So Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, they're giving their support and endorsement to the Harris presidential race. On the right side of your screen, some boxes and events we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Looking ahead to 2 o'clock on the East Coast, where the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak with U.S. lawmakers. And then 8 o'clock tonight Eastern Time, President Joe Biden to give that Oval Office address. Both of those events you can get right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:12 here on the East Coast, let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Now at 8:15 here on the East Coast, we continue with your top stories and headlines of your Wednesday morning. We continue to look ahead as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in Washington today to speak with lawmakers and meet with President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. His visit is already, though, leading to protests over his handling of the war in Gaza. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor joining us this morning with the very latest from our nation's capital, where security measures are already ramping up.
More than 100 demonstrators taking over the rotunda of a Capitol building on Tuesday to protest the war in Gaza. Capitol Police quickly stepped in and made arrests. But larger demonstrations are expected Wednesday when Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaks to Congress, an address lawmakers have mixed reactions about.
I'm not going. I will never be supporting him.
I am not attending. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu has any interest in getting to peace in the Middle East.
I think anytime a leader of one of our allies is speaking to Congress, we should all be there. Israel is our closest ally. I'm looking forward to the Prime Minister's address.
In preparation for Netanyahu's visit, police have significantly boosted security around the Capitol building and recruited outside help.
You swear or affirm? You swear or affirm that I will support. That I will support. And defend the Constitution. And defend the Constitution.
More than 200 NYPD officers were sworn in as U.S. Capitol Police special officers on Tuesday.
Unfortunately, because of the environment that we're in, the additional security measures have had to be put in place.
Netanyahu plans to check all his boxes while in the U.S. After a speech to Congress, he'll meet with President Biden at the White House Thursday and have a separate meeting with Vice President Harris. Then Friday, he'll travel to Mar-a-Lago to sit down with former President Trump. Prime Minister Netanyahu met with the families of hostages on Monday and indicated their release and a ceasefire deal could happen soon. Talks are expected to resume later this week. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much. And a quick content reminder for the viewers just now tuning in. Don't forget, right here on Live Now from Fox, you can watch Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu address Congress. Again, that time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And as we further our coverage this morning, right now, let's check in with our content partners over at Fox 5 D.C. as they examine security measures in place for this historic event.
In the newsroom with the Fox 5 News Alert, President Biden is back at the White House and will address the nation tonight about his decision to end his re-election bid. Biden has made his first public appearance in a week yesterday, leaving Delaware after testing negative for COVID. President Biden's address is scheduled for 8 o'clock tonight. You can watch it right here on Fox 5. I'll send it back to you, Marissa.
Well, ahead of Biden's address, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be on Capitol Hill. Netanyahu is in town seeking support from Congress as Israel continues battling Hamas in Gaza.
His visit leading to heightened security all across the region, not just on Capitol Hill, but all down along the river, down toward Watergate. Mel's on the Hill this morning with more on the visit. Melanie?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, very quiet here this morning, but we are seeing a much bigger police presence. We're also seeing these bicycle racks surrounding the Capitol. You see here, police line, do not cross. They are being very serious about security here on Capitol Hill this morning. We've also seen a whole convoy of police trucks and support vehicles heading up Constitution Avenue toward Union Station. Road closures began around 5 a.m. And we do know that there's some backup coming as well. We just saw a big bus coming. NYPD sent about 200 officers here to D.C. to assist in these protest actions and enhanced security expected to last through much of the week. On the National Mall facing the U.S. Capitol, families of Israeli hostages being held by Hamas militants still wore T-shirts and held signs. They shared stories of their loved ones brutally kidnapped. And they want U.S. leaders to push Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu while he is here in the city to agree to a ceasefire deal.
My little brother had to watch the love of his life being brutally murdered in front of his eyes before he was abducted into Gaza, still covered with Einav's blood. 291 days ago, I promised my parents I would bring him back.
A deal is the difference between life and death. I'm here today to thank President Biden and the U.S. government for their support.
A small fortress now surrounds the Watergate Hotel complex, and there is heightened security around the city. Tuesday morning, demonstrators with Jewish Voices for Peace gathered in the Capitol Rotunda. They did enter legally, but more than 200 were arrested after Capitol Police said they ignored commands to disperse. And at the Israeli embassy in Northwest, about 24 pro-Palestinian protesters used orange paint to demand an end to the war. You are going to see road closures this morning around the Israeli embassy in Northwest as well. All tour buses have been diverted to Union Station, and we do know that the Answer Coalition currently has about 24 buses on their way here to D.C. right now, some of them coming from as far away as Georgia and Indiana and Michigan, all of them full of protesters who are planning to make their voices heard here in the Capitol today. We expect those crowds to swell to as many as 5,000.
Oh, we'll be covering it all. Thanks so much, Melanie. We are less than 1 month away from the Democratic National Convention, and presumptive presidential nominee Vice President Kamala Harris is hitting the ground running.
All right, Jacqueline has more on her first official campaign appearance.
Yeah, good morning, Stephen. Marissa, Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign hitting the ground running there. She spoke at a rally in Milwaukee yesterday after securing support from enough delegates to position herself as the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee. Harris laying out her plan for the weeks and months ahead leading up to November.
105 days, then we have work to do. We have doors to knock on. We have phone calls
Now, the Democratic National Convention will begin August 19th. Ahead of that, the party does plan to hold a virtual roll call to formally select its nominee. Marissa?
Jacqueline, the Biden administration is now looking for a new Secret Service director after Kimberly Cheadle resigned yesterday. She had faced bipartisan calls to step down from the role. Cheadle's decision comes more than a week after a gunman tried to assassinate former President Trump. For now, Deputy Director Ronald Rowe Jr. will serve as acting director of the agency.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox 5 DC for that extensive coverage. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, more analysis as we examine the United States Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigning following that Monday heated question and answer House hearing. More details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:25 on the East Coast, we continue with your Wednesday morning headlines. Segueing to another top story, as Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigned following Monday's brutal inquisition at the hands of both Republicans and Democrats in the House. Former President Donald Trump says Cheadle never gave him proper protection, turning down what he called were many requests for additional security. Fox News congressional correspondent Aishna Hasni joins us from Capitol Hill to explain what comes next.
Kim Cheadle is now the former Secret Service Director.
Members on both sides of the aisle called for her resignation, and I think that was the right decision.
And a bipartisan effort is underway on Capitol Hill to investigate the agency. As former President Trump, who met with Cheadle at the RNC last week, tells Fox Digital, she never gave me proper protection. Many requests were made by on-site Secret Service for more people, always with a turn down or no response.
There are others in the chain of command that need to be held accountable. We'll make sure that that happens.
Today, House Speaker Mike Johnson and Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries launched a bipartisan task force to figure out how the alleged shooter, Thomas Crooks, got such a clear shot at former President Trump.
This kid did some investigation. That position was probably the best position outside the perimeter.
The Homeland Security Committee grilling the Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner, who testified that to his best knowledge, 2 Butler Emergency Service Unit officers were stationed inside the AGR building with a direct line of sight to where Crooks would eventually climb up. But that sometime before the shooting, the officers were told to move to go search for him.
They had left that post to go look for him. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding is yes.
I think that's revelatory.
And was that relayed to the Secret Service, the team that surrounds the president himself?
I can't answer that.
Well, if it wasn't, that's another big mess up.
FBI Director Christopher Wray will be on the Hill on Wednesday. Lawmakers are hoping to get more answers from him. On Capitol Hill, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Aisha, thank you so much. And as we further analyze and examine this top story this morning, let's head out to New York and check in with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses for further analysis.
Well, let's talk some politics now. President Joe Biden is preparing to address the nation tonight. He's expected to explain his decision to end his re-election bid.
All right, this as Vice President Harris hits the campaign trail. Robert Moses has more details this morning. What's going on, Robert?
Rosanna and Dan, Kamala Harris actually leads Donald Trump by 2 percentage points, according to a new Reuters poll. Now, that is within the margin of error, which is to say this race is a statistical dead heat. Since receiving the president's endorsement over the weekend, the vice president has received a wave of money and enthusiasm.
We have earned the support of enough delegates to secure the Democratic nomination.
Vice President Kamala Harris appeared in Milwaukee for her first rally since President Joe Biden bowed out Sunday and endorsed her. The crowd turned a chant that Donald Trump's supporters made famous during the 2016 campaign on its head and yelled, "Lock him up." The vice president hearkened back to her days as a prosecutor and previewed a line of attack she no doubt will deploy frequently over the next 105 days.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. I will proudly put my record against his any day of the week.
After initially withholding their support, the two top Democrats in Congress, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, officially endorsed the vice president yesterday.
Now that the process is played out, from the grassroots bottom up, we are here today to throw our support behind Vice President Kamala Harris.
She is ready, she is willing, she is able to energetically and emphatically lead America into the future.
President Biden appeared in public for the first time since announcing that he will not seek re-election. The president's doctor says he has now fully recovered from COVID. He returned to the White House, where he will deliver a primetime address tonight from the Oval Office, explaining his decision and laying out plans for the last 6 months of his administration. The president's exit forced former President Trump to pivot to attacking a new opponent.
I would like to debate her. If she won, she'd go right back to open borders and destroy the rest of the country.
And former President Trump will hold an indoor rally in Charlotte tonight at 6. According to an NBC report, he plans to stop holding outdoor rallies for the time being in light of the attempted assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania earlier this month. Dan, Rosanna, back to you.
Okay, thanks so much, Robert. Meanwhile, the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, she's resigned from her position.
The calls for her resignation had grown louder and louder. It comes after a bipartisan group had called for her to step down following the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump earlier this month. She initially tried to stay on, telling the House Oversight Committee on Monday she was still the best person for the job. The agency says Deputy Director Ronald Rowe Jr. will take over as acting director, but a former Secret Service agent says the process of finding a permanent replacement must happen quickly.
Not quite sure who the agency is going to get turned over to, but it's got to happen really quickly. That cannot stay in the way of the protective responsibilities of the Secret Service.
And Ms. Cheadle had served as director of the Secret Service since 2022. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will address a joint session of Congress today.
But who's going to be there? He's in the nation's capital for a high-stakes meeting looking for American-led efforts to end the Israel-Gaza war. President Biden, who quit his White House run, has expressed hope that a ceasefire deal can be reached. Prime Minister Netanyahu is expected to meet with Mr. Biden and the VP Harris tomorrow, but they are expected to skip his meeting with Congress. On Friday, the Prime Minister will meet with former President Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. And a large protest is planned this morning ahead of Mr. Netanyahu's speech.
Yesterday, protesters against the war in Gaza briefly took over a congressional office building. The image is here. They held a sit-in inside the rotunda of the Cannon building, clapping and chanting for about 30 minutes. The demonstration was organized by the group Jewish Voice for Peace. Capitol Police arrested the protesters after they ignored several warnings to leave.
We appreciate our Fox 5 New York team for that detailed coverage. Transitioning to another top story as I give you a live look there at the White House, 8:32 here on the East Coast, as we are looking ahead, knowing that President Joe Biden will address the nation tonight from the Oval Office. Let's check in now with our content partners over at Fox 5 D.C. for further analysis.
He's going to be addressing the nation tonight about his historic decision to not seek re-election. But what will he say? For some perspective, let's bring in political professor Dr. Karen Holt, joining us from Virginia Tech University. You know, Dr. Holt, the president had said when people ask, what are you going to talk about? He said, let's wait and see. Listen, hear what I have to say. What do you think he's going to say?
A really tough job for the president. His second Oval Office address in about 10 days, which is kind of a record for his presidency. I expect him to both reassure the country that he continues as president. His focus is on finishing the last several months of his office. I also expect him to make a pivot from talking about his accomplishments so far in the Biden-Harris administration, and then make a quick pivot to the work that remains to be done in both domestic and especially national security policy, as well as give probably a full-throated degree of support for Vice President Harris.
You know, it's an interesting position for the president to be in right now, because obviously if he says and he's going to finish out his term, you know, some would look at it like this is a lame duck term, but he kind of has to be careful as to what he does that is maybe confused with what Kamala Harris does as a nominee, right? Because you don't want her to be, if she's the presumptive candidate here, to be knocked down or dinged for something that the president does, right? So how do you not blur those lines?
It's very difficult to do because on the one hand, he wants to set the stage for her to run on a very strong Biden-Harris record. And I would expect him to outline things like the continuing drop in crime, all the changes he's made on the federal courts, including the first female African-American U.S. Supreme Court justice, as well as a variety of other things that his administration has accomplished. He also needs to avoid that lame duck label that's, of course, already on him because he's moving forward as well in continuing to negotiate a possible ceasefire in Gaza. At the same time, he needs to not only cement what he has done and they have done as a team, but also pledge to a commitment to continuity and to build on the strengths that they've undertaken in the last several years. Meanwhile, he's going to focus on the work that remains to be done, and I'm sure there's been a lot of consultation with what she hopes he emphasizes and what she'd like him to play down a bit.
You know, it's interesting, too, and not just for the speech tonight, but when you look at, you know, President Biden, as far as Democrats, has been a little bit more of a centrist as opposed to Kamala Harris, who has been pushed a little bit perhaps more to the left. So now, you know, if President Biden goes full endorsement on her, which we expect that he will, does that push him more to the left? You know, can they keep that separated as far as their positions, or are they seen as one, at least through the next couple of months?
Well, I think through the next couple of months, for many people, they're going to be seen as one team, and that, of course, is already being outlined by the Trump-Vance ticket. At the same time, but Vice President Harris also has an opportunity to carve out her own distinctive efforts. And what President Biden can do to help with that is to underscore all of the international and foreign travel that she's been involved in. That's an easy contrast, arguably, to the Republican ticket. So he'll have some opportunities, as well as you outlined, a great many challenges.
All right, so just to break down what we can expect to see tonight, then, based on everything that you've already explained, what do you think as far as how much maybe he touts his accomplishments and what he expects to get done in the next 6 months versus the endorsement of the heir apparent in Kamala Harris?
Again, an amazing challenge. I expect what he will do is try to weave those together into a story of continuity, but also movement forward and into the future. He may even revisit that unfortunate comment about a bridge to the next generation and the next presidency. He certainly is well positioned to do that right now, perhaps underscoring the commitment to reproductive rights, perhaps underscoring the need to pay more attention to the gun violence that has been weaving throughout the country, as well as a variety of national security concerns that the Biden-Harris administration have addressed and that she will continue to focus on in the years ahead.
Well, as the president himself said, we will wait and see what happens tonight at 8 o'clock. Dr. Karen Hull, thank you so much for joining us.
And we appreciate our content partners there at Fox 5 DC as we are looking ahead here on Live Now from Fox. A quick content reminder for you, President Joe Biden to give that Oval Office address tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern time. You can get that address right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:37 here on the East Coast, let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, though, heading out to Tel Aviv, Israel for the daily Israeli government briefing. As you know, they are addressing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the U.S. today. As you know, he is speaking to Congress at 2 o'clock here Eastern time. Of course, we will have that right here as well on Live Now from Fox. But after this brief 2-minute commercial break, heading out to Tel Aviv, Israel for their remarks. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:40 here on the East Coast, giving you a live look at a cloudy and overcast U.S. Capitol there in Washington, D.C. as we look ahead to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to speak to Congress today at 2 o'clock Eastern time. As we look ahead, though, right now, I want to take you all out to Tel Aviv, Israel, where the daily Israeli government briefing is underway. They also have some updates related to Netanyahu's trip and his remarks he will make. Let's listen in now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. A quick update from me and then over to your questions this Wednesday, 24th of July, day 292 of the October 7th war. The Prime Minister will address Congress in Washington, D.C. this evening for the record fourth time more than any other international leader. At around 9 p.m. Jerusalem time, which is around 2 p.m. Washington, D.C. As for the speech, the Prime Minister will emphasize the strong bond between the United States and Israel, Israel's position in its war against Hamas, the dangers of Iran and its axis of terror proxies posed to the Middle East, and the struggle to bring about the release of all of our hostages. To update you further on other meetings, I can confirm that the Prime Minister will meet President Biden and the two leading candidates for the US presidency on Thursday. The White House scheduled a meeting between the President and the Prime Minister at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. The meeting with Vice President Kamala Harris is also scheduled for Thursday afternoon. On Friday, the Prime Minister is scheduled to meet with President Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. The Prime Minister will not fly on Shabbat, so the delegation will return immediately after Shabbat. Top of the agenda for all of these meetings, including the meetings he's already had with other political friends and allies, as well as evangelical leaders and other members of the Jewish community and other supporters of Israel in the US. The top of the agenda is, of course, to return all of our 120 hostages, among them women, children, and, of course, the elderly, who are still cruelly being held in Hamas captivity for 9 months now. On COGAT and their work coordinating aid into Gaza, yesterday 207 humanitarian aid trucks went into Gaza from Israel and the port of Ashdod, together with Egypt and Jordan. They went in via Kerem Shalom, 156 of them, and the Erez crossing, 51 of them. 10 tankers of fuel and 6 tankers of cooking gas went in for essential infrastructure, which makes a total of 832,000 tons of aid which have gone in, more than enough food for everyone in Gaza. 80% more than before the war. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now happily take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. I've got a first question here from Jason Perry at NTD News. Does Israel expect any resistance fighters to continue fighting Israel after the war is over and Hamas and Islamic Jihad are defeated? If so, what steps is Israel taking to prevent this resistance from emerging? Thank you very much for that question, Jason. Let me just read it again to make sure I understand it. Does Israel expect any resistance fighters to continue fighting Israel after the war is over and Hamas and Islamic Jihad are defeated? If so, what steps is Israel taking to prevent this resistance from emerging? Okay, thank you very much for that question, Jason. We've made clear what our war aims are. They are the destruction of Hamas militarily and its governing capabilities, the return of our hostages, and of course, to ensure that Gaza never becomes a threat to us again. So within that third aspect of our war aims is ensuring that Gaza doesn't become a threat to us again. The Israeli Prime Minister has spoken about the necessity, not the will, but the necessity to occasionally go in as security needs dictate to take care of terror threats against Israel in response to attacks, whether they're planned or whether they have taken place. That's a proviso which the Israeli Prime Minister has spoken about. It is certainly not our wish to do that. We would prefer not to do that, but that's the reality of the situation. We are destroying the terrorist network, but the other jihadis which are in Gaza, which seek to threaten us, as they do in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, and in other areas as well, our security forces, as is the duty of the government of this country to protect its citizens, all of us here in Israel, it is the duty to protect its citizens against these threats. And by necessity, we will be forced to occasionally, we wish it wasn't the case, but we will be forced to occasionally go into Gaza and take care of these security threats. Next question from Celia Vasdal from TV2 Norway. How does Israel respond to the many threats towards Israelis participating in the Olympics, and in particular to the latest video circulating of a masked person with a Palestinian flag on their chest calling for rivers of blood in Paris? Thank you very much for that question, Celia. The government has put out a fairly comprehensive response plan towards the situation at the Olympics. We, of course, at the Olympics have Israel's team has faced threats in the past. There have been more recent threats as well, which that briefing does make clear. So the security of our athletes, as well as the safety of other visitors to the Olympics, it is, of course, high in our mind, and of course our duty to protect our athletes together with the Israeli Olympic team in cooperation with the French authorities is, of course, very important. We do not take this lightly. That is why we are on extremely high alert, and all the athletes have been made clear of this situation. But I will send you, Celia, if I may, the latest briefing we have on the Olympics to give you more details on that. Question from Fred Ager. Release hostage Aviva Siegel, the wife of Keith Siegel, who is still in Hamas captivity, has called for a hostage deal today at a demonstration in D.C. and has asked Bibi to take the deal before it's too late, as she knows that Hamas captors torture everyone all the time, that the hostages are going through hell and they need to come home alive, now dead and not in a box. What are the main points of disagreement at the moment? And what is currently blocking? So thank you for that question, Fred. It seems a ridiculous point to make, but can I just, at the outset of this idea, just make clear that, of course, this is an extremely emotional subject, and no one can put themselves, God forbid, into the situation of the families of our dear hostages. They're going through hell for more than 290 days now, but it is Hamas which is holding them. And I can assure everyone here, as the Prime Minister has made clear from day one, getting our people back is the most important priority for Israel. It's the reason why the Prime Minister has taken with him on this delegation to the US released hostages, but also the family of other hostages. It is Hamas that has again and again walked away from a deal. Let's none of us be have any other illusion. Hamas has walked away again and again. The US have made that clear. Qatar has made that clear. The Egyptians have made that clear, and that is just a fact. Now, on the details of this deal, the Prime Minister has said that we of course want to get all of our people home. The Prime Minister said he's not prepared in any way to give victory, to give into victory to Hamas. If we give up on this, we will be in danger in the face of Iran's entire axis of evil. But be in no doubt that these are fateful decisions for not only the hostages and their families, but also for the future of the State of Israel and for the entire Zionist enterprise. Let me explain this. Yes, the conditions are becoming ripe, without doubt, and the Prime Minister has made that clear, and that's certainly a very, very good sign. Also, we see that the enemy spirit, Hamas's spirit, is starting to break. We believe that if we are steadfast in our battle against these Iranian-backed jihadis, we can achieve a deal. As the Prime Minister has said, this is a process. Unfortunately, it will not take place all at once. We wish that it would. Again, we make clear that this war could be over right now, by this afternoon, by the time we put our children in bed. If Hamas lay down their arms and give back our hostages, it would be over instantly. But even in this deal, there will be stages. However, we believe that we can advance the deal and leave us in possession of the leverage to bring about the release of all of the hostages. This is the direction in which we are heading. As the Prime Minister has said, things are developing and giving us hope. This hope has been with us right from the beginning, together with upholding our mission in this war. And the Prime Minister has also said that this has been a terrible hardship for the entire people of Israel, a nightmare for the families and friends, a nightmare, a living hell, which they are experiencing, and we're all experiencing together at obviously a lesser degree. But we're asking Israelis not to lose hope, and all the other hostages as well. There are hostages from other nationalities as well, not Israelis. We're asking them not to lose hope. Together, we will get there. Now, just to speak a little bit more about the hostage negotiations, before setting off for the US, the Prime Minister held in-depth discussions regarding the hostages together with the hostage negotiation team and other senior security officials. And I can confirm that the Prime Minister directed that the negotiation team be sent for discussions on Thursday. Now, you've heard me state our position on the hostage deal, on a hostage release deal, and I'll say them again just so it's clear. The framework which Israel has agreed to, which has been supported by President Biden, will enable the return of hostages without obstructing the other goals of the war. In the negotiations, Israel insists upon several basic demands. The option to return to fighting until all the goals of the war are met. Preventing the smuggling of ammunition from Egypt into Gaza. We're cutting off that vital lifeline from Egypt to give their deadly, to prevent any deadly smuggling of weapons into the arms of Hamas and Islamic Jihad and other terrorist organizations, and of course preventing the return of thousands of armed terrorists to the north of the Gaza Strip, and maximizing the number of living hostages that return from Hamas captivity. Look, Israel, we're insisting that the war will not end until all of our goals are met: the return of all our hostages, dismantling of Hamas's governmental and military capabilities, and removing the terrorist threat to Israel. So, Fred, that's a longer answer than you were probably expecting, but I just wanted to lay out the case as clearly as we possibly can. All of us want them to be home as soon as possible, and we're doing everything in our power to get them home. But it is ultimately, they are in Hamas's hands. It's this genocidal, murderous organization which is holding them, and they need to let them go right now without conditions. Next question from...
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we're live in Tel Aviv, Israel. The Israeli government update wrapping up on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the U.S. And as we look ahead on the right side of your screen, we are planning right here on Live Now from Fox to share that address with you, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Israeli Prime Minister to speak with U.S. lawmakers. And then we're looking ahead several hours later, 8 o'clock tonight Eastern Time, where President Joe Biden will give an address from the Oval Office. Now, 8:54 here on the East Coast. Let's take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Wednesday morning top stories and headlines, we now transition, giving you a live look there at a very cloudy and overcast U.S. Capitol, transitioning to another top story this morning as it relates to the Secret Service Director, Kimberly Cheatle, resigning following that heavy question and answer briefing at that House Oversight Committee hearing on Monday. Right now, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 35 Orlando as they just wrapped up an interview with U.S. Representative Mike Waltz.
Kimberly Cheatle finally caving to the pressure. She did resign. She was facing pressure to step down after the assassination attempt on former President Trump. She was grilled on Capitol Hill for hours on Monday, where she called the shooting the Secret Service's most significant operational failure in decades. Let's bring in U.S. Congressman, Florida Republican Michael Waltz to talk more about that this morning. Good to see you, Congressman Waltz. How are you?
Good, good. It's never a dull moment in Washington, D.C. these days, that's for sure.
Wow, no kidding. It was hard to watch some of that testimony on Monday and the very few answers that you guys received. Tell me a little bit about what that was like to be in the room.
Well, it was enormously frustrating. We had heard nothing, as I pointed out, from either the Secret Service Director, the FBI Director, or Secretary Mayorkas, the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Not a single press conference from any of them. We discovered during the course of the hearing, she still, at the point of the hearing, had not even been to Butler, Pennsylvania. She hadn't walked the ground. You know, as a leader, as a military leader, you look your troops in the eyes, you walk the ground, you talk to local law enforcement. She hadn't done any of those things, did not come prepared to answer even the most basic questions the American people are asking of how did you have such a tall building so close to the stage? How did a 20-year-old kid evade Secret Service and local law enforcement detection and kill someone, wound others, and almost literally blow the head off of the president, former president of the United States on national television. And only by the grace of God did he turn his head. So she had to go. And I'm glad she finally, for the sake of her agency and keeping not only the president, but all of their other protectees safe, has resigned. We needed new leadership.
You have another important hearing today. FBI Director Christopher Wray will face lawmakers today. Will you be there? Do you plan to ask questions? What do you want to know from him?
So the Secret Service has a lot of questions to answer in terms of what failed in the lead up to the shooting. And then the FBI has the subsequent investigation into the shooter himself, Crook. I want to know who helped him, if anyone, build the sophisticated IEDs that were in his car. He had a detonator on his person, so he was prepared to do a lot more damage. Why did he have multiple overseas encrypted, they've been described to the FBI, to us, as platforms? What does that mean, and what was he doing with them? We also know that the Iranians have active plots to not only kill President Trump, but several of his cabinet officers that were involved in taking out the Iranian General Soleimani. With a wide open border, we know they've smuggled operatives into this country to recruit assassins. So, I mean, I could spend the rest of the hour with you talking about everything we don't know about this shooting, and that FBI Director Wray needs to come, be prepared to answer questions for the sake of transparency. And as I told Director Cheatle, this is how conspiracy theories develop. This is how, in this absence of information is how misinformation thrives. They have got to level with the American people.
Representative Waltz, the Secret Service used to be a revered agency. Everybody wanted to work for the Secret Service. Has the tarnish rubbed off, and how do you go about restoring faith in this entity again?
Well, look, I think the agents are absolutely fantastic, and clearly, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, literally prepared to put themselves between their protectee, between President Trump and a bullet. But there is a resources problem, and there is a decision-making problem in the Secret Service leadership. So we're going to have the acting director, newly appointed, back to the committee to share with us not only the findings of what went wrong, but what they're going to improve going forward. For example, 12 agents were sent to Dr. Jill Biden's indoor event that same day, when only 3 were sent to President Trump's outdoor rally despite the heightened threat profile. How are those decisions made, and how are they going to change their processes? And if you need more resources, then you need to come to Congress and have that conversation.
Well, we are looking forward to today's hearing. Again, Christopher Wray will be going before lawmakers, and we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us before that happens. U.S. Congressman. Republican Michael Waltz, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Take care.
And we do thank our Fox 35 team for that coverage as they were speaking with Representative Mike Waltz. He questioned now former Secret Service Director Cheadle during that hearing on Monday. And we do want to let you know, we have several programming notes to let you know about. The first is President Biden is going to be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Live Now from Fox will be airing that in its entirety. And we have another programming note to let you know about is Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu set to address Congress at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Meantime, we do continue our coverage with our Fox 5 D.C. team as they were speaking with a security expert on Netanyahu's arrival in Washington, D.C. as security has now ramped up. We're going to play that interview for you right now.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in D.C. set to address Congress in a speech today. Political journalist Morgan Vina joins us now. Morgan, thank you so much for joining us this morning here on Fox 5. This visit coming amid the ongoing 9-month war, of course, and great divide over it. What can we expect to hear from him tonight?
So Prime Minister Netanyahu is really going to focus his speech on unity between the United States and Israel. This is something that I think the United States has a lot of shared common values and interests. And so he's really going to focus on those values that are incredibly important to both countries, including, democracy and sovereignty and the desire by both the American people and the Israelis to live in a free and just society. Much of the speech is going to focus on the terrorist attacks that took place on October 7th of last year. He's going to focus a lot on the hostages that are still being held and the operations that Israelis are taking to free them. Also, I think it's important to mention that there are currently 8 Americans still being held hostage in Gaza by Hamas. And so he will likely discuss that. He's going to meet with a lot of the hostage families while he's here in the United States.
We know that dozens of Democrat lawmakers are expected to boycott the speech. We've already seen protests. Can you elaborate on that dynamic and how it can further maybe complicate his visit?
Absolutely. So I think we're likely to see a lot of the usual suspects boycott this speech, including those from the squad like Ilhan Omar. But I think you're also going to see a lot of senators too. Elizabeth Warren has said that she won't attend. She's, of course, a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. You've seen Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland also say he's going to boycott. Senator Schatz, who is also, a member of the Jewish faith, has said he won't attend either. And so I think that this is pretty telling. What I wonder is whether we will see as many members boycott the speech as we saw in 2015. I think notably, Vice President Harris will not be in attendance. She has chosen to prioritize a speech at a sorority in Indiana instead. Normally, she would preside over this joint session in her role as President pro tempore.
It's interesting that you mentioned VP Harris, because I was just about to ask how the political shakeup with Biden announcing he's not running for re-election, how that may even impact Netanyahu's visit and speech, for that matter.
Yeah. So, President Biden is essentially a lame duck president right now. Nevertheless, there are a number of items that he will want to establish for his legacy moving forward. And I think meeting with Netanyahu tomorrow is going to be pretty critical in terms of his foreign policy agenda. With that said, though, Vice President Harris will also meet with Netanyahu, and she has taken a much different tone with respect to Israel. She's been highly critical of what she perceives as Israel's heavy-handedness in Gaza and the plight of civilians there. You'll also note that she got out in front of her skis earlier this year when she called for a ceasefire ahead of President Biden. So I think she's much more forward-leaning on her tough stance with Netanyahu. With that said, though, I do think it's notable that she will not be there at the speech today. But I think it's also interesting that back in 2015, Vice President Biden was also not at the speech. When Netanyahu came to speak the last time. That, of course, was amid President Obama's negotiations with Iran regarding the JCPOA. And Netanyahu's speech was actually seen as an attempt to undermine those negotiations. So I think you're seeing protests once again by this administration.
All right, Morgan, thanks so much for the look back and the look ahead, because we'll all be watching tonight. We appreciate your time. Steve.
Thanks for having me.
And we were just listening to our Fox 5 D.C. coverage. It's also to note that Israeli Prime Minister will be meeting with former President Trump on Friday at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. Netanyahu requesting that meeting. Meantime, you are taking a live look at Charlotte, North Carolina. That is where former President Trump will hold a rally later today, speaking at around 6 p.m. Eastern time at Bojangles Coliseum in Charlotte, North Carolina. Speaking more on former President Trump, I do want to bring in Caroline Sunshine, who is the Deputy Director of Communications for the Trump campaign. Caroline, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today.
Great to see you.
I do want to start with this. How is former President Trump doing? Today marks 11 days since his attempted assassination.
President Trump is in high spirits. He just came off of a phenomenal week in Milwaukee, where you saw a Republican Party completely unified behind President Trump. And that's a credit to President Trump's strength, to his ideas, to his leadership skills. Couldn't be a further contrast from what we're seeing coming out of the Democrat Party right now, with disarray and disorganization and some undemocratic procedures going on as they select or attempt to select the nominee who's going to be at the top of their ticket. But President Trump is in high spirits. You saw after, in the moments following his assassination attempt, he leapt to his feet and said, "Fight, fight, fight." That's exactly what he's continued to do. He thinks it's time to get back to work. He was in Grand Rapids, Michigan, just after his time in Milwaukee, now headed to Charlotte, North Carolina, and he's ready to keep getting back to work on behalf of the American people.
And former President Trump will be holding that rally inside Bojangles Coliseum. The Secret Service has asked former President Trump not to hold any more outdoor rallies. Is that something that he plans to adhere to?
Well, I won't comment on anything related to President Trump's security detail, and I won't get ahead of the Secret Service, and we'll let them certainly speak for themselves. But I will say we're extremely grateful for the men and women of the Secret Service who work hard to keep President Trump safe, and President Trump plans to keep bringing his winning message to every corner of this country. We are Trump tough, and the Trump train is showing no signs of stopping.
Will there be any impact in regards to how he holds these rallies in light of what happened on July 13th? Does he plan on changing those strategies in order to reach his supporters?
Well, he plans on continuing to just fight harder than ever. You saw President Trump on stage in Grand Rapids, Michigan with J.D. Vance. This is a remarkable man. As he said, he took a bullet for democracy. And so President Trump really understands how high the stakes are for this country. He understands the problems of the American people, right? Look at our economy. Look at what's happening with inflation. Look at what's happening at our border. A lot has changed in the last 3 weeks in American politics, but those problems haven't. In fact, they haven't gotten better. So he's going to continue to put the American people first. He is going to continue to be out there with the American people. As I said, this is a man who took a bullet for democracy. He is fearless, and his courage, as we're seeing, is contagious.
Today marks the third day of hearings on Capitol Hill as it relates to former President Trump's assassination attempt. We are expecting to hear from the FBI Director Christopher Wray as well as Attorney General Merrick Garland. Yesterday, of course, came the news that the Director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, resigned. What does former President Trump make of the past 2 days of hearings, and what does he hope to hear today?
Well, I won't get ahead of President Trump. He speaks best for himself, as he often does. But I will say that we are very grateful, as I said, to the men and women of the Secret Service. We continue to be grateful for their protection and for their efforts. We want to see this investigation play out. As you saw in the words of Director Cheadle, she said this was preventable. And so the American people deserve answers. President Trump deserves answers. And we look forward to seeing that investigation continue and hopefully get to the bottom and get some answers for the American people in light of an assassination attempt on a former U.S. president. Very serious, and we expect the truth and nothing less.
The Director of the Secret Service is an appointed position. Does former President Trump hope that that appointee waits until the presidential elections are over with? Would he rather be the one to select that person if he does win in November?
Well, again, I won't get ahead of President Trump, but I will say President Trump is focused on winning this November. And as we're seeing in every poll that is out, if it is likely to be Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, we're seeing President Trump actually beats her by a larger margin than Joe Biden. In every poll we've seen in every battleground state, President Trump has a winning message. He's on the right side of the issues most important to the American people: the economy, inflation, immigration. And in light of the assassination attempt on his life, he has continued to put the American people first. And he is so focused on bringing that winning message to them. And he is focused on winning in November and being the one behind the Oval Office desk making those decisions.
And speaking of Vice President Kamala Harris, prior to President Biden announcing that he was exiting the presidential race, he was set to debate in September. Does former President Trump plan to debate Vice President Harris on that day, or does he plan to debate her possibly on a different date?
Well, we're speaking as if she's the presumptive nominee, but as of today, the Democrat Party still has not selected who the nominee will be for their party, a historic moment in American politics. Of course, it's actually President Trump that deserves the credit for the current moment that we're in, because just 3 weeks ago on that debate stage, if it wasn't for President Trump's performance, I don't think you would have seen Joe Biden having to step down as the nominee of his party. Of course, the question Kamala Harris has to answer, if she is to be the likely nominee of the party, is if she doesn't think Joe Biden is fit to be the nominee of the party, does she think he's still fit to be president of the United States? Because if you're not fit to run, you're not fit to serve. But President Trump is happy to debate anytime, any place, anywhere. We look forward to debating whoever the Democrat nominee may be. Again, that is still not decided as of today. And I would just leave it at that. The last time President Trump was on a debate stage with the Democrat nominee, they ultimately had to step down. So President Trump looks forward to having the pleasure of perhaps maybe not just defeating one Democrat nominee, but maybe 2 Democrat nominees in the same year.
And Caroline, I do want to ask you this. Former President Trump is set to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Friday at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Netanyahu actually requesting that meeting. And I'm interested to note, because Netanyahu is going to be speaking with President Biden on Thursday. How do those 2 meetings differ? What is going to be discussed? What is the hopeful outcome of that meeting on Friday? What can you tell us?
Well, much like everything we've experienced in the last 3 weeks of American politics, couldn't be a starker contrast between the Biden-Harris administration and President Trump. Americans are remembering not only the Trump economy, but they're remembering President Trump's foreign policy. And of course, under President Trump's foreign policy, we didn't see war in the Middle East and in Europe with no end in sight. We saw a strong America that was respected on the world stage, peace through strength. We know when America is strong, it invites peace throughout the world. When America is weak, it invites chaos in the world. We've seen such a clear contrast with that under the Biden-Harris administration. Under President Trump, you saw peace deals being signed in the Middle East, the historic Abraham Accords. So I expect President Trump to continue to speak with Prime Minister Netanyahu about how to restore peace in the Middle East, how to stand up for our allies like Israel, and how to bring back that foreign policy of peace through strength that we saw under President Trump and that is so very lacking under the Biden-Harris administration.
Certainly a busy week for former President Trump. Anything else that you would like us to know, Caroline?
Well, like I said, we are Trump tough. President Trump is leading a remarkable unified movement to make this country great again. I would say to the American people, hang on. It's been a wild, last 3 weeks. The problems of the American people are very, very real. I got a text message from a young mother the other day who said that 2 years ago when her baby was born, baby formula was $22 a package. She was at Costco that day and it was $45 a package. So the American people are suffering. They want an economy that works for them. They want peace in the world. They want to feel safe in their country, and hold on, because the Trump train is headed your way on November 5th.
All right, Caroline, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And once again, we do have a programming note to let you know about Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu set to address Congress today at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And you can count on Live Now from Fox for carrying that address right there to Congress. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And we do want to let you know here on Live Now from Fox, we will be carrying President Biden's Oval Office address beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern time. This is going to be the very first time that President Biden has spoken and addressed the nation since announcing that he was exiting the presidential race last Sunday via a letter. And so we will be carrying that live. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, we are going to be speaking with a political analyst on what to expect as President Biden will address the nation tonight, and also with Vice President Kamala Harris, now the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee. That conversation coming up in 10 minutes. Meantime, we do want to get to some other major headlines of the day. We do understand the Department of Transportation has launched an investigation into Delta amid ongoing flight disruptions. A lot of people having their flights canceled or delays for days now. The issues with technology still impacting many people. Thousands of bags still unclaimed at some of these major airports across the United States. So that investigation now launched into Delta amid those ongoing flight disruptions. We were hearing from Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg, who was discussing that investigation. And I do want to play you his remarks right now.
Great. Hello, everybody. Everyone set on audio, good to go? Okay, great. Thanks for dropping by. Wanted to take a moment just to express our concern about what is going on with Delta passengers and to make clear what we're doing about it. We informed Delta today that DOT is launching an investigation into the breakdown of operations and into the customer service situation. I'm hearing a lot of things I'm very concerned about, including people being on hold for hours and hours trying to get a new flight, people having to sleep on airport floors, even accounts of unaccompanied minors being stranded in airports, unable to get on a flight, and have taken several steps to remind Delta of their responsibilities here. I directly communicated to Delta's CEO our expectation that Delta will live up to their passenger service commitments, including specific commitments that we secured from Delta in 2022 and are prepared to enforce. That's things like rebooking passengers at no additional cost on Delta or on other airlines in order to get them to where they're going. And when there is a lengthy delay, to come through and provide hotels, accommodations, meals, ground transportation, and similar costs. Part of why we are opening this investigation is the scale of the problem. Over 6,000 flights have been canceled since Friday. Hundreds of flights have been canceled today, and we estimate that more than 500,000 passengers have been impacted by this. So we're not taking this step lightly, but clearly there is something unique to Delta that requires specific attention. Our immediate focus, again, is to make sure that they take care of their passengers. But also we want to understand how this could have happened and what will be done to make sure that it can't happen again. So having laid that out briefly, happy to take questions, and we'll look to AC to quarterback the Q&A. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks, Andrew. We'll start over here with Lori. This feels an awful lot like Southwest, and so why haven't we learned? Why is this happening again?
Yeah, part of what reminds me of the Southwest scenario here is that you had an issue that affected everybody. For Southwest, it was a winter storm. Here it was the CrowdStrike outage. But then one airline in particular seems to be having a different outcome than all of the others. In the case of Southwest, we responded to that with a record enforcement action, a $140 million penalty, including a $35 million cash fine. That was about 30 times any previous penalty. The idea was to raise the bar and send a message to industry that they need to be working and meeting customers' needs at a higher level. And that higher bar is the one that we're going to follow as our North Star in this investigation, too.
We'll go online. Politico. Senator Campbell sent a letter this morning to CEO Ed Bastian saying that the airline might not be following the FAA law when it comes to refunds. Are you seeing any instances of which Delta is already breaking the law in terms of the FAA bill, and how will that factor into your review?
That'll be part of the scope of our investigation. One thing I directly reminded the CEO of is that they do have that responsibility to provide cash refunds. If a passenger proactively indicates that they'd prefer a credit or a voucher, fine. But you are entitled to cash if your flight is canceled and you don't take a rebooking.
Thanks. Joey Erlett with Reuters. Can you give a little specifics on what exactly the department is investigating? And since there's so many cancellations with Delta relative to its other competitors, might there be something else that's amiss other than the CrowdStrike situation?
So this is day one of the investigation, so the scope might evolve. But right now, the focus of the investigation really has two main areas. One, how this breakdown could have happened, how it could be that days after the other airlines are back to normal, Delta is still canceling hundreds of flights and some of their passengers seem still to be stranded. The second question is around customer service resources. So when you do have a problem, whether it's a technical glitch, a major storm, or something else, it's important to be able to get a hold of somebody to solve your problem. When we hear about hour after hour on hold, even if you're using that chat function, it's taking hours to get a response. And also really unacceptable accounts of a line with 100 passengers waiting to talk to one customer service agent who's there to handle their vouchers and refunds. That's something that's also in scope because we require a basic level of customer service. Part of the enforcement action against Southwest related to their inability to respond to customer concerns. So that's definitely going to be part of the investigation.
Great. We'll jump to Brendan right here.
Secretary Brendan Cullerton with Gray Television. How many complaints has the DOT fielded
directly from Delta since Friday? And then what's your message to those who have filed those complaints?
We have received over 3,000 complaints specific to this situation and Delta. And the message is we are going to follow up. It can take us a little while to process when that many complaints come in. But the focus when we get those complaints is, did the airline comply with the law? We always, and with our rules, we always encourage passengers to start by working with the airline, but if the airline isn't doing what they're required to do per our regulations and per their customer service plan, which is the promises they made to us that we go back and enforce, we want to know about it. So flightrights.gov contains information not just about what those customer service standards are, but also how to file a complaint with us if the airline's not taking care of you.
Great. Right here. Aisha with ABC. What are you doing in terms of along with the passenger for the crew side? Because there have been reports of violations that they've been overworked, the fatigue reports, contractual violation. Is the DOT looking into that for Delta too?
That'll be for FAA to look at anytime there's anything that could bear on flight standards, fatigue, safety, anything like that, the FAA will look at. That'll be separate from the consumer protection side of the house, but certainly a concern.
Right here.
We're talking about the law that you're saying is in effect today, but technically these rules don't go into effect until October 28th. So a lot of airlines are kind of hiding behind that, saying we're not obligated to follow those quite yet. What do you say to that?
We have used some enforcement discretion to allow the airlines to prepare their systems, but just to be clear, this is now the law of the land, and they need to be providing these refunds. Especially, customers shouldn't have to ask, but if a customer does ask, then there should be zero friction in getting their money back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. To my memory, this is the second technological outage in the past few years that has caused these massive problems. More broadly speaking, are you concerned about sort of an over-reliance on technology so that when one piece of technology goes out, all of the airlines are grounded? And what can you do about that?
Well, in a way, aviation is technology. The technologies have evolved and software is playing more of a role. We're not going to go in and dictate the business plans of individual airlines, but we are going to set a standard. In other words, what we're saying is we don't care exactly how you do it as long as you deliver safe service and meet this passenger protection standard. I do think a lot of conversations are opening up now about how to make sure systems are more resilient, and it's really the resiliency that's our concern. Again, any given day there could be a major weather event or some event like what happened on Friday with CrowdStrike. The question is your airline prepared to absorb something like that, get back on its feet, and take care of customers in the meantime? And that's where we're seeing a breakdown at Delta that is just different from how all of the other airlines responded.
And I know you're limited in what you can say, but I think everybody would be wanting to know this. Are you being vetted for VP?
Yeah, I just can't talk about campaigns and elections while I'm standing in front of this building in this capacity, but I understand.
Right.
And that's all the time we have for questions. Thanks,
all right.
everyone.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
And that was Secretary of Transportation Preet Buttigieg talking about the ongoing problems with Delta, where there was an IT issue causing massive disruptions of flights across the world and right here at home. In fact, many flights still delayed or canceled. Many folks haven't been able to find their luggage after days. And so we've learned that the Department of Transportation has now launched an investigation into Delta. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 9:29 Eastern, 6:29 Pacific. And also a programming note, we are just about 30 minutes away for a third day of hearings into former President Trump's assassination attempt. Today, we are expecting to hear from the FBI Director Christopher Wray, as well as the Attorney General Merrick Garland, as they go before the House Judiciary Committee. We're also expecting President Biden to speak to the nation following his exit of the presidential race. That is set to start at 8 p.m. Eastern time. After the break, we're going to bring in David Washington, the CEO of J. Washington political firm, to talk more about all of this. That conversation coming up after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And you are taking a live look at the White House as President Biden has returned after he was cleared following contracting COVID-19. He's at the White House, and he will be addressing the nation at 8 p.m. Eastern time tonight from the Oval Office, the very first time that we'll be hearing from him after he announced that he was dropping out of the presidential race. That news coming last Sunday at around 2 p.m. Eastern time. So we will be hearing from him for the very first time at 8 p.m. Eastern time. To talk more about this, I do want to bring in David Washington with Jay in Washington political firm. David, thank you for taking the time to speak with us.
Of course.
So
Hello
it's
again,
interesting.
Stephanie.
Absolutely. It is interesting because last Sunday, President Biden announced that he was dropping out of the presidential race. He did this via a letter that he shared on social media. Today really is going to be the first time that we hear from him. Now, again, he was pretty much in seclusion because he had COVID-19. But you know, as a political analyst, can you talk about the timing and the method of all of this?
The timing, the method is unprecedented in these modern times. It caught everyone off guard because 48 hours before his announcement that he was dropping out of the race, he was all in. So it was surprising, and the notification via social media came very quick after his decision, and it was surprising. These are modern times and modern means of communication. It did catch people off guard and left some of his supporters disappointed and also betrayed.
So what do we expect? What might we expect as he speaks publicly for the first time tonight?
What I'm listening for are three things. One, why? Why is he dropping out? What led to this moment? And he may not get into details, but I would want to know why now, after so many assurances that he gave America that he was he was going to stay in the race and that he was going to fight, and fight. Second, I want to hear his endorsement again, a full-throated endorsement of Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, as his choice for president. That's what I want to hear. And third, I think everyone will want to hear this. What will he be doing in the months leading to the election and also to the end of his term? Will he stay and finish his term? And if so, is his agenda going to be the President Kamala Harris agenda? So people want to hear about continuity between the two administrations if Vice President Harris is successful in defeating former President Trump, if and when she becomes the nominee.
We've been hearing from some Republican lawmakers saying that they want to invoke the 25th Amendment. I mean, how likely is that? Would that be recommended? Right now, he has months to go, but essentially, he's a lame duck president.
That's correct. In all purposes, he's a lame duck president. I said this a week ago. And what the Republicans are doing, articles of impeachment against Vice President Harris, discussion about invoking the 25th Amendment, is just a means of gumming up the system for the Republicans, trying to have some tactical advantage just to slow the momentum that Vice President Harris has. And there's going to be more lawsuits. There's going to be innuendo, rumors, just to slow her progress and try to get any advantage for former President Trump.
And this is an unprecedented year. I mean, the presidential elections are going to be in November, but we're also at a time of war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu there in Washington, D.C., set to address a joint hearing of Congress. He'll be meeting with President Biden tomorrow, meeting with former President Trump on Friday. And then there's the ongoing war in Ukraine. you know, the fact that President Biden really may not have a lot of power, I'm curious from your perspective as a political analyst, what would you recommend? Would you recommend him stepping down and having Vice President Harris step in? It's just interesting. And of course, the world is watching.
I still believe that President Biden should step down and allow Vice President Harris to take the role of president and show some leadership and set her agenda early, especially, like you said, with the Ukrainian war, with the October 7th war in Gaza and Israel. This, I think will be important so that we can see Vice President Harris in a presidential role of leadership and showing early that she can lead, particularly, again, with these two wars, which not just America's watching, but the whole world is watching. And it would be, in my opinion, a good idea to have a Vice President Harris in the role of president early so that she can show that she can lead the nation.
Do you think that President Biden might address that in his speech tonight? Again, you know, he's been delivering surprise after surprise, but I would imagine he would want to do, as he mentioned in his letter, I want to do what's best for America, for the Democratic Party. And I have to imagine a lot of people may agree with what you're saying, is that it would be best for him to step aside. How likely do you think that is?
I think it's highly unlikely. If he were to step aside, I believe he would have made that announcement earlier this week, maybe even Sunday. But anything can happen. However, if he does not step down, I'm sure that Vice President Harris will be in greater contact with the president and his foreign relations team in determining what the next steps in each of these different conflicts. She'll be more involved, more briefings. She's going to be very busy with campaigning and also preparing to be president.
It will be very interesting to see if he even addresses that question during his remarks today. Typically, President Biden doesn't really speak for very long. Are we expecting yet another brief set of remarks tonight, or do you think it's going to be more substantial, as it's almost his swan song in a way as president?
Right now, Vice President Harris is in her honeymoon period. Everything is about Kamala Harris. And if I was the president, I would address those three things I talked about, particularly the endorsement of the vice president for president, and also how the continuity between the two administrations would be starting now. I would stress that and emphasize that and let Americans in the world know everything's in good hands. We're in control. We have solutions.
David, as we look ahead to tonight, again, that address is set for 8 p.m. Eastern time. Anything else that you're very interested in? This is a very busy week politically. We're expecting both President Biden and former President Trump to speak and meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's going to be very interesting as well. Anything that's on your radar?
The one thing that's on my radar is the reaction of the conservatives and the Trump campaign. How are they reacting to the excitement over the Harris endorsements, presumed nomination? What are their tactics? Another thing that's on my mind is how are the Democrats and liberals, how are they going to work this out in the nomination process, in their convention? They have a virtual nominating process later this month, before August 7th. So how is that all going to work out? The whole mechanics of this, again, we're in unprecedented times. How is this going to work out? So I'll be looking at those two things.
Yeah, a lot of coffee being had, a lot of conversations being carried out. Absolutely. David, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate it also.
Absolutely. And once again, we do want to invite you to stay with us here on Live Now from Fox, as we will be carrying live President Biden's Oval Office address. That is at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, the first time that he is going to be publicly addressing the nation after announcing last Sunday that he is dropping out of the presidential race. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Several live events happening right now here across our country. We're going to get to all of that after this. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And it is a very busy Wednesday as we are expecting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address Congress at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And we will be airing his remarks live right here on Live Now from Fox. Meantime, I also want to share this with you. This is a live look outside Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. These are protesters outside ahead of Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech, and you can see right there it says the state of Israel does not represent world. And again, you can see some of these signs right there as they continue to move. I don't know if there's sound, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise the audio to see if there's any chanting, there's any shouting, or whether this might be more of a silent protest. But we do have live looks across the world and here at home. And so this is happening right now in Washington, D.C., ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking at Congress. I'm going to raise the audio to see what we can hear. So this is a protest happening right now in Washington, D.C. It says Judaism condemns the state of Israel and its atrocities. This is ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu delivering remarks to Congress at 2 p.m. Eastern time today. Netanyahu will also be meeting with President Biden tomorrow and also former President Trump at his Mar-a-Lago estate on Friday. Netanyahu requesting that meeting. But we are expecting that there will be even more protesters outside Capitol Hill. Security, we understand, has absolutely increased ahead of Netanyahu's visit to Washington, D.C. But this is one of the protests happening right now on Capitol Hill. As you can see, a lot of individuals there flying the Palestinian flag. And we also wanted to share this with you because there is a new statement that was just issued from the White House press secretary saying, quote, President Biden will welcome Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on July 25th to the White House. The leaders will discuss developments in Gaza and progress towards a ceasefire and hostage release deal and the United States' ironclad commitment to Israel's security, including countering Iran's threat to Israel and the broader region. Following the leaders' meeting, they will meet together with the families of Americans held hostage by Hamas. The vice president will also meet separately with Prime Minister Netanyahu on July 25th. So both of those meetings with President Biden and Vice President Harris will happen tomorrow. On Friday, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will fly down to Florida, where he will meet with former President Trump. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look on Capitol Hill as we are expecting in just about 10 minutes or so the third day of hearings on former President Trump's assassination attempt to get underway in Washington, D.C. And you can see there is a name card right there already ready to go. That is for the FBI Director Christopher Wray, as he is expected to testify before lawmakers chambers shortly. We're also perhaps expecting the Attorney General Merrick Garland to attend as well, although I have to say I do not see a placemaker for him. So we're going to continue to follow this live look right here. But I wanted to share that with you because we are going to be carrying this hearing right here on Live Now from Fox, and we're also going to be carrying it on our YouTube page. If there should be breaking news and we have to pivot, we are going to bring that to you in its entirety. So we invite you to join us here on Live Now from Fox, and also you can head over to our YouTube page for continuous coverage there as well. We are expecting this to get underway in just about 10 minutes, and as soon as that happens, we of course will bring that to you live, as we are expecting FBI Director Christopher Wray and possibly Attorney General Merrick Garland to testify before the House Judiciary Committee, talking about the oversight of the FBI investigation into the assassination attempt against former President Trump. They're also expected to speak about the ongoing politicization of the nation's preeminent law enforcement agency. While we do await that, we do want to bring in Matt Shoemaker, who is a former intelligence officer at the Defense Intelligence Agency, as well as a former congressional candidate, to talk more about this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this view with you right there on your screen. So as soon as that hearing gets underway, we will take that full. But in the meantime, Matt, I do want to bring you in to talk more about what we can expect. Again, this is the third day of hearings. The first day we were hearing lawmakers absolutely grill now former director of the Secret Service. And yesterday we were hearing from the police commissioner of Philadelphia. Now we're going to be hearing testimony from FBI Director Christopher Wray. What do you anticipate coming out of this specific hearing?
Sure. Stephanie, thanks very much for having me on. Lawmakers want answers at this point. I think the events of the past 48 hours with the resignation of the now former director of the U.S. Secret Service shows us that lawmakers want answers more than anything else. So what I'm going to expect to see from Director Wray with the FBI is that he's able at least to give more answers, which would to a certain extent make sense considering the FBI is taking lead with regards to the investigation into the attempted assassination of former President Trump on July the 13th. So I anticipate he's going to have more answers. You know, he's had 2 days to see the repercussions of what happens when you don't have answers. So I expect some more information to come out for lawmakers from him.
It was interesting because we were hearing from the now former director of the Secret Service on Monday, and she continued to defer to the FBI, citing that it is an ongoing investigation. Is that going to be a response that we might expect? Of course, there's not everything that the FBI director, Christopher Wray, can share. But as you mentioned, the public is demanding answers, and transparency, especially with an attempted assassination of a former president, is paramount.
Yeah, so when this first transpired, and I was on about a week and a half ago, I'd mentioned that I would expect a lot more answers to be, more forthcoming within 48 to 72 hours after the attempted assassination. Otherwise, essentially, bad things happen, and that's the point that we're at now. It's one thing when a investigation is withholding information just to make sure that they have absolutely all the facts. Because, if things are delayed in terms of the release of information, once that information is released, then people tend to forget that there was a delay in getting it. But if the information ends up being wrong and they ended up rushing to bring out the information that ended up being wrong, then that's where they end up really turning the knife. And that's really what happened with regards to the Secret Service. If you remember, about 3 or 4 days after the attempted assassination, the U.S. Secret Service categorically came out and denied reports that the Trump Trump campaign had requested additional security. They said that absolutely didn't happen. That turned out not to be true. The Trump campaign did, in fact, request additional security, and they were, for whatever reason, rebuffed or did not receive the security that they had requested. So that's, I think, where we really are at this point. We really need information. We really need answers. You know, we're about 11, 12 days after the attempted assassination, and yet we are still asking, you know, why did this individual want to do this? What were the actual security failures? You know, Director Rye really needs to step up to the plate at this point, or who knows, that, you know, the lawmakers might turn their ire on him and he might be the next one on the chopping block. We'll see.
And especially, Matt, in this day and age, it's in this day and age of social media, I have to imagine we're getting so much information from social media, from these videos that we've seen with the gunman on the roof. And that's really raised a lot of questions. I think transparency has really changed in the recent years when it comes to the American public already has fragments of answers, or at least fragments of evidence, and they really want to understand the context and the whole story. And we're just not receiving that. And I think that really is what the frustration is. You know, it's interesting. When we saw the hearing, and we were hearing it on Monday, there was a lot of frustration. There was a lot of anger in regards to the lack of clarity, the lack of answers, the lack of transparency from both sides of the aisle. It was a very unique moment where both Republicans and Democrats were unified. Do you expect to see that same level of frustration directed at the FBI director, or will that be a little more muted as we saw yesterday during the second day of hearings?
I would expect it to be a bit more muted. I think lawmakers and even the public, to a certain extent, understand that the FBI was not part of, you know, the security failures surrounding this. The FBI, its mission right now is purely to investigate the crimes that occurred at the time. So since they weren't actually part of the security apparatus at the time, I don't expect to see lawmakers really go after the director of the FBI the same way that they did the director of the U.S. Secret Service. But you alluded to this to a certain extent, in the sense of, you know, there are so many personal videos from cell phones that are coming out that the public, to a certain extent, feels like they're the ones that are left having to do the investigation themselves and come up with their own conclusions at this point, because, you know, the organizations that are in charge of delivering information to people isn't there. And that's really kind of the sense that, or the zeitgeist that we have at this time, where it feels like to the public that the having a well-informed electorate, it seems to be bad business for government, in which case they are slow to deliver information. They're slow to deliver what is expected. So I think that Director Rye understands that he is certainly on the under the microscope, that he's in the hot seat. I don't expect it's going to be to the same degree as we've seen on Monday, but nonetheless, I mean, he is expected to deliver answers at this point. And whether or not the Republicans and Democrats come together, I think they actually will with regards to this. But that really is the state of things at this point, that people are demanding answers, and they're feeling like they haven't been given what they deserve.
And we really haven't heard much in terms of public updates or briefings. Typically, after a crime, you expect to immediately hear from the chief of police, or perhaps the sheriff, the head of the agency overseeing it. And we really haven't seen that when it comes to this. It's an issue of national security. So there's a lot that I'm sure remains confidential. But from your perspective as a former intelligence officer, typically, how does that work? How do these organizations and agencies disseminate information to the public to let them know this is an ongoing investigation, but at least this is what we know so far, and this is what we're looking into?
Sure. Well, all of these organizations, to a certain extent, have a public affairs office. So that's usually going to be the first line of defense where they're going through in terms of releasing information. From there, though, especially with regards to since this is a high-profile investigation, there's going to be more than likely, an individual who is assigned directly to handle this coverage itself. I think, though, one element that needs to be considered in this is that since this is such a high-profile thing, number one, the local police, for example, are not going to be conducting the same level of investigation. They're going to be deferring and working with something like the FBI, for example, with regards to that. They're going to be working with any investigation that the Secret Service itself is going to launch with regards to this. I think, though, at the same time, a little bit of cynicism in there, too, is that since this is so high profile, very few people want to really touch this or get involved at the risk of ruining their own reputations unless they absolutely have to. So that's why we're going to see the FBI take the lead, since they are the ones who absolutely legally have to take care of this. So something like the local police are going to defer as much as possible to the Secret Service and to the FBI.
The last update that we received is that Attorney General Merrick Garland was set to testify as well. I didn't see a name tag. That doesn't mean he's not going to show up. But I'm curious, it's pretty clear what the FBI director is going to be addressing. But when it comes to the Attorney General, what would his role here be?
So the Attorney General is going to be obviously the one overseeing the way that the FBI is conducting this. This is such a hot ticket item, such a high profile item, that it makes sense that Merrick Garland would be intimately involved with this. He more than likely is having multiple conversations with the director of the FBI, just keeping up to date with regards to the status of the investigation, because the Attorney General is going to be wanting to update President Biden with regards to to how this is going. Whether or not the Attorney General actually does offer his own testimony without being subpoenaed, it would certainly be a gesture of goodwill, considering how scary this was for the nation. So if he ends up doing that, I would actually kind of be surprised. Usually these sorts of things, they have to be requested to spend time. Mostly because congressional testimony, they take hours and hours of preparation time, because anything that you end up saying is going to be put on the record and it could potentially be used against them. So they make sure that they are prepped for it, that they have all the information that they possibly can. If they need to delay and say, I will get back to you, I will get that answer to you, that's certainly one thing. But if they end up having a repeat, if you will, of what the former director of the Secret Service had on Monday, then that obviously is just a all-around bad look for them. So usually they have to be requested rather than offering their own testimony.
Matt, we do see that the FBI director has just sat down. It doesn't look like anyone's addressing, but I do want to pivot to that because it does look like the line of questioning is going to get underway shortly. I appreciate you staying with us, and I'm sure we're going to be talking to you again as we do listen in to this third day of testimony. So we appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me.
Of course. And we do continue our coverage as you see that everyone is standing right there with their hands over their hearts. We are expecting this hearing to get underway any moment right now, so I'm going to raise the volume so we can listen in.
I wanted to begin today's hearing by recognizing the fact that we no longer have one of our great members with us. Sheila Jackson Lee, as we all know, passed away. She was a dedicated public servant. Her service on this committee, excuse me, spanned nearly 3 decades and included shepherding through countless pieces of legislation. I said yesterday at subcommittee hearing that I don't know that there was any member of Congress who got more out of 5 minutes than Sheila Jackson Lee did. And she was just a pleasant spirit who we all enjoyed, and we're thinking about her family. We all certainly will miss Sheila. I yield to the ranking member for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this room and our hearts feel a little emptier today as we mourn the loss of our dear friend and colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee. In the nearly 30 years that I served with Sheila on the Judiciary Committee, I witnessed her boundless energy, her courage, and her character as she lent her voice and her legislative talents to nearly every issue that came before this committee. Whether it was advocating for just and humane immigration reform, working to protect voting rights and preserve our civil liberties, or delving into the technical details of administrative law and intellectual property, Sheila was always at the forefront of our work. Sheila made perhaps her greatest mark serving as the chair and later ranking member of the Crime Subcommittee. In this role, she worked in a bipartisan fashion to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act and to protect victims of trafficking, among many other successes. She was also a leader on such issues as sentencing reform, gun safety, police accountability, and racial justice. Sheila engaged in many spirited debates, but she always had the deepest respect for all of her colleagues, even those with whom she vehemently disagreed. And she deeply loved the institution of Congress, and particularly the Judiciary Committee, because it gave her a platform to make a meaningful impact on the lives of millions of Americans. If Sheila took up a cause, she could be relentless in her determination to see it through, whether that meant making one extra phone call, going to one more meeting, offering one more amendment, or making one more speech. She would not rest until she thought she had done everything she could to fight for the issues she cared about. Through it all, she stayed true to her values and always had the people of Houston close to her heart. We are all better for having known her, and the American people are better for having had her in their corner all these years. I will deeply miss my friend and colleague. May her memory be a blessing. I yield back.
I want to thank the ranking member. Well said. Now, Chair recognizes himself for an opening statement. July 13th was a terrible day for America. We all agree spirited debate, fighting for what you believe in, are part of what makes this country the greatest nation in the world. But the First Amendment and robust political debate are not consistent in any way with violence. What happened in Butler, Pennsylvania was a tragedy that took the life of a good man, Corey Compertor, leaving a wife without a husband and 2 daughters without a father. Others were injured, and of course, former President Trump, by the grace of God, survived the assassination attempt. There are a lot of unanswered questions about the security failures that day. Questions about decisions made before the rally, questions about actions during the rally, and questions about statements made after the event concluded. Prior to the rally, why was the president's security detail denied requests for extra resources? Why weren't all the buildings secured? There were a finite number of buildings that needed to be secured. Why wasn't that done? Why was the president allowed to walk out on the stage when there was a suspicious person on the property? During the rally, what exactly happened between 6:09 and 6:14, those critical 5 minutes? We know from briefings from the director and the deputy director at the FBI and other information we've gathered that at 6:09, the shooter was identified on the roof. At 6:10, the counter sniper was notified. Counter sniper teams were notified about the shooter. 6:11, the shooter fired several shots, injuring and killing one person, injuring others. At 6:12, the counter sniper took down the shooter, and at 6:14, President Trump was escorted off the stage by Secret Service agents. We need to know what happened play by play, moment by moment, second by second, the communication that took place, again, during that critical 5 minutes. And then finally, after the rally, why did both the Secret Service and Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, lie to the American people? July 14th, the day after the attack, Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said this, quote, "The assertion that a member of the former president's security team requested additional security resources that the U.S. Secret Service or the Department of Homeland Security rebuffed is absolutely false." The next day, Secretary Mayorkas said, "That is an unequivocally false assertion. We had not received any requests for additional security measures that were rebuffed." But 5 days later, top officials repeatedly rejected requests from Donald Trump's security detail for more personnel. And on the 21st of July, the New York Times, confirming what the Washington Post reported, said, quote, "Mr. Guglielmi acknowledged that the Secret Service had turned down requests for additional federal security assets for Mr. Trump's detail." 180-degree change. Why did they initially lie to us in the days after the attack in Pennsylvania? Finally, we hope to learn more today from Director Wray about the shooter, his use of the drone, the explosives that were in his car, how he got on the roof, and a host of other questions. It is our hope that Director Wray's testimony can begin to give answers to the American people about all of these questions and concerns. So, Director, we appreciate you being here, and we trust that you're going to be as transparent with the committee and the country as you possibly can. And I'm sure you understand that a significant portion of the country has a healthy skepticism regarding the FBI's ability to conduct a fair, honest, open, and transparent investigation. And that skepticism is based on what they've witnessed over the past several years. The American people have seen a Biden-Harris Justice Department that can't tell us who planted the pipe bombs on January 6th, that can't tell us who leaked the Dobbs opinion, and that can't tell us who put cocaine at the White House. A Biden-Harris Justice Department who raided President Trump's home. Biden-Harris Justice Department who worked with social media companies to censor Americans. A Biden-Harris Justice Department who let the country believe that the Hunter Biden laptop was misinformation when they knew at the time it was authentic. And maybe most importantly, a Biden-Harris Justice Department who retaliated against whistleblowers who came to this committee and spoke to us about these issues. Last week, we sent you 12 questions about what occurred on July 13th. We expect you to answer those questions and the others that I've just outlined. And again, we thank you for being here today and appreciate your willingness to answer the questions that the committee is going to have. And with that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, 2 weeks ago, our country witnessed a shocking assassination attempt on a presidential candidate. Now, I disagree with Donald Trump in almost every policy area imaginable. I am frequently shocked and outraged at the plans he has for our country and the words that come out of his mouth. And I have dedicated much of the last 8 years to fighting his agenda. But regardless of my strong feelings about Donald Trump's behavior, I unequivocally and unabashedly condemn with every fiber of my being the attempt against his life. This was not just an attack on a man, but an attack on our democracy. Political violence erodes the very foundations of our nation. The concepts of freedom of speech, of peaceful transitions of power, of a democratic government at its core, these cannot exist if political violence is allowed to fester and to go unchecked. And if you think that this one assassin's bullet was a bolt out of the blue and not part of a wave of violence that has threatened this nation for years, then you have missed the point of what my Democratic colleagues and I have been imploring you to hear for some time. Election workers, many of them working for free, face near constant threats of violence. In one recent instance, an Indiana man pleaded guilty to threatening to kill an election worker who said that there were no irregularities in a recent election. That man said, quote, 10 million plus patriots will surround you when you least expect it and will expletive kill you, close quote. That is political violence. In another instance, Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi's husband was bludgeoned over the head with a hammer by an intruder in his home who had been there to capture Ms. Pelosi, interrogate her, and possibly, quote, break her kneecaps because of her liberal views. That is political violence. The death threats surging against Vice President Harris, former President Obama and his wife Michelle, and Governor DeSantis, as well as many others, including videos online of individuals holding guns making assassination threats. That is political violence. The plot to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer and overthrow parts of the state government. That is political violence. The brutal, deadly attack 3 years ago against this very building, with rioters breaking through police barriers to run through these halls chanting, "Kill Nancy," and hang Mike Pence, and even hanging a noose outside the building. These rioters battering Capitol Police officers and forcing members of Congress and their staffs to go into hiding, squatted in spaces under desks or in closets. That is political violence. This assassination attempt, as horrific as it is, should surprise no one. And you would think a political party that almost lost their presidential candidate through an act of political violence would have something to say about the way their leaders keep talking about the next election. Donald Trump has warned there will be a, quote, bloodbath if he loses. Republican Ohio State Senator George Lang said just last week at a rally for J.D. Vance that he is, quote, afraid that civil war might be necessary if Republicans lose the November election. President of the right-wing think tank and Project 2025 leader, the Heritage Foundation, Kevin Roberts, said on Stephen Bannon's podcast, quote, "We are in the process of the second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be," close quote. Republican former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin said in August of last year of Trump's indictments, "Do you want us to be in civil war? Because that's what's going to happen. We're not going to keep putting up with this. We do need to rise up and take our country back," close quote. I could go on, but it's more and more of the same. And I hear nothing from the other side of the aisle in this room about these statements. Do you support a bloodbath if you don't get the election outcome you want? Do you justify violence if the left does not agree with you? And what exactly has preoccupied this Republican majority while their allies threaten violence to their political enemies, real and imagined? We have chased down baseless conspiracy theories designed solely to influence the 2024 election in favor of Donald Trump. We have spent millions of dollars and thousands of hours of staff time in more than 100 transcribed interviews, chasing false accusations against President Biden, supporting an impeachment effort that seemed designed to fail, and hunting for a smoking gun that simply does not exist. And instead of admitting that these investigations found no corruption, coercion, or unethical behavior by the Biden administration, Republicans chose to just dig deeper and spend more money. Imagine what could have happened if we had spent these thousands of hours of staff time and those millions of taxpayer dollars addressing even one aspect of the political violence that now threatens our country. Perhaps, had this Republican majority lifted a finger to help a nation that is awash in guns, the assassinate Butler would not have had such easy access to the weapon he used to fire on that crowd. Director Wray, your agency is responsible for addressing some of the most serious issues of our time. The Bureau fights gun violence, which claims the lives of 40,000 Americans every year. It protects election security from growing threats from malign foreign actors who are working tirelessly to influence our elections. It protects against domestic terrorists and violent extremists who have been a growing threat in recent years and have carried out horrific mass shootings and deadly events around the country. And so much more. I apologize to you, Director, that instead of supporting you in these missions in the 118th Congress, some of my colleagues have instead hindered your work, maligned your agents, and called to abolish and defund your agency, all for political gain. It is despicable, especially from the party that claims to, quote, back the blue. And I know that you and your many agents and employees have paid the price for these baseless attacks. I know you have faced a barrage of threats, distrust, and vitriol from the public as a result of these wild, politically driven conspiracies. I know it has become even more dangerous and difficult for you to come to work each day. I may not agree with you on everything, but I sincerely thank you and every employee in your agency who continues to protect our country. The FBI is vital to keeping America safe, and I pray that today we can focus on the real, substantive work of the agency. It is the least we owe our country in these times. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Christopher Wray has been the director of the FBI since 2017. He previously served as the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice, the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and Associate Deputy Attorney General, and as Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. Again, Director Wray, you've been here many times. We appreciate you being here today. Look forward to your testimony and answering our questions. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record affirm. Let the record reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. We have votes coming in about 10 minutes, but we definitely want to get through your opening statement as far as we can, and this is going to be an interesting day on Capitol Hill with the Prime Minister of Israel here as well. So, Director Wray, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, members of the committee. I want to begin by offering my condolences on the passing of Representative Jackson Lee, who served the people of Texas in this body and on this committee for so long. Thank you all for your support of our efforts to protect the American people and uphold the Constitution. I am proud to be here today representing the 38,000 special agents, intelligence analysts, and professional staff who make up the FBI, men and women who every day work relentlessly to counter the most complex threat environment I've seen in my tenure as FBI director, maybe in my entire career in law enforcement. Before I go any further, I also want to acknowledge and offer my deepest condolences to the victims of the horrific assassination attempt in Butler County. To the friends and family of Corey Comparator, who by all accounts lost his life protecting others from danger. To the other victims, 2 of whom were critically wounded. And of course, to President Trump, former President Trump and his family. As I've said from the beginning, the attempted assassination of the former president was an attack on our democracy and our democratic process, and we will not and do not tolerate political violence of any kind, especially a despicable account of this magnitude. And I want to assure you and the American people that the men and women of the FBI will continue to work tirelessly to get to the bottom of what happened. We are bringing all the resources of the FBI to bear, both criminal and national security. Now, there's a whole lot of work underway and still a lot of work to do, and our understanding of what happened and why will continue to evolve, but we're going to leave no stone unturned. The shooter may be deceased, but the FBI's investigation is very much ongoing. To that point, I also want to acknowledge that I recognize both the congressional and the public interest in this case and the importance of this investigation to the American people. And I understand there are a lot of open questions. So while the investigation is very much ongoing and our assessments of the shooter and his actions continue to evolve, my hope here today is to do my best to provide you with all the information I can, given where we are at this point. I have been saying for some time now that we are living in an elevated threat environment. And tragically, the Butler County assassination attempt is another example, a particularly heinous and very public one, of what I've been talking about. But it also reinforces our need at the FBI and our ongoing commitment to stay focused on the threats, on the mission, and on the people we do the work with and the people we do the work for. Every day, all across this country and indeed around the world, the men and women of the FBI are doing just that, working around the clock to counter the threats we face. Just in the last year, for example, in California, the FBI and our partners targeted an organized crime syndicate responsible for trafficking fentanyl, meth, and cocaine all across North America. We charged the Mexican-based suppliers who brought the drugs into the United States, a network of Canada-based truck drivers who delivered the drugs, and the distributors in the United States who spread the poison into our communities. Staying on threats emanating from the border, I have warned for some time now about the threat that foreign terrorists may seek to exploit our southwest border or some other port of entry to advance a plot against Americans. Just last month, for instance, the Bureau and our Joint Terrorism Task Forces worked with ICE in multiple cities across the country as several individuals with suspected international terrorist ties were arrested using ICE's immigration authorities. Leading up to those arrests, hundreds of FBI employees dedicated countless hours to understand the threat and identify additional individuals of concern. Now, the physical security of the border is, of course, not in the FBI's lane, but as the threat has escalated, we're working with our partners in law enforcement and the intelligence community to find and stop foreign terrorists who would harm Americans and our interests. As concerning as the known or suspected terrorists encountered at the border are, perhaps even more concerning are those we do not yet know about because they provided fake documents or because we didn't have information connecting them to terrorism at the time they arrived in the United States. Staying ahead of today's threats demands that we work together. And for the FBI, that means doubling down on our partnerships, especially with state and local law enforcement. Whether it's working through our hundreds of joint terrorism task forces, to build out source networks to identify those who slip through the cracks, or targeting the worst of the worst responsible for the violence that still plagues far too many communities through our Safe Streets task forces, or taking the fight to the cartels responsible for trafficking the dangerous drugs like fentanyl, pouring into our country and claiming countless American lives. Staying ahead of the threat also means continuing to disrupt the cyber criminals ravaging businesses, large and small, and confronting nation states like China targeting our innovation and our critical infrastructure. At the Bureau, we're proud to work side by side with our brothers and sisters in federal, state, and local law enforcement, our partners in the intelligence community, and others around the world to fulfill our commitment to keep Americans safe. Now, on Friday, the FBI will celebrate its 116th anniversary. 116 years of protecting the American people and upholding the Constitution. 116 years of working with our partners to safeguard the communities we serve. 116 years of innovating to stay ahead of the complex, evolving, and very real threats out there. I am proud of the legacy the men and women of the FBI have built and all they have accomplished for the American people. So, if I may, as we approach this week's anniversary, I would just like to say to all those who are part of the FBI family, from our current employees to our formers and to our partners across law enforcement and the intelligence community, thank you. Thank you for dedicating your lives to this country and to its people. It is both humbling and an honor to serve alongside you, and I look forward to the work we're going to continue to do together. And with that, thank you again for having me, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Director Wray. Excuse me. We'll now proceed under the 5-minute rule. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Wray, I'm way down here, and I appreciate the chairman giving me this because I've got to leave. But let me ask this question. Why doesn't the FBI disclose to the American people all of the investigative detail and evidence that you are gathering as it is gathered?
Well, we have tried to be transparent with both Congress and the American people as we're going along in the investigation, frankly, unusually so for an ongoing investigation, given the sheer nature of it. We have provided a lot of information. I expect to continue to provide information. I expect to be able to provide some additional information here today in response to your questions and your colleagues. But part of the issue is that, as like in any investigation, as we proceed, facts evolve. Our understanding of what somebody said turns out to have more context that we didn't have before. We have additional leads out there. So part of our goal is not just to respect the ongoing investigation process, but also to make sure that we don't prematurely provide information that then 2 days later turns out to be different than what we told people, because that's very much, kind of a natural part of any investigation.
So, did Crooks fire 8 shots?
We have recovered 8 cartridges on the roof.
Why was Crooks allowed to get off 8 shots?
Well, that, I think, is something we're still digging into. Again, maybe this is a good place for me to make clear the different investigations that are going on. So, because certainly I understand
and given that I've only got 3 minutes left, and I know other members, I'm really interested because I appreciate your invitation. You said you're prepared to disclose things as questions are asked. So I don't want to waste time, I just want to get to the questions that might, and as many members as can, ask questions that you'll answer. I actually think I'd be glad for you to go on soliloquy, frankly, and tell us what you know. I think the American people want to know. Why was President Trump not kept off the stage?
We don't know the answer to that, but I want to be clear, and this is important because I think it goes to questions that I can and cannot answer. Our investigation, the FBI's mandate, is focused on the shooter and all things related to his attack. Now, obviously, I understand very much the intense interest and focus on the Secret Service's performance, actions, decision-making, et cetera. There are 2 separate after-action reviews, the DHS Inspector General and the outside independent panel that's been convened that are focused on that. Now, our investigation will obviously overlap with that.
Here's the problem. We're out 13 days, and you say we've been disclosing. You know, we had the the colonel from the Pennsylvania State Police in front of Homeland yesterday. He was quite candid. He disclosed to us that Butler Emergency Services Unit personnel were posted into the windows on the 2nd floor of the AGR building, that they left there to go pursue the person that they spotted, Crooks, that they texted a photo of Crooks to the PSP representative in the command center. That information was relayed to the United States Secret Service. They asked that it be texted to someone else. That was many minutes before President Trump took the stand. What we don't know is why were they not keeping him off the stand? And to the extent, you know, I know we always hear when there's a criminal investigation, you got to wait for that to develop. But do you have any reason to, do you have any other target of your criminal investigation other than Crooks, who's dead?
We are investigating the shooter both to determine his motive and his preparations and activities before the shooting, but also to make sure whether or not there are any co-conspirators, accomplices.
At this point, have you developed any evidence to so suggest that there are any accomplices or cooperators or assisters?
Not at this time, but again, the investigation's ongoing.
So here's the thing. While we wait, maybe for months, and I hate to say this, I'm not trying to take a pot shot, but the country went for years with the understanding that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation as offered by respected former intel officials. And the whole time the FBI had the laptop and then let that happen in public until finally offering testimony in a case. To the degree we wait to hear as a country and as a Congress what has happened in this event, because the FBI is conducting an investigation, it provides quarter for the U.S. Secret Service not perhaps to reckon with the problems that are obvious to everyone. So let's get a couple in while I've got 13 more seconds. One more question perhaps. Senator Grassley says that the records of the day show that there was a counter unmanned aerial surveillance operator on site. Was there? And why did that person not prevent crooks from being able to use a drone?
So again, questions about the Secret Service's performance are better directed to those other reviews. What I can tell you when it comes to drones is that Crooks himself had a drone, and I'm prepared to answer questions here today about the shooter and his use of the drone, for example.
My time's expired.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my opening statement, political violence is a scourge and entirely unacceptable, no matter the source or the target. Last October, far-right conspiracy theorists broke into Nancy Pelosi's home and bludgeoned her husband. Prominent Republicans mocked the attack and promoted conspiracy theories about it. Last August, an armed Utah man who threatened to kill President Biden was killed as FBI agents attempted to serve a warrant on him hours before President Biden landed in his state. Some on the right claimed that the man was simply a, quote, Second Amendment enthusiast. And in recent weeks and months, those on the right have repeatedly called for a, quote, civil war, with an Ohio State senator saying that if Republicans lose the election, quote, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. The president of the Heritage Foundation likewise said that, quote, we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be, close quote. Director Wray, it's obviously important that we respect First Amendment protections, but there is clearly a point at which some violent rhetoric crosses over into threats of violence or leads to actual violence. Could you describe how the FBI looks at this relationship between rhetoric and action and what you are seeing around the country?
So I appreciate the question, and this is an issue that I've been talking about for some time. You know, in our view, there is a right way and a wrong way under the First Amendment to express your views, no matter how passionate or even angry you are. And violence and threats of violence is not the right way. And we don't care what you're upset about or who you're upset with. When, from the FBI's perspective, when it turns to violence and threats of violence, that's when we have to draw the line. That's when we get engaged. And there is an alarming phenomenon that we've seen over the last several years of that kind of passion and heated rhetoric turning into actual violence and threats of violence. We've seen it against public officials of all sorts. We've seen it against law enforcement. The number of officers shot and killed in the line of duty in this country is, frankly, outrageous and alarming. And I know that because every time an officer is shot and killed anywhere in this country, since the day I started as FBI director, I personally call the chief or the sheriff to express my condolences and to talk to them about the victim's family. And the number of those shootings that are ambush related, meaning somebody is targeting law enforcement because they're law enforcement, is particularly alarming. I have made around 400 of those phone calls. It's almost every 5 days that a law enforcement officer is killed in the line of duty. And that is an example of the kind of ways in which passions and heated rhetoric can bubble over into violence.
Thank you. Members of Congress, their families, and their staffs have witnessed an alarming rise in threats against them. I appreciate the work your agency has done to investigate and address these threats, but I'm concerned that we do not seem to be stemming the tide. What is the FBI doing to ensure that members of Congress, their families, and their staffs are safe?
So we have a very close relationship with the Capitol Police. And we have members of the Capitol Police, for example, who are on some of our task forces. We share intelligence information about things that we're seeing, trends that we're seeing with Capitol Police and others in law enforcement. Obviously, if we have specific information about an effort to target a member of Congress, then we're getting with Capitol Police in a much more specific way. But those are some of the things that we're doing.
Thank you. Now, Director, your office is leading the investigation into the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Republicans in Congress, including members of this committee, have repeatedly called for defunding the FBI. What impact would defunding or even just limiting your funding have on the FBI's ability to conduct this and other investigations?
So I understand that there are heated views, opinions about us, just like there are about every institution in today's America. But cutting our funding is incredibly short-sighted, and the people it really hurts are state and local law enforcement and the American people we're all sworn to protect.
Thank you. During my remaining time, I want to turn to a different matter. In recent days, Republican members of Congress have attacked presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris as a, quote, DEI candidate, which presumably is code for women and person of color. It's not a new theme for them. In May, Chairman Jordan wrote to you claiming that because of DEI initiatives, the FBI is no longer hiring, quote, the best and brightest candidates to fill the position of special agent. With my remaining time, Director Wray, can you please answer the following questions? Is it true that hiring women and people of color means that FBI is no longer hiring the best and the brightest to serve as law enforcement officers? Is there any evidence that women and people of color are less effective in law enforcement roles? And what message does it send to prospective applicants when the leaders demean them and make judgments about them based solely on their race or gender?
Witness may respond.
So any notion that we have lowered our standards, our hiring standards, is just not accurate. In fact, our standards are as competitive and selective as ever. We have tens of thousands of people applying, and our selection rate is about 3.1%, which is more selective than just about any university in the country. And most of our applicants, I think something like 50% of them are coming from military or law enforcement backgrounds. About 50% of them also have advanced degrees. The average age is around 31, which means they're bringing a wealth of personal and professional experience when they arrive. And to suggest that those people, because of efforts related to diversity or anything like that, are less qualified, frankly, is not at all consistent with what I see, having visited all of our field offices and seen these young people in action, and I think is an insult to those hardworking men and women who've signed up to dedicate their lives for this country.
Thank you, Director. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Director, let me go back to where Mr. Bishop was. Tell me about the drone. You act like you wanted to fill us in on that. Fill us in.
So we have recovered a drone that the shooter appears to have used. It's being exploited and analyzed by the FBI lab. The drone was recovered in his vehicle. So at the time of the shooting, the drone was in his vehicle with the controller. In addition, our investigation has uncovered.
Do you know what time of day he flew it, and if he flew it on the day of the shot?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So in addition, it appears that around 3:50 p.m., 4 o'clock in that window, on the day of the shooting, that the shooter was flying the drone around the area
2 hours.
for about 11 minutes. I want to be clear, but when I say the area, not over the stage and that part of the area itself, but I would say about 200 yards, give or take, away from that. We think, but we do not know. So again, this is one of these things that's qualified because of our ongoing review, that he was live streaming, viewing the footage from that. Again, about 11 minutes in around the 3:50, 4 o'clock p.m. range.
2 hours before, he's flying a drone in the vicinity of the route.
About 200 yards away, yes.
200 yards. Okay, that's important information. What about the bombs that we've heard about in the shooter's car?
So again, the FBI lab is exploiting those explosive devices. Yep. We've recovered 3 devices, 2 in his vehicle and 1 back in his residence.
Are these what you would call, your experts would call sophisticated operations, or this? I don't know. That's what I've been told by people who have some understanding of this area.
Yeah, I think it's. We've seen more sophisticated and less. I would say these are relatively, again, keyword relatively crude devices themselves, but they did have the ability to be detonated remotely. And so to that point, in addition to the 2 devices that we recovered out of his vehicle, there were receivers for those 2 explosive devices with the devices. And then on the shooter himself, when he was killed by law enforcement, he had a transmitter with him. Now, I do want to add one important point here, is at the moment, it looks to us, again, ongoing review, and I can't say that too many times. At a moment, it looks like because of the on-off position on the receivers, that if he had tried to detonate those devices from the roof, it would not have worked. But that doesn't mean the explosives weren't dangerous.
And I'm sure we're going to get into all these subjects a little bit later as well. Tell us what you can about the encrypted platforms we've heard about.
So one of the things that we're drilling into hard with the shooter in an effort to try to learn more about his state of mind, his motive, his ideology, his context, everything else, is to look at all of his devices, any social media accounts he had, et cetera. And one of the things we've learned in finally getting into his phone, which was also a significant technical challenge from an encryption perspective, but in addition, once we got on the phone, it turned out he was using some encrypted messaging applications.
And again, the same question relative to the bombs. Was this pretty sophisticated, or is this is the kind of the norm you see with folks like, similar situation? How would you describe
on this subject, I would say this has unfortunately now become very commonplace, and it's a real challenge for not just the FBI, but state and local law enforcement all over the state.
Tell me exactly the scope of, does the scope of your investigation include what I call that critical 5 minutes from when the 6:09, when this is based, I think, on information you've given to Congress, 6:09 when the shooter's identified on the roof, and 6:14 when President Trump is ultimately escorted off, and all that happens, the shots that take place in between there. Do you have access to the communications that were going on at the time in that critical 5 minutes?
So our investigation, when you say scope, our investigation includes that time frame, although focused again on the shooter himself and his attack.
Now, shooter's involved in that. He's obviously involved in that time frame.
Correct. And as part of that, as part of our focus, our investigation of the shooter and the attack, of course, we are interviewing law enforcement from the scene, because those are some of the most significant witnesses, and we're obviously getting access to their materials and that kind of thing. And the Secret Service has been fully cooperative.
You have access to the communications that exist there?
That exact question, I don't, as I sit here at the moment, I don't know the exact answer to that question, but I know that Secret Service has been cooperative with us.
The Congress would like access to those communications as well. I mean, not just that 5 minutes, although I think that's the critical time frame. There's lots of communications we'd love to have access as well. I see my time is up, and they have called votes on the floor. I think there are about 6 minutes left in votes, so the committee will stand in recess until approximately 10 minutes after votes conclude on the House floor.
And so with that, the hearing is now in recess, as we were hearing from Representative Jim Jordan, who says the House is going to be voting. And so all of these representatives, they're going to actually head over to the House floor, where they will be having a series of votes, after which the hearing will resume. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking at a memorial service for former Senator Lieberman. We did listen in. It is in English. We're going to raise the audio and listen in.
Was for the future of both countries. He knew that we must stand together against dangers that could threaten our common future. This is why he spent his last years as the head of an organization united against a nuclear Iran. He knew how dangerous our world would become if Iran were ever to develop and acquire nuclear weapons. Over the years, we often discussed how Iran was behind the entire axis of terror that threatened both our countries. He told this to Forbes magazine a few days after the October 7th savagery. He said, "Focus on the problem, which is Iran." This was quintessential Joe. Focused, clear-eyed, right to the point. Dear Adassa, you and your family have lost a loving husband, father, and grandfather. America has lost one of its finest public servants. The Jewish people have lost one of its most noble sons. Israel has lost one of its greatest champions. And I have lost a beloved friend and an irreplaceable comrade in arms. We shall always remember Joe. May his memory be a true blessing. Yehi Zichro Baruch. I apologize. I have to go write a speech and then deliver it.
And so that was Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu delivering remarks at the service for the late U.S. Senator Joe Lieberman right there, making a bit of a lighter note as he was saying he does need to go write a speech. And that speech is going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern time today when Netanyahu is set to address Congress. We, of course, will bring that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break. We'll be right back with much more live coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look on Capitol Hill as the House Judiciary Committee is now in recess. The representatives actually taking the recess because there are a number of votes that they have to get to, after which they're going to head back to this room where they are going to continue to ask questions of FBI Director Christopher Wray. In fact, you can actually see his name card right there. He has been answering questions from committee members regarding the attempted assassination of former President Trump, asking Director Wray more about the investigation. They are now overseeing that investigation after the Secret Service was initially in charge of that operation on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania. That is where a 20-year-old gunman was able to get onto the roof of a building, fire off 8 rounds, and that's what we've learned, 8 shots towards former President Trump, striking him in the ear, also killing one of the rally goers and seriously wounding 2 others. And so now the FBI director is answering questions in regards to the timeline, in regards to information that he can share. There was a lot of frustration on Monday when lawmakers were questioning the now former director of the Secret Service, who really did not answer many questions and continually referred to this as an ongoing investigation, deferring to the FBI, saying that they were the agency now handling this. So while this is a little bit more muted in tone, lawmakers are still questioning the timeline, the resources, when they might receive additional answers. So right now, this hearing is in recess. We were hearing Representative Jim Jordan, who is the committee chairman, say they're going to be in recess for at least 10 minutes while they hold their votes. They're then going to make their way back to this room where they will continue their line of questioning. And you can count on us right here on Live Now from Fox to bring you that hearing as it resumes. We are going to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. After that, much more. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 10:56 Eastern, 7:56 Pacific, and we have a lot of news on this Wednesday. We also have a programming note to let you know about, and coming up at 2 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about 3 hours, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is set to address Congress. and we will be carrying his remarks live. I also wanted to share this live look with you right here. This is a live look at protesters outside Capitol Hill as they are protesting Netanyahu's arrival in Washington, D.C. He will be delivering those remarks at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Tomorrow, he is set to meet with President Biden and separately Vice President Harris. On Friday, he will be flying down to Florida, where he will be meeting with former President Trump. I am going to raise the audio for you so you can listen in. This is a live look at a protest happening outside Capitol Hill ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech. Let's listen in.
Good morning! If everybody in the front could keep the signs and flags away from the cameras so that we can have a nice live stream going, that would be great. So if you're standing in front of the media tower, maybe move a little bit. Thank you. How's everyone feeling? We're gonna keep chanting. Free! Free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! And from the sea to the river! Palestine will live forever! Free!
And you're taking a live listen at a protest happening outside Capitol Hill. You could see signs that say Free Palestine. This is ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking. And you can actually see that there is a speaker there on the podium. Earlier, we were hearing chants. It does look like she is continuing to chant right there, just trying to get the crowd riled up. But I also wanted to play out some remarks. There are some lawmakers that are going to actually be skipping Netanyahu's speech. And there were a number of senators just moments ago addressing Netanyahu's arrival to Washington, D.C. and his expected remarks. Senator Chuck Schumer was speaking just moments ago, and I do want to play his remarks for you right now.
Opportunity to fight for just that. Even though I disagree with many of Bibi Netanyahu's policies, I will attend the speech because the United States' relationship with Israel remains ironclad and transcends any prime minister or president, and we must do all we can to get our hostages home. I told the families of the hostages I will continue supporting the Biden administration and all negotiators as they push Hamas to agree to a deal that will release the hostages and bring relief to Gaza. The negotiators have agreed on a framework, and now is the time to close the deal. Later today, I will also meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu during a bipartisan, bicameral meeting of the congressional leadership. I promised the families I would relay their message directly with the Prime Minister. Do all you can to bring the hostages home now. Many of the families I met with yesterday were the very same families I met with during my trip to Israel just a few days after October 7th. A few days after the October 7th attack, where their loved ones were captured. I can only imagine what the last 8 months have been like for these courageous souls, not knowing if their loved ones are even alive. I was particularly glad to meet with some of the families from New York, including the family of Aite Chen, who was murdered on October 7th and whose body is still being held hostage. I also met with the family of Omar Nutra, who remains in captivity and whose family will be attending the speech as my guests. Omar was serving as a tank commander near Gaza when he was taken, but back home, he had his whole life ahead of him. He's a student athlete, a Knicks fan, the captain of his school's basketball team, and was set to attend Bingham University, one of the finest universities in the country, after his service. And there are many, many, just like Omar, who still we need to bring home. There is simply no time to waste with a deal within reach. Yesterday, another hostage family member told me the tragic story of her family. Her mother and brother were both taken captive by Hamas on October 7th. Today, her mother is home, released in the November hostage deal, but her brother is dead, murdered in captivity. As she told me, the difference in fates of her mother and her brother lie at the negotiating table. The survival of the hostages depends on closing a deal now. The Prime Minister must make bringing hostages home a top priority, and I promise the families that is what I will tell him when we meet this afternoon. On a different issue, COSA and COPA. Tomorrow, the Senate will get the chance to take a major step forward on ensuring our kids' safety. We'll hold a cloture vote on a measure that contains two resoundingly bipartisan bills, the Kids Online Safety Act, or COSA, and the Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPA. Both of these bills have been around since last Congress. Both have gone through the Senate Commerce Committee without opposition. But there have been many roadblocks to both COSA and COPA, and the parents who've been pushing and pushing and pushing for kids' online safety are fed up with the delay. But I believe this time will be different. This time I'm very hopeful that we can pass these bills through the chamber. I worked closely with members on both sides to get these bills ready to the floor. I made sure members had plenty of time to offer their input, work through disagreements, and arrive at a consensus. Now the moment to act has arrived. We're going to get our chance to take the next big step tomorrow. I've had many difficult meetings with constituents as a member of this body, but few have been as heart-wrenching as the meetings I've had with the parents of kids who took their own lives because of what happened to them on social media. I met with one parent from New York yesterday whose child suffered this terrible fate. She's lost her child forever. And I've met many others back home and across the country who are in similar situation. Some of the parents told me about how their kids were relentlessly bullied online. Others told me about how their kids were targeted by predators or duped into buying deadly drugs. Virtually all the parents shared their stories about the intense mental anguish their kids suffered. When I talked to the parents who lost their children, when I saw the pictures of their kids that they were holding up yesterday, I've seen those pictures before, I think of my kids when they were little. I think of my grandkids today. What if one of them goes online and loses their life? God forbid, God forbid. The loss shatters your heart. And I think to myself that if we could get these bills done, it would do so much good for millions of families across the country. Tomorrow's the day we must act. So I want to thank so many of the senators who labored tirelessly on these bills. I especially want to thank Senators Blumenthal and Blackburn for their work on COSA, as well as Senators Markey and Cassidy for their work on COPA. I also wish to thank Chair Cantwell for her excellent leadership on the Commerce Committee. I look forward to voting on advancing the COSA-COPA here tomorrow on the floor later this week. Now, next topic. Tonight, President Biden, Mr. President, will address the nation on a most solemn matter. His decision, his generous and wonderful decision to pass the torch at the end of his term, and his vision for the future of America. President Biden's decision to stand down from a second term in office will go down as one of the greatest acts of patriotism of any president in our long, storied United States history. To pass the torch is one of the hardest decisions possible for someone whose life has been entirely about leadership. But he did it because he believed it was the right thing to do for the country he loved so much. Nevertheless, tonight I expect President Biden to remind the American people that one thing hasn't changed. Right now, our democracy stands at a crossroads, and we, all of us, have a lot of work left to do. Democrats want to keep America moving forward with greater hope and opportunity for everybody. Republicans, on the other hand, are hell-bent on taking our country backward with chaos, with dysfunction. If anyone needed a clearer contrast between the Democrats and the Republicans' vision for America, just take a look at the latest Trump plan proposed by the very conservative, the arch-conservative Heritage Foundation. The more the American people learn the details of Project 2025, the more trouble Donald Trump is going to have. Let me say that again. The more the American people learn the details about Project 2025, the more trouble Donald Trump is going to have. The Trump plan calls for the most conservative agenda in American history, chock full of radical, right-wing MAGA proposals that are way out of line with the mainstream. While Democrats are focused on protecting reproductive rights and a woman's right to choose, the Trump plan lays the groundwork for a national abortion ban. While Democrats are focused on providing student debt relief to millions of borrowers, the Trump plan calls for defunding the Department of Education. While Democrats are focused on creating jobs and making our tax code fairer for working families, the Trump plan calls for more tax cuts for the very wealthy, the corporate elites, the mega corporations. While Democrats are focused on tackling climate change and lowering energy costs, the Trump plan would gut our clean energy investments, empower the nation's biggest oil and gas producers, and throw thousands and thousands who are now in good-paying jobs out of work. The list goes on and on and on, but the bottom line is this. America cannot afford 4 years of the Trump plan. It would be dangerous for our democracy, disastrous for our economy, horrible for the average American family, and downright destructive of the progress we've made in the last 4 years. And finally, Mr. President, 26 years ago today, Detective John Gibson, Officer Jacob Chestnut of the Capitol Police gave their lives in the line of duty while defending the Capitol from an attack by a lone gunman. On what was a very dark day in the history of this building, Detective Gibson and Officer Chestnut demonstrated extraordinary courage in the face of extraordinary danger. If not for their selfless actions that day, many innocent people would have been injured or lost their lives. Days like today remind us of the immense responsibilities of the Capitol Police. It's no easy task to be the guardians of the Capitol complex, but Capitol Police do it every single day with unwavering dedication and courage. So we will never forget the sacrifice that Detective Gibson and Officer Chestnut made 26 years ago. May their memories continue to be a blessing to their families, to all of us here who remember that awful day, and to their brave brothers and sisters of the Capitol Police. Yield the floor, note the absence of quorum.
And that was Senator Chuck Schumer as he was discussing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu ahead of his anticipated remarks set for 2 p.m. Eastern time. We are going to carry that live right here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, right there on your screen, you're also taking a live look on Capitol Hill as the hearing into former President Trump's attempted assassination is in recess. We are expecting lawmakers to make their way back to that room and continue to question FBI Director Christopher Wray. As soon as that hearing resumes, we, of course, will bring that to you live right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Time right now is 11:11 Eastern, 8:11 Pacific. After the break, we're going to head back live to the Senate floor as we do continue to hear from senators ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's remarks. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. It is a very busy Wednesday at this hour already. We also want to let you know that President Biden will address the nation at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, giving his very first remarks since he announced that he was exiting the presidential race. We will carry that address live right here on Live Now from Fox and have extensive commentary following Biden's address. Meantime, I also wanted to share this with you as we are expecting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to address Congress, this at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And we will also be carrying his remarks live for you right here on. Now, Netanyahu's arrival to Washington, D.C., not without controversy. Take a look at this. This is a live look outside Washington, D.C. right there. This is outside Capitol Hill. And you can see already hundreds of protesters right there lining the streets as they are protesting Netanyahu's arrival and his speech there on Capitol Hill. I am going to raise the audio. It's unclear as to what we will be able to hear, but I do want to share the sights and the sounds with you as we are live, raw, and unfiltered, and we do have cameras all around the world and the nation. Let's listen in.
Has been obscured by political maneuvering and willful ignorance. Yet the true measure of justice will be seen not in the proclamation of law, but in its enforcement. Over and over, we've been forced to confront a damning reality. The United States has played a central role in enabling Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza.
All right, so they have now changed the feed, but take a look at this. This apparently is another live look at a protest happening there in Washington, D.C. You can see a heavy police presence there with Capitol Hill police as they do appear to be detaining some of these protesters right there. Again, that live stream shifting to give us this look, but this is just another view. And in fact, you can see a police officer that had previously had handcuffs, or it almost appears as though these protesters have chained themselves, and you can see them taking one of those protesters away. Security heightened heavily, as you can imagine, in Washington, D.C. ahead of Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech. A heavy police presence there as they don't want to disrupt anything. And again, we saw one of those protesters being taken away. You can see a lot of Capitol Hill police right there with their helmets on, with their bulletproof vests on, as they are just standing there, not doing anything until there is an actual disruption. So I'm going to raise the audio, see what we can hear. As you can see, one of those protesters raising his fist in the air before being taken away to, it looks like, the back of one of those police vehicles. Let's once again listen in as we see Capitol Hill police taking away some of these protesters before Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech. This is interesting right here. Take a look if you're not looking at this live there on your screen. It appears as two protesters have adhered themselves in some shape or fashion to a massive water bottle. It looks like they are connecting their arms to this water bottle. And so police officers are actually having to take these two individuals who are connected together away. But you can see one of those, it looks like an office water container right there. And the protesters' arms are inside tubes that are attached to this water container. And it appears as though it does look like they actually removed one of the arms of the protester right there. The woman actually still has her arm attached to this device. And you can see, perhaps it's a little hard to see, but they're trying to remove her arm from this container as they were connected together. And it does look like they have been successful in removing her arm as they now both take these protesters away. We also have another look at this, what appears to be the same protest. These are hundreds of protesters, and so there are different angles that we have access to. This is one of them right here. I'm going to raise the audio. We do have another angle that I'll pop there on your screen so we can take a look at what's happening all around Capitol Hill as we are now less than 3 hours away from Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu delivering his speech to Congress. So we're going to raise this audio, pop up a couple boxes so you really can get a better understanding as to what is happening right now in Washington, D.C. Let's listen in.
Let them go! 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 Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
To protect the guilty. But what they don't realize is that we are the ones here, free with the truth and calling for justice.
So we're listening into a number of speakers as once again that camera angle has switched to give you just different views of this singular protest that is happening in Washington, D.C. of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's speech right there. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, but if you were joining us just a short time ago, I wanted to share this with you, that we are expecting the hearing into former President Trump's assassination attempt to resume, and it's currently in recess right here as the lawmakers actually had to leave the room to go vote on a number of matters, and so they've been in recess, I would say, maybe a little over 20 minutes now or so, possibly even hitting that 30-minute mark. We do understand that once all of those votes have taken place, all of those lawmakers are going to head back to this hearing and resume. This is the House Judiciary Committee holding this hearing. This is the third hearing on the issue of former President Trump's assassination attempt, really trying to understand the timeline as to how this 20-year-old gunman was allowed to scale a building, get onto the roof, and fire, we understand, 8 shots into the rally and at former President Trump, injuring him in the ear, killing one other person and injuring 2 other people. You can see right there the nameplate right there, Director Wray. That is the nameplate of FBI Director Christopher Wray, who has been giving testimony to lawmakers to understand the circumstances of this assassination attempt, to understand the Secret Service's failures in terms of all of this, and also the investigation that is now in the hands of the FBI. As soon as this hearing resumes, of course, we're going to head back and continue to provide you that testimony raw and unfiltered. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break. We have a number of live events as it is a very busy day here in our nation. We're going to continue that coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And as you can see during the break, the hearing into former President Trump's assassination attempt has just resumed. FBI Director Christopher Wray testifying in front of lawmakers. Let's once again listen in.
Of, mainly Republicans, maybe Democrats, was it all over the board? Can you enlighten us about that?
Well, this is a place where it's particularly important for me to reiterate the caveat that I've included before, because in this instance in particular, we have a lot of legal process out for additional accounts and things like that that the shooter is associated with. So we're hoping to learn more, and we're still exploiting a number of the digital devices.
Right.
I think it's fair to say that we do not yet have a clear picture of his motive. And I think it's important for me to explain, because I understand, of course, why everybody wants to know the answers to those questions. Often in an investigation, from interviewing people that the subject was in close contact with, looking at the individual's social media accounts, messages, often things, physical evidence in the person's residence, you might see a manifesto, things like that. We're not seeing that yet, but we are digging in hard, because this is one of the central questions for us. What I can say is that the shooter appears to have done a lot of searches of public figures in general, but so far we're seeing kind of news articles and things like that. And so the images that have been reported about, really what we're talking about there are when you do a news search of an article, the image appears in the cache, as opposed to like a search for that specific individual. But again, I really want to be clear that that's a place that we're doing a lot of work right now, and so more to come on that.
Well, I thank you for that clarification. We're interested also in the role of access to weapons when it comes to this terrible crime. The shooter used a semi-automatic rifle, really a weapon of war, that sadly has also been used in mass shootings around the country, including in my own district. It seems to me that the assault weapons ban that was once in place has to be a part of the national answer to curbing the epidemic of gun violence in America. I wonder if you could, with your help, Director Wray, understand a few aspects of the investigation. It's my understanding that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, was quickly able to trace the gun's purchaser, using records from an out-of-business gun store, records that the government is required to correct. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have suggested that collection should stop. There have been efforts to digitize it, which have been resisted. Can you tell us about how the origin of this gun purchase was discovered and the technology used?
I guess what I can say is we located a number of firearms associated with the shooter and his family. I think it was a total of, 14 in the house. The weapon that he used for the attempted assassination was an AR-style rifle that was purchased legally, that he is my understanding, acquired, bought actually from his father, who was the one who originally bought it, again, legally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, so I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Director, I'll try to ask questions that are answerable too. I think that's been done pretty well on both sides. You do the advanced threat assessment and deliver that information as to the general threat and then specifics as to protected people to the Secret Service. Is that correct?
Well, sort of. The Secret Service does a threat assessment, but they're doing that based on intelligence that they receive from a number of sources, including, of course, the FBI. So we share, whenever we have threat information related to a particular individual or protectee, then we share it with the Secret Service at a number of levels.
So you're a participant, but ultimately the responsibility for threat assessment as to these individuals belongs to the Secret Service?
Well, again, the threat assessment for the individual belongs to the Secret Service, but we are an important part of that because we share threat information, if we have any. They get threat information from a variety of sources.
So, and you get them from the same variety of sources. They've got no sources that are excluded from the FBI, do they?
Well, I don't know. I'm not aware of any that are excluded from the FBI, but they may receive information that comes directly to them that didn't come to us.
Sure. Okay. Director, do you believe that former President Trump was a high-risk threat under your assessment?
Well, I believe that former President Trump, really, frankly, like any president or former president, is a very high-profile figure and attracts a lot of, unfortunately, of the kind of threats we've been talking about.
It's fair to say, not on a scale of 1 to 1,000,000 with little nuances, but on a scale of 1 to 10, President Trump's risk was very similar to a current president, very similar to, because he was the presumptive nominee and leading in the polls and so on, that he was a high risk by any standard. Is that correct?
Certainly, there's a reason why he has so much protection around him.
Okay, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the son of assassinated senator and the nephew of an assassinated president, would you say he was also, as a presidential candidate, at significant risk?
Well, again, I think any presidential candidate raises some level of risk. It might vary from candidate to
candidate. But it's clearly a risk. Okay. In a nutshell, the day before this attack, President Trump was documented not to have gotten on multiple occasions from the Secret Service what they asked for. The day after, it looks like they're getting more. The day before, RFK had been denied by the president multiple times, Secret Service protection. The day after, he now has it. So now my question is the actions of a 20-year-old with a lone gunman on a roof sufficient to change the risk assessment in your mind for President Trump and RFK? Or are we just realizing the threat that was always there and being more appropriate in matching it? and I know that's a little vague, but you've been at this for a long time. Hindsight is 20/20. Now that we have hindsight, is it fair to say that giving Robert F. Kennedy Jr. security, upping the security, including drones, overhead support for the president, former president, these are all things that in hindsight should have been done the day before?
Well, let me try to answer your question this way. Of course, as I said, the assessments of the level of security to be provided to individual protectees.
No, I understand it's a Secret Service decision.
But what I would say to you is that, and I've been saying for quite some time, including in front of committees of this Congress, that we are in an elevated threat environment, and we have been for some time. And that comes from a variety of quarters. It is, quite frankly, a dangerous time to be a prominent public official.
In regards to that, the other side has spent a lot of time talking about what people on the right have said. But there was an attempted assassination on a Supreme Court justice. We have had the highest-ranking senator on the other side of this body saying that there were actions, that they were accountable. We have had multiple members of Congress in both the House and the Senate berating the character of members of the Supreme Court as a result of their decisions made, both, sometimes 6-3, sometimes unanimous, whatever. Are those comments, not any one of them, but are those comments and the generation of that sort of, oh, this guy's bad for democracy, this Supreme Court justice is a threat to democracy, is that the kind of thing that raises the threat level, and would you caution against that?
Well, I do believe that we've seen an increase in threats of violence, which again, that's the FBI's lane, not rhetoric, no matter how despicable or heated it is, but violence and threats of violence. We have seen an uptick in threats towards judges, among other prominent public officials, including, as you say, a case that we helped investigate involving a threat to a sitting Supreme Court justice.
An attempt.
An attempt.
Yeah, thank
correct.
you.
Right. I think it's a reflection of a broader phenomenon that we are seeing in this country where people, again, very passionate, I respect that, very angry, I respect that, but there's a right way and a wrong way to express yourself when you're angry. And violence and threats of violence just can't be it. And that's where we fit in. It's not my role as FBI director to call out particular people's rhetoric. There's a place for that, but that's not my role as FBI director. But when it turns to violence and threats of violence, that has to be treated as unacceptable, and that's the way we look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Director, when did the FBI learn that Iran was threatening President Trump's life?
So I want to be a little bit careful here, not to talk about specific classified information, but we have been for quite some time, and I'll stick with what's in the open record. We, for some time, and I in particular for some time, have been calling out the efforts by the Iranian government to attempt to retaliate for the killing of Soleimani by going after current or former prominent U.S. officials, and we've even had an indictment against it. And I think that we need to recognize the brazenness of the Iranian regime, including right here in the United States. And I expect that we're going to see more of it, and I expect there'll be more coming on that. I'm not aware of any threat information related to protectees that wasn't, passed in a timely way, but I can't really get into specifics here.
It's the minority's time here, but I just felt that was a question the committee needed to understand, and it sounds like you've known that for a long time, and that information was conveyed to the Secret Service?
Any information related to threats against the former president, which again, as we've sort of talked about, is happens all too often, is something that we have a whole process we routinely share with Secret Service at a number of levels in a timely way, and to my knowledge, that has consistently been followed.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Director Wray. Director Wray, the FBI is the independent law enforcement agency under the Department of Justice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does the FBI director currently report to anyone?
Well, you mean in a chain of command,
Yes.
reporting structure kind of
Yes.
thing? Yeah, so the FBI is part of the Justice Department. On the org chart, you would see that the FBI director, and this has been true for decades, reports to the Deputy Attorney General, who reports to the Attorney General. Obviously, reports in a communication sense, I report to any number of people.
As opposed to a micromanagement reporting system.
Correct.
And you would take issue, would you not, with any proposal that would change or alter that chain of command and place you or place a FBI director in the position of reporting directly to the president? Would you not? You would oppose that?
I don't think that would be a wise reporting structure. I think the structure that we've had for decades now makes sense. I think there's a difference between independence in a sort of organizational structure perspective and independence in terms of the way you do the work. Obviously, the FBI is part of the Justice Department.
Well, reporting directly to the president would eliminate your independence, would it not?
I don't think it would help.
Yeah. And you're familiar with Project 2025, are you not?
I mean, I've seen news reports about it. I'm not particularly familiar with it.
You're aware that it is a game plan for President Trump's first 120 days in office, correct?
I'm really not familiar with the details. Again, I've seen reporting about it.
It is, and what he proposes to do is to force the FBI director to report directly to him. That's what he wants to do within the first 120 days. He also wants to eliminate the position of FBI General Counsel. That is also set forth in Project 2025. How would you recommend that?
I think the FBI's Office of General Counsel serves an incredibly important role, including in terms of advising our workforce. We have 38,000 people. The idea of having an organization like ours, an independent law enforcement agency like ours that doesn't have its own general counsel's office doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it would seem like any proposal that would force the director to report to the president, and then there would be no legal counsel for the director of the FBI. That seems like it's an attempt to neuter the FBI and render it accountable only to the president. Isn't that correct?
Well, let me put it this way. I recognize that the FBI director, this FBI director and every FBI director before me serves at the pleasure of the president. And that's part of our system. I was appointed by President Trump. I respect that. I think that's a part of our structure. But independence in terms of how we do our work is what matters to me. And we need to be able to do our work in a way that is free from political interference.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that by reporting everything you do to the president and getting his authority and approval before you take action, correct?
I don't think that would be a wise approach.
And then there's even a proposal to replace many of those 38,000 dedicated civil servants who work for the FBI, replace them with a MAGA group that has pledged its allegiance to Donald Trump. What danger would that bring to the FBI if that were to happen?
Well, again, I haven't read or reviewed this thing that you're referring to.
What I say is true.
But the FBI is made up of 38,000 dedicated career law enforcement professionals. It has no political appointees of any kind, unless you count me as a nominee of the former president.
Either,
I don't think that should change. I think that is part of how we do our work.
Being the employees of the FBI.
We're coming up on 116 years of the FBI, and that's the way it has been for 116 years.
It would be crazy to take 38,000 MAGA loyalists and put them at the FBI. That's frightening. That's what Project 2025 proposes, and I'm glad to know that you are not with that program, and with that I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Was the shooter on the FBI's radar in any way prior to the assassination attempt?
We did not have any information about the shooter. He was not in our holdings before the shooting.
No communication in any chat rooms, no CIs or confidential human sources have any interaction with?
No, we've run a thorough search for the subject through all of our holdings, and he was not in them anywhere.
Were there any FBI agents or informants present at the Trump rally in Butler?
Not to my knowledge.
And Mr. Jordan was talking to you about Iran. Were law enforcement resources diverted from the protection of President Trump to John Bolton as a consequence of concern that Mr. Bolton might have been the target of Iranian malign efforts?
That's really a Secret Service decision. I don't know the answer to that. That's really something they would know better. What I can tell you is that there are a number of individuals, you mentioned one, who we've brought a case, a specific criminal case for the Iranians targeting for assassination. But how the
Are you going to get that answer to us, whether or not resources were diverted from Trump to Bolton? Is that just going to be part of your review?
I think that's going to be part of the reviews by the Inspector General.
The Inspector General for DHS, right?
Of DHS and the outside panel.
And I think that's an important point, because the Inspector General for DHS has really fallen out of favor with the administration, because he's been pointing out all the problems on the border with Mayorkas and Biden, and we're always kind of worried that they're about to fire him, which would be a really bad idea now that this role that you've identified is so critical. Be a bad idea to fire the IG for DHS during the pendency of this, right, Mr. Director?
I don't think that would be a good idea.
I'm with you on that. So I want to zoom out a little bit. How often do you brief President Biden?
You mean on this specific case?
No, in your role as FBI director.
I mean, I don't know that I could give you a number.
Is it like weekly, monthly, daily?
It's not at a regular cadence. There have been times when there have been months at a time when I haven't, and then there have been times when several days apart I have. Okay. It's always with other people.
The Vice President, is she typically there?
Often has been.
Okay, so when did you notice his decline?
In my interactions, in my role, all my interactions with the current president have been completely professional.
Right, but I mean the cognitive decline. I'm not saying he treated you unprofessionally, just maybe not picking things up as quickly as he used to.
Again, I don't meet with him very often, but what you're describing is not something that I've observed during my interactions with him.
I mean, we've had it observed so often that the ranking member and Mr. Schiff on this committee have said that he could no longer continue as a candidate. And so, since you're the FBI director, I was just sort of wondering, like, who's running the country? Like if something bad happened, you'd have to go brief President Biden about it right now? God forbid?
And on any number of occasions, I have briefed the president, and as I said, those briefings have all been uneventful and unremarkable.
Oh, I could imagine them being uneventful. But in the work where the vice president's also present, like you say, there's like more than half the time there's these briefings, she's there too?
I don't know if I said more than half the time. Certainly, there have been times where she's been present. There have been other times where she hasn't.
I take you at your word when you say this is the most complicated threat environment you've ever observed over a long career in law enforcement. And I'm just kind of wondering, with this assassination attempt, with the invasion at our border, with all the Hamas that have been let in that you've talked about and briefed about, like, is Biden up to it? And if he's not up to it, and you're a guy who's been regularly briefing him, like who's been in on this conspiracy to hide the real Joe Biden from all of us for years? It never occurred to you that this guy wasn't up to it in all these briefings you did?
As I said, my briefings with the president have all been completely fine.
Were they between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.?
He's asked questions. There hasn't been anything of note in the area that you're talking about.
Yeah, did you ever have to brief him before 10 a.m. or after 4 p.m.? We hear those are as good hours.
Certainly times that I have briefed have included outside those hours.
Right, okay. I just, I think the American people want to know how we got to this point with someone who's so diminished his own party has basically put him out to pasture. And since you had close proximity and the vice president had close proximity, I'm just kind of wondering if you were being straight with all of us about how things were going with him. I guess we'll have to figure that out.
You can count on me to be straight with you, sir.
We'll see.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to recognize, unfortunately, the fact that our colleague and my colleagues side by side made for many, many years in this committee, Sheila Jackson Lee, is no longer with us. She was a great member and a force for America, and her loss is felt and it's great. Secondly, I'd like to say to the FBI director that there were some remarks made when you were introduced, preemptory remarks saying that people don't have great faith in the FBI and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I have great faith in the FBI, and I think most of us on this side of the aisle do. And we appreciate your work and appreciate your being here. Some on the other side of the aisle have cast aspersions upon the FBI and upon law enforcement. And if they don't want to support law enforcement, that's their business. But I support law enforcement, and the FBI is the top rank of law enforcement in our country. So I thank you and all of your people that work with you. Secondly, there's been some questions about the FBI maybe being weaponized. Did President Biden ever ask you to get involved in the case in Orlando, Florida, where Kevin McCarthy says that Mr. Gates is investigated for some sexual involvement with a 17-year-old girl? Did the president or anybody in the Democratic Party, as Mr. McCarthy has suggested, weaponized you and tried to get you involved in that case?
No, sir.
Good. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure of that. Butler, Pennsylvania, I read something about a ladder. He used a ladder to get up on that roof, and that the ladder was found somewhere a distance away. Is that true?
So we do know that he purchased a ladder. I think, if I recall correctly, it was about a 5-foot tall type of ladder. But importantly, we did not find the ladder at the scene. So it's not clear that he used the ladder to get on top of the roof.
So you don't think
we're still digging into all that, things related to the ladder and his access to the roof. But he did buy a ladder, but the ladder was not found at the scene.
Ladder didn't have any feet on it. It didn't walk off.
Oh, right.
Thank you, sir. There have been a lot of threats against public officials. We've seen Mr. Scalise terribly shot, and we saw Gabby Gifford shot, and other Congress people, and many of us have had death threats. And the FBI has been made aware of those to help protect us, and I appreciate that greatly. But we've also had election officials and poll workers threatened. What is the FBI doing in consultation with other law enforcement to ensure every eligible voter can safely and confidently cast a ballot this year?
So when it comes to threats to election workers in particular, we participate in the election threats task force that DOJ set up. We also, and there have been quite a number already of arrests and convictions under that task force. We have got a number of investigations underway that involve all kinds of threats to election workers, ranging from online threats to, there was even some mailings that included fentanyl. So there's been a number of types of threats to election workers. And these are, after all, people who are putting in their own time for the good of the country to try to help us have a functioning democracy. And so the idea that they would be targeted with violence is just outrageous. We are sharing information with election officials about things to be on the lookout for. We have election crime coordinators in all 50 states.
You'll be prepared for Election Day with additional, FBI will be looking out for.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Jeffrey Epstein, been in the news a lot lately about involvement with certain people high in politics involved. Did the FBI conduct the raid on his townhouse in New York when he was incarcerated in New York? There was a raid on his East Side townhouse.
Well, I don't know about a raid. I know we executed a number of searches in the course of our fairly extensive investigation related to Mr. Epstein.
Can you tell me, during that search, if you came across and have within the possession of the FBI tapes of him with other individuals that he might have taken in, people in compromising positions?
Yeah, I don't know that there's anything I can share related to that. I can see if there's information we could provide and maybe get back to you on it.
If there were tapes of people in prominent positions, friends of his he posed for pictures with, possibly in compromising positions. It would be, the public, I think, has a right to see those.
Well, I mean, how we handle evidence recovered in a criminal investigation has all kinds of rules that apply to it. I recognize the intense public interest in the subject, but we'd have to follow our rules. But I'm happy, like I said, I'm happy to follow up with my team on it.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate your service, and thank you for being here today. Thank you.
The gentleman yield the last 5. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here. How many shots did the shooter fire?
Well, we know that he fired at least 8 because we recovered 8 cartridges on the roof.
Okay, and are all the cartridges and the unspent bullets, have they been, you know how many there are? You've accounted for all of those?
We
yeah.
We believe we have. Again, there was lots of work still ongoing, but yes, we believe we have accounted.
And did the recovered shells, the cartridges, match the shooter's rifle?
My recollection is yes.
Okay. And you conducted analysis that confirms that?
Well, we work with ATF, but yes, so some of the work has been divided up. But.
And how many shells casings were recovered from the location of the counter snipers?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
From the counter snipers location?
That I don't have the answer, at least here at my fingertips.
Okay. Did the blood and tissue pattern of the shooter, did it match the stories or the witness testimony that you've heard so far?
Can you, well, I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Well, I assume you've interviewed the counter snipers, you have that evidence, and other witnesses describing the kill of the shooter. And I'm wondering if the blood and tissue and brain matter is consistent with the testimony that you're receiving. In other words, is the physical...
In terms of the manner of death?
Exactly. Is the physical evidence consistent with where the shot from the counter sniper took place?
Yeah, so the autopsy is being handled by, as is not unusual, the state authorities. My understanding is thus far, I don't think it's fully complete, which is not, again, not totally unusual. But so far, nothing remarkable on that front.
That's from the body itself, but from actually the scene where the shooter was found, is everything consistent with the testimony, the physical evidence at the scene? Is that consistent with the testimony you've seen, that you've heard so far?
So far, yes. Again, ongoing investigation.
Were you able to determine whether the shooter took the gun up with him when he climbed up to the top of the roof, or was it already placed there somewhere?
So that is something that we're drilling into right now that we don't know the answer to yet. I can tell you, which may be relevant, though, to your question, that, and I don't think this has been reported yet, that the weapon had a collapsible stock, which could explain why it might have been less easy for people to observe, you know, because one of the things that we're finding is people have observed him, the first people to observe him with the weapon were when he was already on the roof, and we haven't yet found anybody with firsthand observation of him with the weapon walking around beforehand. So that doesn't mean he wasn't, obviously, but the collapsible stock is potentially a very significant feature that might be relevant to that.
Did he have a scope?
I believe so, but as I sit here right now, I don't remember.
Okay. You mentioned about 2 hours before the incident that he'd had a drone and he was using a drone. Instead of me putting words in your mouth, just tell me how you discovered the drone, how you discovered the time, and how you discovered, if you can describe what he would have been observing with the drone and how you determined that, please.
So this is something that's very much ongoing right now. We're going back and forth with our lab as they continue to do work on it. What I would say is the drone was in his car. As I said, we've been able to, by exploiting the drone, determine, its use and flight paths. There were no pictures or videos on the drone of the day of the rally, for example, but we have been able to reverse engineer the flight path of the drone from the day of the rally, and that's how we know that for about 11 minutes from I think it's around 3:50 p.m. to 4 p.m., somewhere in that range. He was flying the drone, and we have the flight path. It's about 200 yards away from where former President Trump would ultimately be speaking. And so that would have primarily given him a vantage point. I'm trying to think how to describe this. If the former president's podium is that way,
yeah,
the drone would be over here looking, you know, say 200 yards again off this way, looking back. So it would have shown the shooter, we think, again, we're still doing more work on this. I really want to qualify what I'm saying, but I'm trying to be transparent and lean in here. We think it would have shown him kind of what would have been behind him.
But when you say behind him, behind the shooter?
Correct. Like, in other words, almost like giving him a rear view mirror of the scene behind him, except again, he wasn't flying it overhead while he was later back for the assassination.
But he would have had, with the drone, he would have been able to also assess kind of what, because the stage, I assume, was already set, he would have been able to assess that angle with the rooftop as well, forward and backward, I assume.
Well, certainly going towards the podium. Again, we're still trying to figure out exactly what he saw, because we're having to, in effect, because there's no recording of what he saw during those 11 minutes, you know, our hypothesis at this point, the experts think he would have been live streaming it. And so we're trying to, in effect, say, okay, well, if this was the flight pattern, given these capabilities of the drone, what would you have seen? What could you have seen for those 11 minutes? And again, it wasn't over the stage or the kind of the hub of the rally. It was about 200 yards away, but it looks like it would have been looking, let's say, you know, length of a football field or so, more, you know, kind of towards the podium.
Great, thank you, Mr.
How many separate times was the shooter on the premises?
So again, with the caveat that we're continuing to do work on it, we believe that the first time he traveled to the grounds was, I think, a week before. He spent roughly 20 minutes there. Then he went to the grounds again on the morning of the event, it appears, for about 70 minutes, I think. But again, I qualify that. I'd have to go back and look to be sure of that part. And then he came back in the afternoon. So that would be, I guess, a third time for good. But that included things like this drone activity we just talked about.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for appearing. Thank you for the extraordinary job that you're doing. Please convey our thanks to the men and women at the Bureau for their incredible work. I worked with them since I was an assistant U.S. attorney more than 30 years ago. Let me start with a threshold question I'm curious about. When I applied to be an assistant U.S. attorney, I had to go through a background check. Do candidates for the FBI have to go through background checks?
Yes.
Would someone with dozens of felony convictions survive a background check for the Bureau?
No.
So they would never be hired by the Bureau?
No.
Well, clearly the Bureau has, you don't have to comment on this, I know you won't, but clearly the Bureau has higher standards for their hiring than one of America's great political parties. Let me turn to the events of the tragic shooting. Have you been able to gain access to the shooter's electronic communications, social media, and with the caveats that you mentioned that the investigation is still early, have you been able to make any deductions, or are there any indications of the shooter's motivation from those electronic holdings?
So in terms of our ability to access it, we have been able to get into and exploit a number of electronic devices, digital devices, but not all of them yet. And then within his various accounts, we've been able to get access to some of them, but some of them we're still waiting on. Some of them we may never get access to because of the encryption issue, that it presents an increasingly vexing barrier for law enforcement, not just the FBI, but for law enforcement all over the country. But we're still drilling into that. We have some information. Some places we've been able to look. Some places we will be able to look. Some places we may never be able to see, no matter how good our legal process is. But that's what we're looking at right now. In terms of what we've been able to find so far, a lot of the usual repositories of information have not yielded anything notable in terms of motive or like ideology. Having said that, it does appear fairly clear that he was interested in public figures, kind of more broadly, and I think this is important, that starting somewhere around July 6th or so, he became very focused on former President Trump and this rally. And so one of the things that I can share here today that has not been shared yet is that we've just in the last couple of days found that from our review, to your point about devices, analysis of a laptop that the investigation ties to the shooter reveals that on July 6th, he did a Google search for, quote, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy? And so that's a search that obviously is significant in terms of his state of mind. That is the same day that it appears that he registered for the Butler rally.
And when you say that his electronic holdings indicated an interest in different public figures, without revealing anything you're not comfortable revealing about those public figures, can you tell us anything generally about them, either the offices they hold, their political party, or was it simply people of a high profile?
Well, a couple things. First, the images that we've recovered so far from, I can't remember which of his various devices, appear to be what we call cached images from searches of news articles. So if you do a news article search, of course, if there are photos on it, those photos get stored automatically in your cache, as opposed to me searching or him searching for a specific person and getting up images of that person. As far as the pictures that are like that, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of rhyme or reason to it so far, other than these are, all prominent public people, but they cover both parties, they cover both U.S. people and even some foreign public officials. So that part doesn't appear to, that one repository of information doesn't appear to be overly indicative of motive other than interest in public figures, but that could be just because he was reading news stories. So we're still trying to drill into that. That's why all of these outstanding legal process returns that we're waiting on for various accounts, platforms, et cetera, any one of them could be one that would have very indicative, very important information.
If I could be permitted one very short additional question, Chairman. From that, any indication of any other particular target, that is someone who was not just sort of generically the subject of the searches you described, but for which there was more of an interest than others?
There's the information I just described at the moment does not appear particularly indicative of targeting in its own right. But again, that dot, once we get other information, could connect in a way that might be more meaningful. But I'm sharing that piece of information with this committee and with the American public, but I think it's important that we put down a qualification. This does not appear to be some kind of target list or something like that. This is cached images from running searches of news stories. And again, there's nothing at the moment, there's no pattern from that particular piece of information that is overly remarkable so far.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Director, you previously told us that you consider the situation on the southern border to be a massive security threat to our country. Is that still your assessment?
I stand by my prior testimony, and in fact, just in the last month or so, we've done, conducted a significant series of arrests. I say we, our Joint Terrorism Task Force is working with ICE of a number of individuals with suspected international terrorism ties. And I have also been very vocal about the fact that and this is really since the last time I appeared before you, that we are increasingly concerned about the possibility not just of a foreign terrorist-inspired attack, which is very much a concern, but even the potential for a coordinated foreign terrorist attack, perhaps like what we've seen against the concert hall in Russia, for example, but just here in the United States.
Well, the 19 suicide bombers who overstayed visas were responsible for 3,000 American deaths on 9/11. What's your best estimate of the number of foreign terrorists who are now in our country?
I don't know that I could give you that number. What I can tell you is we have lots of foreign terrorism-related investigations, but that doesn't mean that all of them came in, illegally or anything like that.
It seems to me that the simplest act of terrorism would be for dozens of guerrillas to attack low-security, high-density venues, for example, Friday night high school football games all across the country at the same hour. With bombs and automatic weapons, that would produce thousands of casualties from coast to coast in a matter of minutes. How likely is such a scenario?
Well, what you're describing would require, of course, a lot of coordination. But what I will tell you, and I think you're onto a particularly important point from my perspective, which is that unlike the 9/11 attacks, which again, I was in FBI headquarters on the day of 9/11, and so I remember it vividly, and I've spent plenty of time in the period after that in my prior positions engaged with the families and the victims. But what we're seeing more and more with the foreign terrorist threat, and frankly also the domestic terrorism threat, is a focus on kind of like what you're talking about, well, what I would call soft targets, which is really for the American people's benefit, just intelligence community speak for where everyday people live their everyday lives.
What terrorist groups have now infiltrated our country that you're tracking?
Well, I don't know that I would say infiltrated. We have investigations as we speak that relate to ISIS and its affiliates. We have investigations as we speak that relate to Al-Qaeda. We have investigations as we speak that relate to Al-Shabaab. We have investigations as we speak that relate to the Iranian proxies, Hezbollah, and so frankly, even the IRGC Quds Force itself.
What foreign criminal gangs are now in our country that you're most concerned with?
Well, foreign criminal gangs, we obviously have investigations, a lot of investigations into, gangs like MS-13, for example, and some of its counterparts. Although I think if you were to talk to most chiefs and sheriffs like I'm doing every week, we shouldn't underestimate how prevalent neighborhood gangs are, really. It's a lot of the gang violence.
I'm concerned about those that we've allowed in through the southern border and what threat they are now posing. Do you believe that the vetting performed at the southwest border is adequate to ensure that aliens with terrorist or criminal gang ties are not being released into the United States?
Well, it's not really for me to speak to the vetting. What I would tell you is that
you have to deal with it once they're released in the United States.
And one of the concerns that I have, which I touched on briefly in my opening, is there's been a lot of focus on the number of known or suspected terrorists encountered at the border, and that number has increased over the last 5 or 6 years, and that should be of concern. But frankly, to me, the bigger concern is individuals who weren't either weren't on the watch list at the time they came in because there wasn't information known yet that ties them to terrorism, and it's only after they get in that some new piece of information develops somewhere overseas, and now we know. That's a bigger concern.
We've been warned that they basically vet against a blank sheet of paper. If they don't have a record in this country, Border Patrol probably doesn't have any record. They're released into the country, and you find out later of the dangers.
Right, or if they use fake documents and there aren't biometrics to connect them. Sometimes there are people who come in who, because of the nature of the threat information that puts somebody on the watch list, there wasn't, fingerprints from the person at the time, because not every piece of intelligence comes with fingerprints. So then the guy comes in using a fake ID,
and of course,
there's no reason to connect them.
And of course, the 2 million gotaways you know absolutely nothing about.
Exactly. Well, I don't know about absolutely nothing, because we may come across them in other things. I mean, one of the key parts of our collective defense here is that we work with 800,000 sworn law enforcement across the country, and we train them on the right questions to ask and things like that, so that we can build in additional eyes and ears if they, do a traffic stop or whatever happens to be. We run a greater chance of leveraging all that to pick up people who may have slipped through the cracks.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Director, we're about 100 days until the election. Russia has attacked our democracy in past elections. Are they seeking to do it in this one?
We assess that the Russian government continues to want to influence and in various ways interfere with our democracy, with our electoral process. In fact, just in the last few weeks, we announced a significant disruption of a generative AI-enhanced social media, bot farm, essentially, of the Russians that was designed to be an influence operation, and some of the fictitious profiles of those bots purported to be U.S. persons. So they're still at it. We've seen that in election cycle after election cycle.
Do the Russians have a preferred candidate?
I'm not sure that I could speak to that here, but certainly what I would tell you is it's not just the Russians, and I think that's important for people to know too. There's a lot of attention to the Russians, as there should be, but we also know, you may recall that in 2020, Director Ratcliffe and I announced an effort by the Iranians to try to interfere, and more recently, we've had indictments related to China. 34 Chinese MPS officers creating fictitious personas, posting false information online, full of narratives designed to sow divisiveness, discord, undermine us. And I'm talking about narratives that they were pushing, again, purporting to be Americans, but actually Chinese MPS officers. For example, trashing any suggestion that COVID came from a lab leak, or trashing U.S. law enforcement on the occasion of the anniversary of George Floyd's death.
And shifting to the attempted assassination on the former president, I want to make it clear, in America, violence has never been the answer. Not on a certain day in January or a recent day in July. And I just want to go through the shooting just briefly with you. How many armed officers were within the perimeter, just ballpark figure?
That really goes to the security posture, which is the subject of the DHS Inspector General's review and the outside panel, independent panel that's
Would you say probably more than 100, though?
I have to believe that number, but I don't have that number at my fingertips. Our focus is on the shooter and his attack.
And the shooter was able to get 8 shots off before he was killed?
That's what it would appear, yes.
Type of weapon used by the shooter was an assault rifle?
Was an AR-style rifle.
So that means one trigger pull, one round, is that right?
Essentially.
Do you like to shoot?
Do I?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you know the difference between an AR and a bolt action rifle?
I'm not going to try to sit here and engage on sort of firearms expertise, but I've fired a variety of weapons. But
had the shooter used a bolt action rifle, would that have been one trigger pull, one round?
That's my understanding.
And would there have been more, well, on an assault rifle, trigger pull, round, bolt action, non-assault rifle, what's the difference? Is it faster, slower?
He was able to get more rounds off more quickly than he would have with other kinds of weapons.
And that's my point, is that we can add additional resources to protect political candidates, and we should. The people who went to that rally deserved to be protected from gun violence, just like the students at Parkland deserve to be protected from gun violence, just like the babies at Sandy Hook deserve to be protected from gun violence. So we'll devote more resources. We've added a presidential candidate who is also now protected. But if we're being honest with ourselves,
We have armed this country to the teeth, and we have allowed the most dangerous people to have access to the most dangerous weapons. I say that as a parent of a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, the two oldest who have done multiple mass shooter drills in their classrooms. I say that as a brother to 2 police officers who walk a very violent beat. And I say that as an elected official who believes that my colleagues deserve to be as safe as I deserve to be when we are at political rallies. And so we really need to step back and think, if we allow these weapons to be in our country, can we truly protect our elected officials, and can we truly protect, most importantly, our children and the next generation? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. It is good to have Mr. Massey back with us today. Some of us had a chance to go to Kentucky over the last few weeks and visit with Thomas and his family and hear all kinds of wonderful stories about Rhonda. Amazing, amazing lady, gentle spirit, and we're glad to have Mr. Massey back with us. And the next 5 minutes belong to you, Congressman.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Wray, how many counter snipers were present at the rally that day, and which of the counter snipers took the shot that took out the would-be assassin?
I don't have the number of counter snipers. I know it was a Secret Service counter sniper who took the shot that eliminated the shooter. And we've conducted a number of interviews, including of him.
So was it one of the 2 that we see in the videos on top of the roof, or was it a different location that shot?
I'm afraid I don't have that at my fingertips here.
Okay. You mentioned that the would-be assassin bought a 5-foot ladder. You have credit card evidence of that. But it looks like on the scene there was a larger ladder that he might have used. Do you know which ladder he used to get to the roof? And do you have possession of that 5-foot ladder and the other ladder? And do you know how the taller ladder got to the scene?
So this whole business about the ladder is something we're drilling into more. We do have possession of the 5-foot ladder that he purchased close in time to his attempted assassination. That we've traced the purchase of that ladder from a receipt, a bloodied receipt that he had on him at the time his body was recovered on the roof. We do not yet know for sure how exactly he got up on the roof. We're looking at, various forensic pieces to try to kind of piece that together. So more to come on that.
Do you know where the 5-foot ladder was found or retrieved? Was it near the roof, or was it still in his vehicle?
Neither. I don't have it in front of me, but I know that it was not. I know that it was not on scene, and I know that it was not in his vehicle. But we can circle back to you and get to that.
Is there any evidence at all that he may have been in contact with somebody else before this occurred that may have had any prior knowledge or may have helped him plan this event?
Well, needless to say, that is a question that we're intensely focused on, because that would obviously be incredibly meaningful. So far, underline, so far, we have not found any evidence of any accomplices or co-conspirators, foreign or domestic.
And you're using geolocation data to see if his cell phone was near another cell phone, I presume?
Right, we're doing lots of different kinds of cellular analysis, geolocation stuff, looking at his accounts. He, from everything we've seen, which is consistent with what we've learned in interviews, a lot of people describe him as a loner. That does kind of fit with what we're seeing in his devices. His list of contacts, for example, is very short, compared to what you would normally see from most people. So it doesn't appear to be a whole lot of interaction between him, face-to-face or digital with a lot of people.
Okay, thank you.
That doesn't mean there's not any, and that's why we're drilling into. We're trying to talk to anybody who's had any engagement with him whatsoever, digital, in person, classmates, coworkers,
right,
et cetera.
Appreciate that. And now I want to talk about another possible assassination attempt, and I'll start by showing a video of President Biden, and this is from recently. This is in the last month, if we can play that.
Gallows erected to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence. I think it's fair to say it's one of the darkest days in the history of America.
Okay, and he's referring to January 6th. Were there gallows erected to hang Mike Pence, as the president says here?
I'm not aware of any physical gallows. I can't remember whether from a demonstration perspective there may not have been some kind of replica or symbol of something like that.
That's my impression. Can we show, can you raise that up so you can see it? It looks like there was some kind of prop that was built. The construction doesn't look like it lends itself to actually hanging somebody. It's more of a prop, I think, as you suggested, that was erected on January 6th. But if the president were correct, that these gallows were erected to hang Mike Pence, that would be a very serious allegation, wouldn't it?
I would take it very seriously, yes.
Has anybody been arrested, or do you have any leads in conjunction with the erection of this gallows? We had a picture here on the screen, if you can show it again. It was just up there. There's an individual here who's seen on near these gallows. Has he been arrested? Have you identified this person?
You know, I don't know that I could speak to this specific person or the gallows that are pictured on the image. You know, we have had, I think, 850 people who have pled guilty to federal crimes related to January 6th, and I think, you know, another 180, I think it is, convicted at trials. So I can't be sure.
And some of them merely for going into the Capitol, but here the president suggests that individual intended to hang Vice President Pence, which seems like kind of a wild claim myself, given the construction of those gallows. But if we are to take him seriously, or even if we aren't, let me just finish by saying this. If you have no leads, or you're not sure if anybody who erected those gallows was arrested or is being investigated, you know, were there any confidential human sources involved from the FBI or any other agency in the erection of that prop, those gallows?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Director Wray. Political violence of any kind is dangerous, unlawful, and totally unacceptable. Just as we all watched and then unequivocally condemned the attempted assassination attempt on our former president, I wish that we could all come together to unequivocally condemn the act of political violence on January 6th, instead of defending props that were used, that were harmful, dangerous props of gallows, attempting to show what people wanted to do to Vice President Pence. Extremists attempted to subvert our democracy in the worst assault on the U.S. Capitol since the War of 1812. Many of us were trapped in the gallery that day. We feared we would not make it out. Insurrectionists were chasing down former Speaker Nancy Pelosi and then Vice President Mike Pence. And I myself have been the direct target of political violence when an armed man with a gun showed up at my door, threatened me and my family, and we actually ended up having to move our home. So I understand the increased tenor of political violence that is racking our country. It has been on the rise, fomented by violent and dehumanizing rhetoric from top public officials, including the former president and members of Congress, sadly, and bolstered by the proliferation of easily accessible guns, including assault-style weapons. All of this violence is unacceptable, and I wholeheartedly condemn it. I just hope we condemn all of the violence, not just one or two incidents. Mr. Wray, today I want to focus on the role of the FBI and the need for the Bureau to remain politically neutral and independent. The FBI cannot and should not be subject to the whims of any president. The majority apparently doesn't think that the FBI needs to be politically neutral and independent. They want an FBI subordinate to the president, not accountable to the American people. That is one part of a larger plan to undermine our democracy, to remove the checks and balances that have protected us, and ultimately to subvert our freedoms. That agenda, promulgated by the former president, his loyalists, and their MAGA allies, is called Project 2025. It is publicly available online. I encourage everyone who's watching this to Google it. It includes plans to undermine every part of our government, including the FBI. Trump's Project 2025 agenda says that the director of the FBI must not be independent of politics, but instead must do whatever the president orders. Under Trump's Project 2025, Trump loyalists would undermine the non-political and independent structure of the FBI. Project 2025 openly calls on the next conservative administration to support, quote, a vast expansion of the number of political appointees in every office across the DOJ, especially the FBI. And so, Mr. Wray, given your extensive experience as a law enforcement professional at DOJ across multiple Republican and Democratic administrations, why do you think it's important that the FBI maintain political independence from the president?
I think the FBI is and needs to stay independent, and that means protecting the American people without fear or favor, upholding the Constitution and the rule of law, and it means following the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it. And I add that last part because the essence of independence and objectivity is not that an investigation is going to always yield the result you want. Our independence and objectivity can't only be respected when you like the outcome. That's the very essence of objectivity. Sometimes you're going to like the result, sometimes you're not going to like the result. And that applies to everyone, including us. Any number of times we're disappointed and frustrated by the results of our investigations. But the alternative is an erosion of the rule of law, where the only thing that distinguishes one investigation from another is power. And that's what you see in some of authoritarian countries around the world. So I'm not familiar with this particular
No, I didn't ask you to
Project
comment on that.
2025
No,
thing. I don't know anything about it, but what I can tell you is, from my perspective, the FBI needs to be functioning as independent. Doesn't mean it's not part of the executive branch. It doesn't mean the FBI director doesn't serve at the pleasure of the president, but it does mean that the way we do our work
has to be objective.
Has to be independent.
Yeah, thank you. I have another question about the role of attorneys at the FBI Office of General Counsel. How do we protect that work?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
The role, what role do the attorneys at the FBI Office of General Counsel play in ensuring that the Bureau respects the constitutional rights of American citizens? How do we protect that work?
So, in my experience, the lawyers in the Office of General Counsel play an incredibly important role in ensuring that our agents have their questions about how to comply with the law and conducting their work answered. And ensuring that we conduct our work in the right way, which means scrupulously adhering to the laws and the rules that apply to us.
I just wanted to say before I yield, Mr. Chairman, that the Project 2025 also eliminates the FBI's Office of General Counsel in-house lawyers who are responsible for that role. I appreciate your indulgence, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin's recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was when you were here December of last year, Mr. Wray, that you said blinking lights were going off in regards to the southern border and what is happening down there. Has the border situation improved in terms of your assessment with the security of Americans since you were last here in December?
Well, I guess a couple things, and I appreciate the question. So first, the blinking lights comment that I made refers more broadly to the threat environment that I'm seeing as FBI director across a wide range of threats. Contributing to that in a variety of ways are the threats that emanate from the border. So it's not a comment just on the border issues, it's the threat environment that we face more broadly, in my experience in law enforcement. I am increasingly concerned that foreign terrorists could seek to exploit vulnerabilities at our southwest border or at other ports of entry or in other aspects of our immigration system to facilitate an attack here in the United States. I think that is something we have to be concerned about. There's been a lot of focus on numbers of this, numbers of that, and I understand that. But as I think was referenced in an earlier question, it doesn't take very many foreign terrorists to be a real problem. We had 19 hijackers responsible for the 9/11 attacks. And we just not that long ago had a case, some of the members of the committee will remember, where we charged an individual for trying to smuggle individuals in to assassinate former President Bush.
Are you concerned that the Border Patrol chief, former Border Patrol chief Rodney Scott, said that he was concerned about very minuscule data that they're receiving? So there's all this. We are told that illegal aliens are vetted against databases, but oftentimes they're doing biometrics as they come into this country, but not looking behind it in their home countries. Does that concern you when there's not a review done in the home country?
Well, we certainly need as much help as we can get from the countries of origin of these people. When I say origin, not just where they come from originally, but countries they've come through. And the biometric enrollment piece is, of course, an important one. We have situations where even if...
Are we doing a thorough enough job of reviewing them, their actions and their lives in their home countries before they came here?
Well, I mean, we need more help from our foreign partners. There's no question about that. And I think that's an important part of it.
How about our domestic partners like the CIA and others that are supposed to protect us?
So there's been a lot of discussion, of course, over the last several years about the pivot to what's called the hard targets, right? The understandable focus, which I support, of focusing on the threat posed by China and Russia and Iran. But with that comes, if you look at, for example, the withdrawal from Afghanistan, we start to lose sources of information about foreign terrorist threats from overseas, and that is a concern to me.
Yeah, my time's running out. Has Vice President Harris met with you in regards to the border?
Well, I've been in meetings that have included the Vice President that have in different ways touched on border issues.
Has she specifically asked you for a meeting in regards to the threat that is at the border?
You know, I'm not going to get into sort of specific meetings, but I can tell you that I've been in meetings that have included, among other people, the Vice President that touch on border security issues.
Did she ask you questions about what you thought needed to be done in regards to reducing this threat to the American people?
You know, I really can't get into specific conversations.
Is support for President Trump a security concern within the FBI?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it.
Is support for President Trump a security concern amongst your employees?
No.
Is objection to the COVID-19 vaccine a security threat?
Not from my perspective.
Who improved what is termed the Trump questionnaire within the FBI that was done by SIIS? Dina Perkins, Jeffrey Ventry were behind it. Who was responsible for that? And did you know that there was a Trump questionnaire out there?
So the document you're asking about is an interview outline that we only recently learned about, and in my view is completely inappropriate. I asked my team to get to the bottom of what happened and to ensure that doesn't happen again, and I've learned that it's not an FBI form, that its use was isolated, that it was created not by an FBI employee, but by an outside contractor, and that individual is no longer affiliated with the FBI. But we are sending what we have found to the Office of Inspector General, and we'll cooperate, of course, with anything they...
Mr. Chairman, I'll just close with this. We keep hearing about these isolated examples, whether it's Richmond Catholics, this instance. When is it... Isn't it a pattern? I yield back.
Gentleman goes back, Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Director Wray, welcome again to this committee, and I want to thank you and your agents for the good job you're doing to protect Americans. Earlier this week, I was part of the group that went out to visit Butler, Pennsylvania Homeland Security members. I agree with my colleagues that have said violence has no part in our democracy. And I trust you will investigate the events surrounding July 13th early. I'm going to ask you a question. I hope you keep it in mind as your investigation proceeds, which is, who's in charge? Who's in charge at a campaign rally, setting it up? Secret Service or a campaign? And I ask this question because when I was there, had a couple of law enforcement individuals alluding to that question as well. They gave me an example. They said, if a Secret Service says you need to set up a line of dump trucks behind the stage to serve to protect the candidate. And the campaign says that's bad optics. Who ends up winning the debate? So my question is, who's in charge? And as you investigate this crime scene, hope you ask the locally elected officials. I spoke to a county supervisor, local police and sheriff. They all had information they wanted us to know, to relay. We just didn't have the opportunity to sit down and talk to them. There was a lot of concern that they weren't given enough time to prepare for this rally. They thought there were things that could have been done better. And ultimately, what I keep thinking, what I keep coming back to is question, who's in charge at these rallies? I think it's an important one because we have an election right around the corner. Pennsylvania, Butler, these areas, battleground states around the country will continue to be areas where our candidates, both sides, will show up. And the threats will continue to be there. So I hope, Director Wray, that you'll keep that statement in mind as you continue to investigate this crime scene.
Well, I appreciate the question. I will tell you that we've conducted well over 400 interviews, but we have many more still to conduct. And as is not unusual in an investigation, I'm sure there will be situations where we have to go back to people we've already interviewed with follow-up questions. And our interviews cover a wide range of people. I do think it's important to make sure that the committee and the American people understand the scope of our investigation versus the scope of others. Our investigation is focused on the shooter and his attack. There is, of course, and I understand completely why, there are two separate reviews, one by the DHS Inspector General and the other by this outside independent panel that's been announced, that are focused on the security posture, the adequacy of the security posture at the rally, Secret Service decision-making and actions and things like that. And so I certainly understand why there are all those questions. But those are in scope of those two other reviews. And of course, whatever Congress chooses to do. Our investigation, though, because of our interviews of people who are on the scene, will relate to that in some ways, and we're going to share whatever we learn that's relevant with those other reviews.
Director, in my last minute that I have, I'm going to flip quickly to your good job resources. Earlier this year in the Appropriations Committee, you testified that you were, for 2024, your budget was $500 million below what you needed to sustain your 2023 efforts. A few minutes ago, you talked about foreign terrorists. The last few weeks, I know information has emerged. That information came from FISA information that was able to be collected overseas on these possible terrorist threats. What we have here today is a domestic terrorist, what looks to be a lone wolf. Your statements, there's nothing really there that would have tipped anybody off to this individual. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Well, I don't know that I'd go quite that far because we're still investigating a lot related to the shooter. It does appear so far that we're seeing less in his...
My 6 seconds, I would just say, I would ask that you let us know what resources you need to protect the American public and our candidates in our democratic system.
I appreciate the question. I would just say this. We are in, as I've said consistently today and for quite some time now, we are in an elevated threat environment covering a wide range of threats, and the FBI is central to protecting the American people from those threats. And state and local law enforcement, who depend on us every day, rely on us for all sorts of services, databases, forensic support, training. I could go on and on and on. And a lot of those departments, unlike the FBI, have had a hard time recruiting. And so this is not a time to pull back on our funding because we're going to leave our brothers and sisters in state and local law enforcement twisting in the wind. And then by extension, the American people we're all collectively sworn to protect.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas, recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray, for being here. When did you last speak with President Biden?
I don't have the exact date, but it's been certainly since the, since the shooting.
So you have spoken to the president since the assassination attempt on President Trump's life?
Yes, sir.
And what was the mental state of the president?
We had a perfectly professional conversation.
And are you, do you have any scheduled briefings of the president upcoming?
Not at the moment specifically scheduled, no.
In 2016 and 2015, top FBI officials infamously texted about, quote, their insurance policy to make sure Trump was never elected or inaugurated as president. Have any FBI agents texted, emailed, or expressed disappointment that Trump survived the assassination attempt or otherwise editorialized about the assassination attempt?
I don't know about any agents. There have been at least 2 instances, I think, or 1 instance of an individual who posted something that I consider outrageous and totally inappropriate and unacceptable. And that individual has been referred to our inspection division, which is the arm, our sort of internal affairs investigatory arm that does the disciplinary process.
Okay. Will you report back to this committee any other incidents?
I'll do my best to share information with the committee.
You testified earlier that the FBI maintains high standards irrespective of so-called diversity efforts. Is it true that in December of 2016, former Director Comey lowered the passing standards for phase 1, allowing an influx of previously unqualified applicants to continue in the hiring process who normally would have been stopped back in December of 2016?
Yeah, I can't speak to Director Comey's
but were the
changes. I can tell you that at least since I've been director, changes that we have made to...
But we're standing on a specific question. Were standards changed? Phase 1, this is a specific part of the process. Were they changed in 2016?
Well, I don't recall if they were changed in 2016. Obviously, I started, as your question presupposes, after that. What I can tell you is, since that time, we have made changes to various phases of the process, but none of them, this is important, none of them lowered the standards. In fact, if anything, they actually increased.
Are you familiar with reporting that we have, and we've asked questions to you about this, I'm not sure the result of the questions, that to more, quote, easily accommodate a large pool of available applicants, FBI special agent hiring standards have been relaxed and requirements measurably lowered. This according to a group of former agents who have testified about this and written a report and submitted it to Congress. In addition, specifically, minority, people with 20-year careers, one in particular, a minority served for more than 20 years, wrote in this report and submitted it to Congress saying that these standards were in fact lowered and that in fact if you were hiring, you were moved off of hiring if you put quality above these kinds of DEI requirements. Do you reject this report? And do you have comments on this report?
I haven't read.
You're aware of the report.
I'm aware of the report. I know that I've read every detail of it, but I can tell you that the claim that we have lowered our standards to be less selective and less competitive is not accurate.
So do you believe these former agents are lying to Congress when they submit a report to Congress stipulating and suggesting otherwise? Or are you saying that they are lying?
I'm saying they're mistaken.
Okay, but they're affirmatively on the record. They're telling us and submitting a report to Congress saying that those facts are directly in contradicting what you're testifying here today. So I just want to be clear so we know we're saying that they are submitting evidence to our record to the contrary that you say is untruthful.
I encounter all the time when I travel around the country and have conversations with our agents, and one of the things I try to do is have meetings with some of the longer serving agents without executive management.
That's okay. My only question is that,
and my point here's
the implication is it's untruthful. So I need to move on. I got 1 minute left. Are you familiar with the case of Paulette Harlow? She's a 75-year-old elderly woman from Massachusetts with a debilitating medical condition. She was prosecuted for violating the FACE Act and sentenced to 2 years in prison. She has to go to Texas in 2 weeks. She was praying at an abortion clinic in Washington, D.C. The FBI interrogated and investigated her. Do you think it is appropriate for a 75-year-old woman who is praying at a clinic in D.C. to be put in prison for 2 years for that activity? Just a simple question. Do you think that's appropriate?
I'm not familiar with the specific case.
You're not familiar with that case. It's been significantly in the headlines, but you don't know how to comment on that case, that it's appropriate for a 75-year-old woman to be put in prison for 2 years for praying at a clinic.
Again, since I'm not familiar with the case, I don't want to start weighing in because I don't know all the facts. But what I can tell you is that when it comes to FACE Act enforcement and abortion-related violent extremism, I think one of the things that gets lost, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify it, is that really since the Dobbs decision, actually, more of our abortion-related violent extremism investigations have focused on violence against pro-life facilities as opposed to the other way around. And we've had a number of investigations. We're using FASAC resources and our JTTFs.
We're still waiting on responses on letters that we've sent indicating the data to the contrary, that there's been significant amount of efforts in targeting of people who are pro-life versus who go to clinics, and that they've been prosecuted, like this case, a 75-year-old woman who is now going to jail in Texas for 2 years because she was praying at a clinic in Washington, D.C. And we've submitted questions on that, and I'd appreciate a response on it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here and for the work that your team does, as well as for sharing the information that you've been able to today. You just got a couple questions about that seem to imply that there was some problem with the FBI's diversity efforts, and certainly the 1950s version of the FBI was singularly Caucasian male agents, et cetera. Is the FBI a better force for having a diverse range of employees and agents?
I think diversity makes us better, but like everything else, it has to be done the right way. I think we can have a more diverse workforce and do it without lowering our standards, and that's, in my view, what we've done.
And you haven't lowered standards at the FBI?
We have not. I repeatedly come across people who are confused about different parts of that, and I appreciate the opportunity to set that straight.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're all concerned here as we've seen the rollout of this Project 2025 that purports to try to eliminate any reference to diversity efforts across the entire federal government. So it is sort of a top-of-mind concern as it's threatening to become reality. So what I did want to talk about today is something some of my colleagues have mentioned, which is the normalization of threats and violence against public servants at all levels, whether it's election workers or school officials, elected officials and their families, judges, federal law enforcement agents, and others. To be clear, I think it's very clear that the majority of Americans wholeheartedly condemn any sort of political violence and understand that it's not legitimate discourse and that it has no place in our civic life. But words do matter, and they have consequences, particularly when uttered by people in positions of leadership. So that's why I remain very concerned by the willingness of some members of Congress to repeat disinformation and conspiracy theories that undermine trust in our public institutions, which serve all Americans. And when elected officials embrace overheated or fact-free rhetoric, it becomes dangerous. I have been heartened, as many national leaders have unequivocally condemned calls to violence, and I would urge all members of this body to do so and continue to do so, regardless of the party affiliation of the perpetrators or the targets of such threats. You and our other national security officials have repeatedly warned us that foreign actors are actively working to spread disinformation, to influence our elections and discredit our public institutions, and we shouldn't be aiding and abetting them. So to live in a country that we aspire to, where our most valued democratic processes like free and fair elections can be carried out unimpeded, and people can run for office, serve their communities, and exercise their right to vote without fear of violence, we've had some concerns about violence around our elections. In 2020, the endorsement and promulgation of falsehoods about the election results by the former president and his campaign led to threats and attacks against election officials and poll workers in Pennsylvania. And those falsehoods also wasted millions of taxpayer dollars on frivolous lawsuits and extraordinary security costs. So as we're again approaching November, we want to ensure that those who implement and defend our elections, our neighbors and our nonpartisan civil servants, can do that important work free from conspiracy theories and threats. So we know our local law enforcement across Pennsylvania are preparing for some disruption and threats because while Pennsylvania may be a battleground state in the upcoming election, that battle should obviously be a war of words over policy and the vision we're charting for our country's future, not an actual civil war. So how is the FBI working with state and local law enforcement to prevent and respond to election-related violence, particularly against election workers?
So in a variety of ways, we're partnering with state and local law enforcement. Obviously, the physical security in the first instance, in most of the respects you're talking about, is in the ordinary course, the responsibility of state and local law enforcement. But we play an important role in a number of ways. So we share, threat bulletins, information like that about things to be on the lookout for, things we're seeing. If we ever have specific threat information, then we work to get it to the right people. We have election crime coordinators, which we've had for decades in all 56 field offices, who have existing relationship with not just state and local law enforcement, but election officials, especially focused on security and threat-related issues. And then, of course, we're participating in the Election Threats Task Force that DOJ set up, which is focused on threats of violence or actual violence against election workers specifically. And we've had a number of arrests and even some convictions already on that.
Okay. Thank you for your input. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, Director. It's my intention to go approximately another half an hour. Then we'll break for the Prime Minister of Israel's address to the Congress on the floor, give you a chance for lunch, and then resume after that. But we'll keep pushing through for the next half hour if we can. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you have a little bit better tone in conversation, so I appreciate it, and answer some questions, so I appreciate it. Hopefully you'll answer also on 2 letters that I sent you over a year ago, one related to Durham report, and the other one related to Russian-infiltrated SBU that collaborated with FBI. So hopefully we'll get these answers, and hopefully we'll start doing authorization. Don't you think doing authorization would help us to get better answers? Congress should be probably working authorizing your agency. Don't you agree with that?
We work very hard to try to get information to this committee and to other committees.
But authorizing spending probably would be a good thing for us to do. Don't you agree?
Oh, I'm sorry, authorizing what?
Our spending, not just doing appropriating, but actually doing authorization of spending through this committee.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We might start doing that. But we can talk about, and a lot of my colleagues on the other side, AR-15 gets a lot of bad rap, like to bring it up, this issue. But really, there are a lot of hunting rifles that probably, maybe even more accurate than a lot of ARs. And don't you agree, we have like millions, right? Don't you agree, we have millions of rifles owned by law-abiding Americans. So do you think we should be taking them? Millions of rifles from law-abiding Americans? What do you think about that? Would that be something feasible, and really we should be doing that?
Well, again, I'm not going to be addressing anybody's specific legislative proposal. From our perspective, from the FBI's perspective, the concern is any dangerous weapon in the wrong hands.
But all weapons
in the hands of the wrong person.
But all weapons are dangerous, right?
I'm sorry?
All weapons are dangerous. Knives are dangerous,
sure.
Explosive are dangerous. There are a lot of
weapons are by their very
but are we going to be
definition
confiscating, hunting rifles and rifles for millions of Americans? Do you think it's even feasible to do something like that from law-abiding citizens?
It's not something I'm advocating.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. So we have to go back. That was a catastrophic failure of security. That's what's happened, recently with attempted assassination. Don't you agree with that?
Well, I think former Director Cheadle has already publicly acknowledged that it was, I think her words were, a significant operational failure.
Then we had, similar situation, a different, talking about bad optics. Speaker Pelosi at that time didn't want to have bad optics on January 6th, and we didn't have proper security here on January 6th. That was a catastrophic failure too. Are we looking at that? Any one conclusion was made from that? Have we made any adjustments? Because I know a lot of people, got hurt now just being here. It was a lot of cases bringing up the Department of Justice, and a lot of them were really just law-abiding Americans that really just upset with the government, and they have a reason to do it. So I think we need to think about it before we prosecute, or instead of actually, looking how we can deal with real criminals and how we can have a proper security when we have events with so many people there. So did you have confidential human sources? I think you never answered that question on January 6th in the Capitol. Did you have some?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Confidential human sources. Did you have them on January 6th in the Capitol?
Well, again, I'm never going to be getting into when and where we have or have not used confidential human sources. But
are you willing to stand the record that you had, you had no confidential human sources that went into Capitol on January 6th?
As I've said consistently, I'm not going to get into where we have or have not used confidential human sources. I can tell you that if you are asking if the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources or agents, the answer is no.
No, I didn't ask you that. I asked, so did you investigate any confidential human sources? Did you do any investigation and looking at that? So you're not answering if you had any or not. So if you had potentially, did you do anything you needed to make sure to investigate that none of your sources did anything wrong? If they did wrong, they were prosecuted the same way, like you're trying to prosecute a lot of people that really, even in Supreme Court ruled recently that some unconstitutional charges.
Let me just add that there have now been, I think, 180 individuals who've gone to trial, in addition to the 850 who've pled guilty.
Right, but I think the problem is you put these charges, a lot of people would put guilty. But let me say just quickly, because I only have 10 seconds, really. So I hope you will take seriously what you're doing. You know, related to the border security is also a crisis. You know, your vice president was a lead-in on that. Has she initiated meetings with you to lead, like weekly or monthly meeting where she actually get briefings from you as a lead-in border czar that had that function? Have you had that? Has she initiated any meetings on a regular basis with you?
Again, gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman can respond.
Right. On this issue of confidential human sources, number one, I will say there is a DOJ OIG review that's underway that I think addresses some of these kinds of topics, I believe, but I won't speak for the Inspector General. Second, as to this suggestion, which I've heard all too many times, that somehow January 6th was orchestrated by FBI agents or sources, I will note that in addition to my prior comments, that there have now been 850-ish individuals who've pled guilty, another 180 who've gone to trial. They've all had access to defense counsel, discovery, all the things the Constitution and the rules provide them. It's been in front of something like 15 different judges, I think dozens of juries, and not one has given credence to this notion. And in fact, I don't think any of them have even really seriously tried to raise it. So it's not just my word for it. Look what's happening in the cases. Thank you.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray, for being here, for your testimony today, for the work that you do each and every day, and that your frontline agents across the country do each and every day to protect Americans, to keep our country safe. Also grateful for the work that you're doing in investigating the horrific events of July 13th and the attempted assassination of former President Trump, which everyone must and has condemned. I would first just ask, do you believe that the FBI has the adequate resources to ultimately ensure that your agency gets to the bottom of it and fully investigates this terrible crime?
Well, we are devoting massive amounts of resources to this specific investigation. We have easily several hundred FBI agents, analysts, and professional staff working on it. It involves over half of the FBI's 56 field offices, almost every headquarters division. We even have some of our overseas offices working on it. You might say, well, why is that? Well, because some of the companies that involve accounts or purchases or communications or what have you that the shooter used are foreign companies, so we have to get evidence from overseas from those companies. I've talked about our lab a little bit earlier today. We've got our Office of Technology Division working on the digital devices. We have our Behavioral Analysis Unit, our BAU, working on helping us build out a profile of the shooter. I could go on and on and on. So it's all hands on deck on this case, as I think is appropriate. Now, when you ask about our resources, I've been public about the fact that the fiscal year 24 budget put us $500 million below where we needed to be to sustain current operations. And on FY25, the current House mark would put us significantly further back behind that and would result in significant risks across every program and our support to state and local law enforcement. We arrested something like 50 violent criminals per day, every day last year. the current mark would mean more violent criminals on the street, more neighborhoods at risk. We have about a 1,300% increase in our investigations related to China and its targeting of us. And I can assure you, China's not cutting its budget. This would mean more threats from China. We have something like 300 to 400 investigations just into cartel leadership. And about hardly a week goes by when some FBI field office isn't seizing enough fentanyl to wipe out an entire state. Those cuts means more fentanyl on the street, more people dying. So the people who suffer the most are state and local law enforcement and the American people we're sworn to protect. And so
let me just
look forward to working with Congress, but we really need to be smart about what we're doing, and I think that would be a step in the wrong direction given the threat environment that we face.
And I couldn't agree with you more, Director Wray, and of course we've talked about this during previous hearings in which you've testified, and to be clear that I think the budget that House Republicans have proposed, which is about a $325 million cut to the FBI, would do precisely what you've described and have deleterious impacts for public safety across our country, and House Democrats are certainly working.
All right, it does look like that feed did freeze. That is coming in from another source. Both the Speaker and Director Wray, that freezing here. We're keeping it up just to see if it does restart. But for now, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Looks like we should be getting that feedback quickly. But I do want to head to another feed that we have. This is actually live with House Speaker Mike Johnson as he is speaking alongside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ahead of that congressional address, which is set to take place in just about an hour. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
We hope that this 17th of Tammuz marks the last time the Jewish people lament destruction so that they can live freely and securely in their ancestral homeland. I would defer to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker Johnson, you have shown great leadership, along with the leaders of the Senate and the minority leader in the House. I appreciate the fact that you've invited me to address this great assembly, the world's greatest democracy. The Congress of the United States speaks for the American people, and the American people speak for the entire world. I very much value this opportunity to address this august forum. You said just now something that resonates throughout the ages. Almost 2,000 years ago, the Romans breached the walls of Jerusalem on this day, almost 2,000 years ago. Well, our enemies will not breach our walls today. And our wall is not made up only of our own soldiers, our brave heroes, but also the friendship and alliance with the great United States of America. That is very much expressed here today, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity. And the people of Israel, thank you for giving us this opportunity to express our common alliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, what's your message to Democrats who are not attending their speech today?
Back in the middle of New York City, we have seen a cyber attack against a children's hospital in New England that ties back to Iran. We have seen, as I've testified before, as Director Ratcliffe and I announced, an effort by the Iranians to target the 2020 presidential election. And that's all before you even get to the fact that the Iranian government is the leading state sponsor of terrorism. So if that's not enough to convince people that Iran is a threat, I don't know what is.
But Director, was there a distinction between what the gentleman from Colorado raised and what you just said, this general concern in these specific instances you talk about, and a direct specific threat on President Trump that's distinct from what you've been describing as this general concern with Iran?
Well, again, I can't get into specific pieces of class.
And if so, when, if it was a distinct threat on President Trump, when did that take place?
Yeah, all I can tell you, certainly in this kind of setting, is targeting of U.S. officials for the Soleimani strike is something that is a reality that the Iranian government has at times called for very publicly. And whenever there is reporting, let me try to answer your question this way. Whenever there is reporting about any of those protectees, we share the information in a variety of ways, working with the intelligence community, working with whoever is the protective service with responsibility for that individual, and we do it in a timely way using the duty to warn process that was just referred to. And to my knowledge, everything along those lines that's relevant was shared in a timely way with the relevant people.
Thank you. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Director Wray, thanks for being here. Where were you when you heard that President Trump was shot, and then what were like your immediate actions, response to that as director?
I was about to have dinner with family, and I was horrified and angry.
I'm just thinking, the reason I asked the question is because I'm still trying to figure out kind of the lanes, what the FBI would respond to and what the Secret Service has the responsibility to respond to. Can you just kind of cover that again?
Sure. So the FBI is not responsible for, has never really been part of our mandate or mission for the physical security of venues, of specific protectees or anything like that. That's, if it's somebody within Secret Service's scope, that's their mandate and mission. We are a law enforcement and intelligence agency, and so if you think about it this way, we're the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're not the Federal Bureau of Security. You might say, well, what's the difference? Well, there is a difference. We investigate crimes, we investigate threats to national security, but we don't, questions about security posture, the adequacy of resources and assets that were deployed to protect a specific individual, whether there's enough security, and certainly the staffing of that security is not something the FBI, again, we're 116 years old, has historically done.
So at this point, have you been able to go through the shooter's home and kind of document kind of what you found as far as evidence goes?
So we have been able to search the shooter's home. So again, just sort of tying your first question to your second question now, you know, our role is to conduct an investigation of the shooter and the attack. And so we're going to conduct a painstaking, intense investigation of that. We have, among other scenes that we've processed using evidence response teams, in addition to the rally scene itself, of course, we have been through the shooter's home, his bedroom, other parts of the house, et cetera.
Have you been able to establish that he did go to a range and either zero that weapon in or, you know, at least target shoot that weapon prior to the assassination attempt?
So we do assess that he went to a shooting range the day before, not the only time he went to a shooting range. He was a fairly, avid might be a little strong, but a fairly avid, shooting hobbyist. And so he went to, belonged to different sort of clubs and went to certain ranges and that kind of thing. We do believe, based on what we've seen so far, that he went to a shooting range the day before and that he shot an AR-style rifle at that range the day before. I'm not sure we know for sure that it's the weapon that he used, but I think we assess that it probably is.
Have you been able to interview his parents?
Yes, we have.
And was there anything that was gained from that interview that would lead you to believe that they certainly were aware of what was going on?
I guess I want to be careful about talking about specific people's interviews, but I would say that his parents were cooperative with us. And as I've said before, and hopefully this gets at your question, we have not identified any accomplices, co-conspirators, or anything along those lines.
So it's the FBI's position right now that he still acted independently.
Again, we're still, I know it seems like a lifetime since July 13th, but we're still early stages, but we have not seen anything so far that would suggest to us that he acted with others.
how does the FBI view not just a Trump rally, but political rallies versus other types of events, you know, from a security perspective, compared to a college football game or any mass, you know, large crowd type gathering? Because I think one of the things that's most difficult to really to swallow at this point is that the idea that these Trump rallies have been happening for years, and that there could be such a lax approach to the physical security of those fairgrounds that day. And I'm wondering, you know, where does this fall? And then on top of that, that there were other presidential candidates out there that didn't have full Secret Service protection. RFK Jr. has been the most vocal about it. I was wondering if you could comment on the facilities as well as providing security for presidential candidates.
Well, again, I want to be a little bit careful to stay in my lane because, again, security posture and the adequacy of the security posture is really the core expertise and responsibility of agencies like the Secret Service. But certainly it is, I think, fair to say that outdoor events, whether they're political rallies or, as you say, you know, a college football game in an open stadium, a concert, these are places that are often, you know, particularly challenging to secure adequately because the range of threats that can face them are higher. In addition to that, as has been discussed a little bit here already in today's hearing, just threats to public officials, including politicians, is an increasingly pervasive part of today's landscape. And so that adds to the challenge. So you're talking about the combination of individuals who are increasingly targeted for violence, combined with venues that are softer and harder to secure targets, I guess is the way I would answer. But again, those kinds of questions, the adequacy of the security posture, all the resources that were or were not devoted, all that stuff, is my understanding would be very much in scope for the DHS Inspector General investigation and this outside independent panel that's been appointed.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Director, I think we're going to be able to get two more members' times of question, then we have to get to the floor for the Prime Minister. Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Johnson, and thank you so much, Director Wray, for your transparency and your testimony today. First, I want to say my friend, my mentor, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, was known by many as the voice of reason here in Congress, and she was my friend before I even came to Congress. And in my freshman year, she kind of took me under her wing and she kind of showed me the ropes. And she was a force to be reckoned with. And I can say that she will never, ever be replaced. And she was a trailblazer, and I know that she will sorely be missed here in Congress. Director Wray, I only have one question for you today, but before we get to that point, I'd just like to reiterate today that political violence is never acceptable. Regardless of how different our political values and views are, attempted assassinations are a stain to the very democratic ideals of this nation. We have endured riots on Capitol Hill on January 6th, where a literal noose was erected on Capitol grounds, intended for then Vice President Pence and Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi. Political violence against election workers, that has been expressed today. An attack on Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband. Threats against the FBI agents, as you have expressed, and prosecutors, and threats to the staff who serve the public every single day. Congressman Connolly's staff was targeted and attacked last year. And now we have the attempted assassination of a former president of the United States. All of this within just the last 3 years. This violence simply needs to end. The assassination attempt on Donald Trump was, by the grace of God, a failure. The weapon the 20-year-old man was able to obtain, an AR-15, generally has a shooting range up to 600 yards and shot Mr. Trump from almost 150 yards away. This weapon has the ability to kill multiple people in seconds. And sadly, Corey Compouture lost his life because of this man and because of this gun. Mr. Compouture's family will never be the same. Trust me, I understand that more than anyone else in this room. Is the near loss of a former president enough for this Congress to finally take action? Because there are 206 of us that are already standing in the wings, ready to take immediate action to ban assault weapons today. We need only 12 more of our colleagues to join us in courage and move the legislation to save lives of so many of the people that we are elected to serve by removing assault weapons from the hands of people who simply should not have them in their possession. We are crippling our democracy, and we are ripping apart our fellow Americans until we do. I ask today, because it is clearly it wasn't enough to take action when the lethality of assault weapons, we lost 26 and 7-year-olds and 6 teachers in 2012, when I also lost my son to gun violence, or 14 teenagers and 3 more teachers in 2018, nor was it enough when we lost 19 more children and 2 more teachers in 2022. Well, is it enough now? Now that a former president, the very president that many of you in this room are hoping will be reelected, almost lost his life because this Congress has failed to reinstate an assault weapons ban. A ban that, by the way, Republicans joined with Democrats to pass 30 years ago. Well, fine. If y'all don't like assault weapons ban, we can bring another bill that I have introduced to a vote, the Go Safe Act. This bill focuses on the components of the semi-automatic firearms and regulates their infrastructure, sale, and transfer. This, again, is not the time for thoughts and prayers. This is a time for action. Director Wray, just one question I have for you. Would you rather have your officers protected or protect someone against an assault weapon being shot from 147 yards away, or a standard pistol with no accessories attached?
Well, again, I'm going to refrain from appearing to comment on specific legislative proposals, but I can tell you that we have certainly concerned about the danger to law enforcement from any kind of high-powered weapon in the wrong hands. And it hits close to home for us because just not that long ago, 2 great agents, Laura Schwarzenberger and Dan Alphen, down in Miami, executing a search in a crimes against children case, were shot and killed by a subject with an automatic weapon. So again, dangerous weapons in the wrong hands is something that, of course, from a law enforcement perspective concerns us, but I'm not going to wade into the legislative process.
Well, thank you for that answer. I'd rather give our agents a fighting chance, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here today. So we spend $3 billion a year, excuse me, on the Secret Service, $3 billion. And it would seem that we could and should have had a better job done a few weeks ago on the 13th than what we saw. Will you have anything to say about correcting what are the obvious deficiencies in what the Secret Service did?
Well, for the most part, the deficiencies or adequacy or inadequacy of Secret Service's performance, decision-making, resources, all that stuff is in the purview of those 2 other investigations. That is the DHS Inspector General and the outside independent panel that's been announced. Having said that, our investigation, which, as I've testified now, involves several hundred FBI employees and every asset we can bring to bear of the shooter, again, our investigations of the shooter and his attack, of course, involves interviewing law enforcement, including lots and lots and lots of Secret Service people. So we'll share all that with those reviews so that they can answer those questions.
The reason I'm asking this is because this isn't the first time the Secret Service has been before Congress. There was a 435-page report issued in 2015 by Congress saying, fix yourself. They didn't. In fact, there was a follow-up in 2019 where they had only done a few of the, I think it was 18 or 19 different specific things they were supposed to do. They'd done some, but certainly not all. There was another follow-up in 2022. And again, the Secret Service had not done what Congress had asked. I guess my question to you, Mr. Director, is what should Congress do? We a 435-page report 9 years ago, and still the Secret Service didn't do what it was told to do then. Can you help, Director Wray? Because this type of performance is not acceptable.
Well, I think even former Director Cheadle has acknowledged that this was a significant operational failure. If there are ways for the FBI to be helpful beyond what we're already doing in terms of our investigation, we stand ready to try to be helpful. I do want to say, as somebody who's been in law enforcement for most of my career, I've worked with some just phenomenal Secret Service agents. Going all the way back to my time as a line prosecutor, and they have an incredibly hard job. And I have a lot of affection and respect for the men and women of the Secret Service.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure you're right. But the trouble is, when Congress says you need to do these 19 things and they don't, something needs to change. Now, the director has resigned, but you're going to be in a position, because your agency is doing such a careful review, to say a lot about what should have been done. I guess the real issue is much more of what the higher-ups in that agency are or are not doing. Perhaps that's on us.
And we will share with those reviews anything that we come across that could be helpful or relevant to them for those questions.
Yeah, let me quickly go to some details on the actual events. It appeared to a lot of us, as the Secret Service was taking former President Trump from the stage, that he was clearly still in view of everybody. And had there been another shooter, I didn't see him being protected. Are you going to raise that issue?
I think that's really more in scope of these two other reviews.
Let me go
both of them.
Okay, that's fine. Let me go to the shooter as he was on top of the roof. Apparently another officer from another police division saw him and quickly ducked down because the shooter aimed a gun at him. And then the shooter, apparently, was he prone at the time he took the shot toward the president?
So my understanding is that the local officer that we're talking about, with the assistance of another local officer, was able to kind of get up and see onto the roof where he observed the shooter, I believe, in a prone shooting position. The shooter then turned and faced him, the local officer, with the weapon.
From the prone position.
That's my understanding.
And then he went back to the prone position.
And this is all seconds before the shooter took his
But that
shot.
entire time, the shooter was in the scope sight of the counter sniper, correct?
That one I'd have to double check on. I know we've interviewed the counter sniper, but I'm not sure I know the answer.
But the counter sniper didn't take a shot until after the assassin attempted to shoot the former president and others. He got off 8 shots before the counter sniper shot the shooter. What's with that protocol? Can you get that fixed?
Well, I really want to be careful not to be, given the scope of our investigation, somehow second-guessing the very difficult act and decision it takes for a counter sniper to kill another human being in that situation. It's all happening in seconds. So
8 shots.
Yeah.
And that was after he'd been seen for 20 minutes. I yield back. Thank you.
Director, that's an important question, though, because you've talked to the counter sniper. And that, I mentioned this in our opening statement, that critical 5 minutes from 6:09 to 6:14 and what takes place there is critical. And I think that's what the gentleman was getting at. And we were hopeful that you could tell us something about your interview with the counter sniper.
Yeah, I guess I want to distinguish a couple things. There is some individual, not law enforcement, I believe, who spotted the shooter on the roof a few minutes before. But I think law enforcement spotting him with the weapon on the roof is seconds before the shot.
Okay, so that's important.
Yeah, so I think there's two different things going on.
I think what you're saying is it wasn't maybe that if the bad guy shoots at 6:11, then you're saying this encounter with local law enforcement that Mr. Bentz was just getting into happened just seconds before that and maybe not 2 minutes before that?
That's my understanding. That, in other words, that there's different things here. There's an individual, at least one individual I can think of, not law enforcement, member of the public, who observed him on the roof. Not clear whether or not the individual saw a weapon or not, but saw him in a way that was concerning. That is some number of, not many, but like just a handful of minutes. I think separate from that, as far as law enforcement goes, in terms of a weapon, this local officer that we just talked about observed the individual, again, literally just seconds before the shooter took his shots. Separate and apart from all of that, roughly, I think, maybe a little less than or around an hour before the shooting, there were local law enforcement officers who observed the shooter, not up on the roof, not with a weapon, but with I believe, a rangefinder, kind of like you would use if you were playing golf or something, in a way that was odd and suspicious. So that started happening with local law enforcement beforehand. But in terms of shooter, meaning with the weapon, law enforcement, my understanding is that the first time that happened was this local officer climbing up on the roof seconds before.
Again, we want that timeline. I think the committee wants that timeline and communications that were taking place in that short period of time.
Again, as I've said with everything else, I really want to be careful. I'm leaning in, trying to share as much as I can here. Facts are evolving, things may change, but we are working on a timeline, among other things.
Committee will stand in recess until after the Prime Minister's remarks conclude.
All right, there you have it. That was the third hearing that is now over. This is what we've seen over the past several days. We have seen the folks there gathering, the House Judiciary Committee, as well as other congressional committees coming together, and they are questioning different officials there. We know that the head of the Secret Service, now the former head of the Secret Service, after she resigned, she was questioned on Monday. Some other officials questioned just yesterday, and today, more of that questioning going on. We heard from the FBI Director Chris Wray speaking with lawmakers there. Do want to remind you that coming up in just about 30 minutes here at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, that is when we expect to hear from Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's going to be addressing Congress in a joint session that is set to begin at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and you can watch it all right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 1:32 on the East Coast and 10:32 on the West Coast. You are taking a live look over in D.C. as folks are coming together. We do expect that we are going to see Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu addressing congressional lawmakers in this joint session. This is the first time that he has spoken to Congress in almost a decade, and this will be Netanyahu's fourth speech to Congress, more than any other world leader. His last address before a joint session was back in 2015 when Joe Biden was vice president under Obama. Netanyahu's speech comes as the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza is nearing the 10-month mark. The Hamas terror group still holding more than 100 hostages that were kidnapped from Israel back on October 7th of last year, including several Americans. Again, once this does get underway at 2 o'clock, we will make sure to bring it to you in full right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to take you to another event that just wrapped up. We did hear from Kamala Harris, the vice president, who is now the front runner for the Democratic Party here. She spoke to a crowd over in Indianapolis moments ago. Do want to play her comments for you now, raw and unfiltered.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. I was just saying to your most glorious president, Stacey N.C. Grant, she and I talked about this visit months ago, sitting together having a meeting in the Oval Office. And we were she invited me then to attend today. And I just want to, if I can, I just want to thank you in front of all of the sisters who are here. She has provided years of support and friendship, and she always, like everyone here knows, she always shows up, and I'm so, so deeply grateful. Thank you. And to everyone here, it is so good to be with you. To the former presidents who are in attendance, to the International Board of Directors, and to all of the fine members of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. It is my great, great honor to be with you today. And I love you back. And also, on Air Force 2 joining me is Congresswoman Sidney Kamlager-Dove. And I know here is also our dearest Mrs. Opal Lee, the grandmother of Juneteenth. Oh, she goes right there. And to all of the distinguished ladies, I thank you so very much for this warm welcome. And I will begin by saying a few words about our President Joe Biden. So tonight, yes, thank you, yes. So tonight, our president will address the nation about his decision to step down as a candidate, and he will talk about not only the work, the extraordinary work that he has accomplished, but about his work in the next 6 months. And so before he does, and while I'm here with you, I want to just share with you a little bit about him based on what I know, based on personal experience. Joe Biden is a leader with bold vision. He cares about the future. He thinks about the future. He has extraordinary determination and profound compassion for the people of our country. And I say that because I know that we are all deeply, deeply grateful for his service to our nation. And to the sisters of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, I thank you for your incredible service to our nation as well. You know, I know who we all are. I know who is here. And I know, therefore, that we share a vision for the future of our nation. A future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. A future of social justice, health justice, economic justice, just as you have laid out in this year's theme. Ours is a vision of a future in which we realize the promise of America. And I deeply believe in the promise of America. A promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice, not for some, but for all. And for generations, the finer women of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated have fought to build that brighter future. During the Civil Rights Movement, you marched for voting rights, economic justice, and an end to segregation. For more than 50 years, you have worked with the March of Dimes to lift up the urgent issue of maternal health. And from the 1980s, you inaugurated Zeta Days. And I will tell you, when I was a United States Senator, I would see this group of powerful leaders walking through the halls of Congress in white and blue. And I always knew I was looking at some of the most powerful advocates for justice in America. Truly. And of course, your leadership continued in 2020, when during the height of a pandemic, you helped elect Joe Biden, President of the United States, and me as the first woman Vice President of the United States. And I thank you. And now, in this moment, our nation needs your leadership once again. In this moment, I believe we face a choice between two different visions for our nation. One focused on the future, the other focused on the past. And with your support, I am fighting for our nation's future. And let us be clear about what that future looks like. I know the leaders in this room, and I know the future we believe in and we fight for. We here believe in a future where, for example, everyone has affordable health care, which is why our administration capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. We believe in a future where no child has to grow up in poverty, which is why I helped pass the child tax credit, which cut child poverty in half and cut Black child poverty even more. We believe in a future where the economy works for working people. That is why we forgave student loan debt for more than 5 million Americans. And if you or anyone you know benefited from that, please testify. And we are finally making it so that medical debt can no longer be used against your credit score. And it is because of our collective vision for the future that we continue to fight for affordable child care, affordable elder care, and paid family leave. We here believe in a future where all women and all mothers are safe. That is why, as Vice President, I have elevated and took on the issue of maternal mortality, knowing that women in America die at a higher rate in connection with childbirth than women in any other wealthy nation in the world. And Black women are 3 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth. And for too long, this has been a crisis in our country, and it is time that we recognize the crisis it is. In fact, when I took office, I challenged every state in our nation on this issue because, you see, I said, look, we need to extend Medicaid postpartum coverage from a measly 2 months to a full year. And I'm proud to report, whereas when I issued the challenge, only 3 states offered a full year of coverage, now 46 states do. So I say, as we work to build a brighter future and to move our nation forward, we must also recognize there are those who are trying to take us backward. You may have seen their agenda. Part of it is called Project 2025. Now, can you believe they put that in writing? 900 pages of it. Project 2025, a plan to return America to a dark past. They intend to cut Medicare, to repeal our $35 cap on insulin, to eliminate the Department of Education, to end programs like Head Start, which would take away preschool for hundreds of thousands of children in our communities. Let's be clear. This represents an outright attack on our children, our families, and our future. These extremists want to take us back, but we are not going back. We are not going back. Ours is a fight for the future, and ours is a fight for freedom. Across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. The freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to live without fear of bigotry and hate, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride, the freedom to learn and acknowledge our true and full history, and the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. And in the face of these attacks, we must continue to stand together in defense of freedom. We who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will make sure then that every American has the ability to cast their ballot and have it counted. We who believe that every person in our nation should be free from gun violence will finally pass universal background checks, red flag laws, and an assault weapons ban. We who believe that every person in our nation should be free from bigotry, discrimination, and hate will continue to fight for equality and justice for all. And we who believe in reproductive freedom will fight for a woman's right to choose, because one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. You know, when he was president, Donald Trump, the former president, handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court because he intended for them to overturn Roe v. Wade. The United States Supreme Court, previously the court of Thurgood and RBG. And as he intended, they did. Well, let me tell you something. When I am president of the United States, and when Congress passes a law to restore those freedoms, I will sign it into law. We are not playing around. So in conclusion, to the incredible members of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, I say, there is so much at stake in this moment. There's so much at stake. And again, then, in this moment, our nation, as it always has, is counting on you to energize, to organize, and to mobilize, to register folks to vote, to get them to the polls, and to continue to fight for the future our nation and her people deserve. And we know when we organize, mountains move. When we mobilize, nations change. And when we vote, we make history. So let us continue to fight with optimism, with faith, and with hope, because when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox. That was Vice President Kamala Harris. She is giving her speech there over in Indianapolis, Indiana. That was a bit earlier on, I would say moments ago. But the big story here, take a look at your screen. This is over in the Congress there. As we do expect, we are going to hear Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, addressing Congress in really just a matter of minutes. We do have to head to one commercial break right now, but we do have a lot more coverage coming up in a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look right here as we do have House Speaker Mike Johnson up there and lawmakers gathering together for this joint session as we know that Israel's Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu soon expected to address that joint session of Congress. This will be Netanyahu's fourth speech to Congress, more than any other world leader. His last address before a joint session was nearly a decade ago, back in 2015, when Joe Biden was vice president under Obama. Netanyahu's speech comes as the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza is nearing that 10-month mark. The Hamas terror group still holding more than 100 hostages kidnapped from Israel back on October 7th of last year, including several Americans. We know that when President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu meet tomorrow, They are expected to speak with at least some of those families. This is the first trip abroad for Netanyahu since the October 7th attack and the start of that war in Gaza. It's also the first time that Netanyahu has traveled since the International Criminal Court said that it was seeking his arrest for possible war crimes in Gaza. It's important to note that Israel and the U.S. do not recognize that court. So if a warrant was issued for Netanyahu's arrest, he would never be taken into custody in the U.S. at all. There are also protests that are taking place outside of the Capitol. We've seen a lot of them all throughout the day here. Do want to pop up this image that we have. Again, this is right outside of the Capitol building. As you can see, dozens upon dozens, really hundreds upon hundreds of people have come together here as we are watching and waiting for that speech to get underway. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, though, but we'll be right back as we get closer and closer to that speech from Netanyahu. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You can see House Speaker Mike Johnson as he is up there at the podium. They're getting ready, essentially, for Benjamin Netanyahu to actually walk up. He's going to give that big speech that many people have been waiting for. It looks like we do have this shot that I want to pull up for you right now. As you can see, Chuck Schumer there speaking with some other lawmakers. Everyone is pretty much seated at this point as they do get ready for this to get underway. I've been looking, and so far I haven't actually seen Netanyahu enter in. We do know that Mike Johnson did call this joint session into session here. So that means that this should be getting underway any moment now. But Netanyahu expected to address that joint session of Congress in just a matter of minutes. Let's pop that image right back up so you can get a look at where he will be speaking from. This is going to be Netanyahu's fourth speech to Congress, more than any other world leader. His last address before a joint session was nearly a decade ago. That was back in 2015 when Joe Biden was vice president under Obama. Netanyahu's speech comes as the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza is nearing that 10-month mark. The Hamas terror group still holding more than 100 hostages that were kidnapped from Israel on October 7th of last year, including several Americans. When Biden and Netanyahu meet tomorrow, they're expected to actually speak with at least some of those families. This is also the first trip abroad for Netanyahu since the October 7th attack and the start of that war. It's also the first time that Netanyahu has traveled since the International Criminal Court said that it was seeking his arrest for possible war crimes in Gaza It's important to note that Israel and the U.S. do not recognize that court. Now, we have seen protests over Netanyahu's visit that have already been seen across the Capitol. We do have this image right here. I'm going to pop it up for you on your screen so you can get a look. This is, again, over in D.C., outside of where this speech is going to be going on. We know that dozens of protesters rallied outside of Netanyahu's hotel Monday night. And then on Tuesday afternoon, hundreds of demonstrators took over that rotunda of the Cannon building where the offices of House Representatives are seen. The protest was organized by Jewish Voice for Peace. Protesters wore red shirts that read "Not in Our Name" and chanted "Let Gaza Live." After about 30 minutes, Capitol Police officers who had issued several warnings began detailing the demonstrators, detaining them rather, binding their hands with zip ties and leading them out of the building. During that chaos, Democratic Representative Dan Kildee said the protesters were violently beating on his office doors and trying to get in. Again, do want to pop up this other image right here so you can see inside of Congress. Looks like they are speaking now, so let's pop up the audio.
Mr. Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
All right, so we do have several views right there. We heard from Speaker Johnson just briefly, but now we are waiting for this to get underway. Again, I have not seen Prime Minister Netanyahu walk in just yet, but if you look to the top right-hand side of your screen, you can see lawmakers are seated. They are ready for this to get underway. It is scheduled to begin at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and that is in just about 10 seconds here. Down at the bottom right, you can see some of the protests that are taking place. I actually want to pop up another image that just popped in of one of those protests. I believe this is actually an image, though, that is coming in from over in Israel, where protests are also underway and have been pretty much on a weekly basis as the families of those who are held hostage call for a ceasefire deal to be reached by Netanyahu. Again, do want to pop up this other image that is back outside of the Capitol here. Protests, as I mentioned, over Netanyahu's visit have already been seen in the Capitol. We're talking dozens of protesters that have rallied outside of Netanyahu's hotel Monday night. Then on Tuesday afternoon, hundreds of demonstrators took over the rotunda of the Cannon building, where the office of the House of Representatives are actually located. During chaos, Democratic Representative Dan Kildee said the protesters were seen violently beating on his office doors and trying to get in, so he had to get in touch with Capitol Police. We saw several people that were detained. However, it's not clear how many arrests were actually made and how many people were charged as a result. Now, we also know that a protest, a very large one, had been scheduled for outside of the Capitol building. That is the one that you are looking at right there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Security around the U.S. Capitol has been heightened, with fencing pretty much added around the entry points there. Capitol Police and Secret Service have been out in large numbers, and the D.C. Metro Police closed several roads for most of the week. There was also increased security at Netanyahu's hotel along the Potomac River. The Secret Service handles the protection of visiting foreign leaders and is currently, as you know, being criticized for its failures in the assassination attempt on former President Trump earlier this month at that rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania. The agency's director, Kimberly Cheadle, announced her resignation Tuesday after a heated congressional hearing that lasted more than 4 hours. We brought it to you live right here on Live Now from Fox as it did happen. Vice President Kamala Harris is the Senate president and would normally sit behind the foreign leader, but she is in Indianapolis today for a previously scheduled trip. You saw her comments there just about 20 minutes ago. Do you want to pop up this full shot right here as we wait for all of this to get underway? Let's pop it up for you now. There you go. That is over in Washington, D.C., as we are waiting for this to get underway. We do know that while Harris is away, Senate pro tempore Patty Murray would be next in line to fill the seat behind Netanyahu. However, Murray is among those lawmakers who have declined to attend the speech in protest. Senate Foreign Relations Chair Ben Cardin is going to sit there instead. You can see him there. Netanyahu's last address to Congress back in 2015, almost a decade ago, when he was invited by then House Speaker John Boehner. That speech was about 42 minutes long, but an estimate of time for this speech not discussed yet. It could be longer, it could be shorter, it could be about the same amount of time. Netanyahu did use his speech back in 2015 to both houses of Congress to strike down support for then-President Obama's nuclear deal with Iran. The prime minister condemned it as a bad and dangerous deal, which angered the Obama administration, including then Vice President Joe Biden, who of course now is president. The White House has said it does not expect this speech to be a repeat of that one back in 2015. This time, Netanyahu was invited by House Speaker Mike Johnson amid the ongoing war in Gaza. That war began after the Hamas terror group launched an attack on Israel back on October 7th of last year, killing 1,200 people and taking about 250 hostages. More than 100 of those hostages do remain in captivity, and several Americans are among them. The White House does say that President Biden is going to meet with Netanyahu tomorrow, and the two will also speak with the families of Americans who remain in Hamas captivity. Looks like Speaker Johnson did just throw down the gavel, so let's pop up the audio and see what we can hear.
Members of Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time. We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization. It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together. Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose. And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing: we will win. Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival. And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. They butchered 1,200 people from 41 countries, including 39 Americans. Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day. And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men, they burnt babies alive, they killed parents in front of their children, and children in front of their parents. They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations. One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages. Noah, I think it's one of the most moving things. When Noah was reunited with her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you. Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those 2 beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. 2 beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son, Yotam, bravely escaped Hamas captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here. The pain these families have endured is beyond words. I met with them again yesterday, and I promised them this: I will not rest until all their loved ones are home, all of them. As we speak, we're actively engaged in intensive efforts to secure their release, and I'm confident that these efforts can succeed. Some of them are taking place right now. I want to thank President Biden for his tireless efforts on behalf of the hostages and for his efforts to the hostage families as well. I thank President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten. President Biden and I have known each other for over 40 years. I want to thank him for half a century of friendship to Israel and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist. Actually, he says, a proud Irish-American Zionist. My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven. Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th, Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car. So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to defend his people. You heard that right. He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai, we all honor your remarkable heroism. Another Israeli is with us here today, and he's stand up right next to Avichai. This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bakhiri. Ashraf is a Bedouin soldier from the Israeli Muslim community of Raat. On October 7th, Ashraf too killed many terrorists. First, he defended his comrades in the military base, and he then rushed to defend the neighboring communities, including the devastated community of Kibbutz Be'eri. Like Ashraf, the Muslim soldiers of the IDF fought alongside their Jewish, Druze, Christian, and other comrades in arms with tremendous bravery. A third hero, Lieutenant Asa Sofer, is also here with us. Asa fought as an officer in the Tank Corps, and he was wounded in battle. He was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm and the vision in his left eye. He's recovering, and incredibly, within a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company. I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan Ben Chamo, who lost a leg in Gaza and continued to fight. My friends, these are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid. As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society. Every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular. All are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity. With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later, he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective memory would have been the photograph of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued, "because of the courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in the face of our enemies." Yechiel, please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of Israel, some of whom are in this hall today, the sacrifice of your loved ones will not be in vain. It will not be in vain because for Israel, never again must never be an empty promise. It must always remain a sacred vow. And after October 7th, never again is now. My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. Yet incredibly, many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers. They stand with people who came into the kibbutzim, into a home. The parents hid the children, the 2 babies in the attic, in a secret attic. They murdered the families, the parents. They found the secret latch to the hidden attic, and then they murder the babies. These protesters stand with them. They should be ashamed of themselves. They refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists and those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag against these anti-Israel protesters. For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many, but they're there, and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots. Some of these protesters, and it's amazing, absolutely amazing, some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC. These protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography, they get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled? For nearly 4,000 years, the land of Israel has been the homeland of the Jewish people. It's always been our home. It will always be our home. It's not only the campus protesters who get it wrong. It's also the people who run those campuses. 80 years after the Holocaust, 80 years after the Holocaust, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and I'm ashamed to say my alma mater, MIT, couldn't bring themselves to condemn the calls for the genocide of Jews. You remember what they said? They said, it depends on the context. Well, let me give these befuddled academics a little context. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. For centuries, the massacre of Jews was always preceded by wild accusations. We were accused of everything from poisoning wells, to spreading plagues, to using the blood of slaughtered children to bake Passover matzahs. These preposterous anti-Semitic lies led to persecution, mass murder, and ultimately to history's worst genocide, the Holocaust. Now, just as malicious lies were leveled for centuries at the Jewish people, malicious lies are now being leveled at the Jewish state. No, don't applaud. Listen. The outrageous slanders that paint Israel as racist and genocidal are meant to delegitimize Israel, to demonize the Jewish state, and to demonize Jews everywhere. And no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise of anti-Semitism in America and around the world. My friends, whenever and wherever we see the scourge of anti-Semitism, we must unequivocally condemn it and resolutely fight it, without exception. And don't be fooled when the blood libels against the Jewish state come from people who wear fancy silk robes and speak in lofty tones about law and justice. Here's a case in point. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food. And that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. If there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it. So much for that lie, but here's another. The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about? The IDF has dropped millions of flyers, sent millions of text messages, made hundreds of thousands of phone calls to get Palestinian civilians out of harm's way. But at the same time, Hamas does everything in its power to put Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They fire rockets from schools, from hospitals, from mosques. They even shoot their own people when they try to leave the war zone. A senior Hamas official, Fatri Hamad, boasted, listen to this, he boasted that Palestinian women and children excel at being human shields. His words, excel at being human shields. What monstrous evil. For Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. They actually want Palestinian civilians to die so that Israel will be smeared in the international media and be pressured to end the war before it's won. This would enable Hamas to survive another day and, as they vowed, to carry out October 7th again and again and again. Well, I want to assure you, no matter what pressure is brought to bear, I will never allow that to happen. The vast majority of Americans have not fallen for this Hamas propaganda. They continue to support Israel. And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members who continue to support us, continue to support Israel, continue to support the truth and see through the lies. But as for the minority that may have fallen for Hamas's cons job, I suggest you listen to Colonel John Spencer. John Spencer is head of urban warfare studies at West Point. He studied every major urban conflict. I was going to say in modern history. He corrected me, no, in history. Israel, he said, has implemented more precautions to prevent civilian harm than any military in history and beyond what international law requires. That's why, despite all the lies you've heard, the war in Gaza has one of the lowest ratios of combatants to non-combatants casualties in the history of urban warfare. And you want to know where it's lowest in Gaza? It's lowest in Rafah. In Rafah. Remember what so many people said? If Israel goes into Rafah, there'll be thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of civilians killed. Well, last week, I went into Rafah. I visited our troops as they finished fighting Hamas's remaining terrorist battalions. I asked the commander there, how many terrorists did you take out in Rafah? He gave me an exact number, 1,203. I asked him, how many civilians were killed? He said, Prime Minister, practically none, with the exception of a single incident where shrapnel from a bomb hit a Hamas weapons depot and unintentionally killed 24 people. The answer is practically none. You want to know why? Because Israel got the civilians out of harm's way, something people said we could never do, but we did it. These heroes here today, the heroic soldiers of Israel, should not be condemned for how they're conducting the war in Gaza. They should be commended for it. I want to thank all of you here today who forcefully opposed the false accusations of the ICC and stood up for the truth. These lies are not only libelous, they're downright dangerous. The ICC is trying to shackle Israel's hands and prevent us from defending ourselves. And if Israel's hands are tied, America is next. And I'll tell you what else is next. The ability of all democracies to fight terrorism will be imperiled. That's what's on the line. So let me assure you, the hands of the Jewish state will never be shackled. Israel will always defend itself. My friends, in the Middle East, Iran is virtually behind all the terrorism, all the turmoil, all the chaos, all the killing. And that should come as no surprise. When he founded the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini pledged We will export our revolution to the entire world. We will export the Islamic revolution to the entire world. Now ask yourself, which country ultimately stands in the way of Iran's maniacal plans to impose radical Islam on the world? And the answer is clear. It's America, the guardian of Western civilization and the world's greatest power. That's why Iran sees America as its greatest enemy. Last month, we heard a revealing comment, ostensibly about the war in Gaza, but about something else. It came from the foreign minister of Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, and he said this: "This is not a war with Israel. Israel," he said, "is merely a tool. The main war, the real war, is with America." Iran's regime has been fighting America from the moment it came to power. In 1979, it stormed the American embassy. It held scores of Americans hostage for 444 days. Since then, Iran's terrorist proxies have targeted America in the Middle East and beyond. In Beirut, they killed 241 US servicemen. In Africa, they bombed American embassies. In Iraq, they supplied explosives to maim and kill thousands of American soldiers. In America, they actually sent death squads. They sent death squads here to murder a former Secretary of State and a former National Security Advisor. And as we recently learned, they even brazenly threatened to assassinate President Trump. But Iran understands that to truly challenge America, it must first conquer the Middle East. And for this, it uses its many proxies, including the Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas. Yet in the heart of the Middle East, standing in Iran's way, is one proud pro-American democracy, my country, the State of Israel. That's why the mobs in Tehran chant death to Israel before they chant death to America. For Iran, Israel is first, America is next. So when Israel fights Hamas, we're fighting Iran. When we fight Hezbollah, we're fighting Iran. When we fight the Houthis, we're fighting Iran. And when we fight Iran, we're fighting the most radical and murderous enemy of the United States of America. And one more thing. When Israel acts to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons that could destroy Israel and threaten every American city, every city that you come from, we're not only protecting ourselves, we're protecting you. My friends, if you remember one thing from the speech, remember this: our enemies are your enemies. Our fight is your fight, and our victory will be your victory. Ladies and gentlemen, that victory is in sight. Israel's defeat of Hamas will be a powerful blow to Iran's axis of terror. Another part of that axis, Hezbollah, attacked Israel on October 8th, a day after the Hamas attack. It has launched thousands of missiles and drones against us. 80,000 of our citizens in northern Israel evacuated their homes, becoming effectively refugees in their own land. We are committed to returning them home. We prefer to achieve this diplomatically. But let me be clear. Israel will do whatever it must do to restore security to our northern border and return our people safely to their homes. Last Friday, a third Iranian proxy, the Houthis, attacked Tel Aviv with a deadly drone. It exploded a few hundred feet from the American consulate, killing one person and injuring 9. On Saturday, I authorized a swift response to that attack. All our enemies should know this. Those who attack Israel will pay a very heavy price. And as we defend ourselves, on all fronts, I know that America has our back. And I thank you for it. All sides of the aisle, thank you. My friends, for decades, America has provided Israel with generous military assistance, and a grateful Israel has provided America with critical intelligence that saved many lives. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth. I choose my words carefully. We've jointly developed some of the most sophisticated weapons on earth that help protect both our countries. And we also help keep American boots, we help keep Americans' boots off the ground while protecting our shared interests in the Middle East. I deeply appreciate America's support, including in this current war. But this is an exceptional moment. Fast-tracking U.S. military aid can dramatically expedite an end to the war in Gaza and help prevent a broader war in the Middle East. In World War II, as Britain fought on the front lines of civilization, Winston Churchill appealed to Americans with these famous words: "Give us the tools and we'll finish the job." Today, as Israel fights on the front line of civilization, I too appeal to America. Give us the tools faster and we'll finish the job faster. My dear friends, the war in Gaza could end tomorrow if Hamas surrenders, disarms, and returns all the hostages. But if they don't, Israel will fight until we destroy Hamas's military capabilities, end its rule in Gaza, and bring all our hostages home. That's what total victory means, and we will settle for nothing less. The day after we defeat Hamas, a new Gaza can emerge. My vision for that day is of a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza. Israel does not seek to resettle Gaza, but for the foreseeable future, we must retain overriding security control there to prevent the resurgence of terror, to ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. Gaza should have a civilian administration run by Palestinians who do not seek to destroy Israel. That's not too much to ask. It's a fundamental thing that we have a right to demand and to receive. A new generation of Palestinians must no longer be taught to hate Jews, but rather to live in peace with us. Those twin words, demilitarization and de-radicalization, those two concepts were applied to Germany and Japan after World War II, and that led to decades of peace, prosperity, and security. Following our victory, with the help of regional partners, the demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza can also lead to a future of security, prosperity, and peace. That's my vision for Gaza. Now here's my vision for the broader Middle East. It's also shaped in part by what we saw in the aftermath of World War II. After that war, America forged a security alliance in Europe to counter the growing Soviet threat. Likewise, America and Israel today can forge a security alliance in the Middle East to counter the growing Iranian threat. All countries that are at peace with Israel and all those countries who will make peace with Israel should be invited to join this alliance. We saw a glimpse of that potential alliance on April 14th. Led by the United States, more than half a dozen nations worked alongside Israel to help neutralize hundreds of missiles and drones launched by Iran against us. Thank you, President Biden, for bringing that coalition together. The new alliance I envision would be a natural extension of the groundbreaking Abraham Accords. Those accords saw peace forged between Israel and 4 Arab countries, and they were supported by Republicans and Democrats alike. I have a name for this new alliance. I think we should call it the Abraham Alliance. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Like Americans, Israelis were relieved that President Trump emerged safe and sound from that dastardly attack on him, dastardly attack on American democracy. There is no room for political violence in democracies. I also want to thank President Trump for all the things he did for Israel, from recognizing Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights, to confronting Iran's aggression, to recognizing Jerusalem as our capital and moving the American embassy there. That's Jerusalem, our eternal capital, never to be divided again. My dear friends, Democrats and Republicans, despite these times of upheaval, I'm hopeful about the future. I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell, from dispossession and genocide. And against all odds, we restored our sovereignty in our ancient homeland. We built a powerful and vibrant democracy, a democracy that pushes the boundaries of innovation for the betterment of all humanity. I'm hopeful about America because I'm hopeful about Americans. I know how much the people of this country have sacrificed to defend freedom. America will continue to be a force for light and good in a dark and dangerous world. For free peoples everywhere, America remains the beacon of liberty its extraordinary founders envisioned back in 1776. Working together, I'm confident that our two nations will vanquish the tyrants and terrorists who threaten us both. As Israel's Prime Minister, I promise you this: no matter how long it takes, no matter how difficult the road ahead, Israel will not relent, Israel will not bend. We will defend our land, we will defend our people, we will fight until we achieve victory. Victory over liberty, rather victory of liberty over tyranny, victory of life over death, victory of good over evil. That's our solemn commitment. And we will continue to work with the United States and our Arab partners to transform a troubled region from a backwater of repression, poverty, and war into a thriving oasis of dignity, prosperity, and peace. In this noble mission, as in many others, Israel will always remain America's indispensable ally. Through thick and thin, in good times and in bad, Israel will always be your loyal friend and your steadfast partner. On behalf of the people of Israel, I came here today to say thank you, America. Thank you for your support and solidarity. Thank you for standing in Israel, with Israel, in our hour of need. Together we shall defend our common civilization. Together, we shall secure a brilliant future for both our nations. May God bless Israel, may God bless America, and may God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
And there you have it, an almost hour-long speech by Benjamin Netanyahu as he did address Congress. This, as you see on the left side of your screen, is his fourth address to Congress during his career, the most of any world leader. We know that Winston Churchill actually did address Congress a total of 3 times, so now Netanyahu does have the record, so to speak. His last speech there in 2015 during Obama's presidency. Now, he is expected to meet with President Biden tomorrow and then head over to Florida to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Trump on Friday. We will have coverage of all of those trips, but again, that is Netanyahu speaking right there with lawmakers after delivering that almost hour-long speech. A lot of different topics that were covered during that. Again, this is the first time that he has addressed Congress since back in 2015. Do want to talk a little bit more about the speech itself here, so let's bring in a guest. We have Jonathan Ruhi, the Director of Foreign Policy at the Jewish Institute for National Security of America. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be back.
Of course. Well, first off, I want to ask you the big question because there were a lot of topics that were discussed. Again, an almost hour-long speech. So what stood out to you directly about what Netanyahu did have to say?
So I thought the most important thing is a very big picture observation, which is the atmosphere in which he's coming to the United States. There's a lot of uncertainty and division here in our country, including over the health of the bilateral partnership with Israel, which, as we saw in the Prime Minister's comments, are very core to his worldview and core to his belief in the support of our mutual interests. So I thought he did an excellent job of striking the tone, which is to say there is no daylight between our two countries, as we like to say at my organization, which, while it sounds sort of simple and straightforward, is actually profoundly important because the more daylight there is in the bilateral partnership, the more ties are visibly strained on a political and strategic level, the more our enemies feel that gives them space to play and to sow division amongst the United States and Israel. So I thought, if nothing else, although there was much else, if nothing else, it was critically important that he struck that tone.
And as I mentioned, this is the 4th time that he has addressed Congress. So he now is the world leader who has addressed the U.S. Congress the most amount of times. How significant is that? And what does it say about the U.S.-Israel relationship overall?
I mean, I think it's incredibly significant. Obviously, Netanyahu was channeling his inner Churchill with quotes and references and the general style of his delivery. And so I think, he's clearly coming here to try to appeal to both Democrats and Republicans, which is profoundly important, to, touch our muscle memory and say, look, Israel still matters. I understand why he felt he had to say this, but it's a sort of a sad comment on the state of affairs that he had to say things like, supporting our enemies, like Iran's virulent anti-Semitism. These things are bad. And the United States and Israel matter, and Israel matters to the United States that frankly has a lot of challenges around the world to face. And he very explicitly said, Israel is your front line of defense in the Middle East, which I think could have a lot of resonance with both Democrats and Republicans at a time like this, because a lot of our other allies don't really say or do things like that.
He did address the protesters, both the ones that have been on college campuses across the country, but also the ones who are outside, hundreds of them outside the Capitol protesting his speech right now. There were also protesters that were outside of his hotel where he's been staying, which is over on the Potomac. So any surprise that we did see that number of protesters that did turn out?
Sadly, no. I wish I could have been pleasantly surprised that there were none, or in an alternate universe that I could be shocked that there were any protesters at all. Unfortunately, I think it's a reflection of a lot of deeper trends, most of which go well beyond Prime Minister Netanyahu himself or even the U.S.-Israel partnership, negative trends about not only Israel's popularity in the United States and, frankly, Israel's struggles to message what it's trying to do and how it supports the U.S. interest, which is one of the reasons that Netanyahu was here. But I think I've frankly been shocked, and I'm not someone who's easily shocked. Since October 7th, the veil has dropped. Any pretense of pretending that opposition to Israel is simply anti-Zionism, which in of itself is a very problematic argument. But now, the fig leaf is gone. It's open season on anti-Semitism. And so I think that forms a very important, critical, and frankly, horrifying backdrop to one of the reasons that brought him here to Washington.
What are your thoughts about the fact that Kamala Harris, vice president, was not there? Now, she is campaigning, so to speak, over in Indianapolis, so that was a pre-planned trip, but obviously she is not there during the speech. What does that say to you, and is it significant in any way, as she is likely to be the Democratic candidate for president?
I think on a substance level, it's not that important. But ironically, the optics of it are bad, and that's more important. As I mentioned, any perceptions of daylight in the U.S.-Israel partnership negatively impact both the United States and Israel and our shared interests in the Middle East. And there's plenty of blame to go around since October 7th, both here and in Israel, about people who've inserted that daylight needlessly into the partnership. And so I would fault Vice President Harris for needlessly inserting more daylight into this, especially when you have both Biden and Trump meeting with Bibi.
We know that Netanyahu did touch on a variety of topics there. He spoke for nearly an hour. Is there anything that you hoped maybe you'd hear that you didn't hear from him?
Certainly, there were a couple things. I thought he did great on the big picture stuff. I was hoping for a little more substance on some of the key issues that he did touch upon in various ways, namely, what does the day after look like in Gaza? He has set a demilitarized and de-radicalized Gaza Strip, which he has been saying ever since shortly after October 7th, which is a perfectly sound goal, one that's earnestly should be pursued. But I didn't hear him say anything new about how we get from where we are today to that day after, because there's a long way to go. It's a very complex issue. In terms of an actual plan on the ground, I think that's still missing. It's certainly a complex issue to have to wade through, but one that's all the more important because of that. His mention of a multilateral alliance of Abraham Accords partners in the Middle East, I think that's also a long road to have to walk down. I think it's much to be commended, and it's a reflection of the fact that there's a lot of things going on just under the surface in the Middle East that have a lot of positive potential, both for the United States and Israel, that would center around hopefully getting Israel-Saudi normalization through, because if you have that, then you have top cover for all the things, region-wide alliance against an Iran-led threat that is, I think, a lot greater than people in America really even realize at this moment.
And we are looking at a picture. This is a live image coming in from Washington, D.C. This is a ways away from the Capitol, but we were seeing what appeared to be smoke, and we are told that several people have climbed a statue. Others are taken into custody. One question I do want to ask you, though, we know that the assassination attempt against former President Trump earlier this month is something that Bibi did comment on during his speech. Did that lead to any concerns about his travel here to the U.S.?
I think I wouldn't be surprised if it did, if there's a little more logistical effort going into security these days. Iran has made quite clear that they put a price on the heads of a lot of people they deem responsible for the killing of General Qasem Soleimani, the IRGC leader, in Baghdad in 2020. And certainly I wouldn't be surprised if that has come into play in an area like this. But also, that's a top-down problem. I think what we're seeing on the screen right now is a different type of problem from the bottom up, but which is frankly no less worrisome, which is, again, this sort of openly brazen protesting, which the protest in itself is not the problem. It's a healthy part of democracy. It's the intimidation, the militarization, and the open anti-Semitism of the protests, which bleeds over, again, as Prime Minister Netanyahu mentioned in his speech. This is all being encouraged by an Iranian regime that not only wants to legitimize Israel and U.S. support for Israel, but also sow dissension here in America's democracy.
One thing that's interesting that we did mention is that Biden will meet with Netanyahu tomorrow and then Trump on Friday. My question is, I know initially there was going to be a conversation and a meeting between Biden and Netanyahu. I believe it was initially scheduled for today, but was pushed back. And then we had word that he was going to meet with Trump tomorrow, and then that was pushed to Friday because Biden had said, I want to meet with him Thursday. So my question for you, is there any way to know if Netanyahu was going to meet with Biden if he hadn't met with Trump?
It's a great question. I worry any answer I give would be mostly speculation. I do know that at least the Biden team is saying they want the president to be fully clear of his COVID diagnosis before meeting with Netanyahu. But I think the fact that the Biden and Trump meetings are on the schedule, even if that schedule is a lot of moving parts, I think that's the critically important part, because I think when Netanyahu came here in 2015 to say the right thing, which was to criticize the Iran nuclear deal, which was then in the works, I still think there was some political collateral damage, some partisan collateral damage here in America, the way that speech was perceived. Because as we say at my organization, Israel has long been a bipartisan issue and it must remain one. And so I think the fact that now that Bibi is going to meet with both Biden and Trump, I think that is more important than anything else. That's the message that needs to be gotten across, is that his visit here is part of a strengthening of the bipartisan bilateral relationship with Israel.
I did want to ask, because we know that the people of Israel do know who President Biden is. They know who former President Trump is. Now Kamala Harris is believed to be the front runner for the Democratic nomination there. Are the people of Israel familiar with Kamala Harris?
That's a great question. I think they're becoming familiar with her given events of the past week or so. My organization has done a lot of work on arguing for the importance of maintaining U.S. military assistance to Israel for all the benefits it brings to U.S. national security interests. Before she was vice president, Kamala Harris was a strong advocate for that and for the bilateral relationship. I think, like President Biden himself, who I certainly know President Biden's core instincts in his DNA are to support Israel, especially after something as horrible as October 7th, and he made that explicit. But even someone as strong in his gut in favor of Israel, like Biden, saw which way the political winds were blowing and sort of tacked away from that over time after October 7th. And now that presumably VP Harris is angling for his job and has a shot at it, I think she will probably see her do a little of that same political calculation, trying to figure on winning votes back from her left flank, which frankly have been lost from Biden's strong support for Israel. So I think it figures into that larger electoral calculus that may see her, frankly, try to have her cake and eat it too. Say strong things about the ironclad partnership, as the Biden administration likes to say, with Israel, while at the same time also making very public criticism of Israel over some of its policy moves.
And we kind of already touched on the protests and things of that nature, but I do want to show this live image that we have where you can see folks who are there in D.C. They are climbing a statue. They do have the Palestinian flag there. One thing that was interesting that Netanyahu did mention is essentially he says that you have all of these protesters, but they don't actually know what they're protesting. Does that appear to be the case?
Certainly, I think that's a big part of it, having seen not only protests like what's happening live there on the feed, but also what we've seen on some elite college campuses across the country since October 7th. My real concern about the fact that, yes, I don't think they fully understand the issues of what they're protesting. As Prime Minister said, which river and which sea. I think the larger problem is that supporting Palestine is for a lot of these protesters seems to be incidental to their larger virulent sort of hatred of Israel, of Jews, and then indirectly also their hatred of anything in American foreign policy that remotely resembles supporting Israel or any of our other allies around the world against shared threats like Iran.
Jonathan, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break down that speech, obviously close to an hour in length. So, there is a lot to it and a lot to dissect. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Just that I would reinforce, I wish I'd seen more from the Prime Minister on specifics on several of the issues he raised. We already covered Gaza, but also Iran and Hezbollah. I think that's a ticking clock, at least in Israel's calculus, that I don't think a lot of us hear that clock ticking over here. And it behooves the United States to strengthen its support for Israel as it tries to deal with both the Iran and Hezbollah threats, because without U.S. support, both those problems, and they are intertwined, could get very bad very quickly, and not just for Israel, but also for the United States.
All right. Thank you again for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. My pleasure.
All right, everybody, do want to take you out to this live image that we do have. We were talking about this a short time ago, but you can see folks have climbed the actual statue there. This is over in D.C., many of them with the Palestinian flag. They are chanting, and essentially they did march from over outside the Capitol over to this location here blocks away, where, again, they are climbing that statue there. At this point, we have not seen anyone detained, taken into custody, or anything of that nature, which is very different than we saw over the past several days. But if we do get any additional details or a news conference of any kind on this, we'll make sure to bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We are also looking right here at this live image we have coming in out of D.C. This is where the White House press briefing was scheduled to begin about an hour and a half ago. We are told that they are starting just a little bit late, around 3 o'clock, but now, as I can tell you, it's about 3:18 Eastern time. We're going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and once this does get underway, we will bring you there live. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look. This is over inside the White House. You can see Fox's Peter Doocy right there. As folks are getting seated here, the White House press briefing starting just a little bit late, but it is expected to get underway here in just a minute or so. You can see folks with their laptops there. You also have the microphone that is kind of pointed out really where that podium will be. Again, Karine Jean-Pierre, the spokesperson for the White House, should be approaching really any moment now to give her initial comments. Not quite sure exactly why they delayed it so much, but of course we do know that Netanyahu's speech was taking place, so that could have played some kind of role in that. Again, all the reporters taking their seats right there. I do want to pop up, while we're waiting for that to get underway, one of the shots that we do have actually showing these protests that are still taking place. We're talking dozens upon dozens, really hundreds of people who are waving Palestinian flags. They are outside of the Capitol building there, and they have been protesting Netanyahu's trip to the U.S., but also his speech overall. That speech, a record almost 1 hour long, topping his speech from 2015 by almost 20 minutes in length. Again, you can see the protesters who are out here really quickly. Do want to pop up the audio so we can listen in and see if we can hear anything. All right, so a little bit of chanting right there. Looks like Karine Jean-Pierre, by the way, is up at the podium here at the White House, so I am going to pop that up for you now, raw and unfiltered.
They've also been clear that all of us, as Americans, regardless of who we are or where we live, should be able to do so without fearing for our lives. Sonia's death at the hands of a responding officer reminds us that all too often, Black Americans face fears for their safety in ways that many Americans do not. Sonia's family deserves justice. President Biden has been clear about his commitment to doing everything he can to make our communities safer, including by advancing effective, accountable policing. That's why the president has pushed Congress to pass a George Floyd Justice in Policing Act and signed an executive order to make federal policing the gold standard of effectiveness and accountability. While we wait for this case to be prosecuted, the president and the vice president are continuing to urge Congress to get the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act to his desk so he can sign it. I also wanted to share the president and the vice president's deep sadness at the passing of Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. No matter the issue, from delivering racial justice to building an economy for working people, she was unrelenting in her leadership. Leadership she demonstrated in her work to reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act, make Juneteenth a federal holiday, and reintroducing the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. As the president said in his statement on Saturday, she spoke truth to power and represented the power of the people of her district in Houston with dignity and grace. Both the president and the vice president shared the honor of working with her during their times in Congress. We at the White House join the president and the vice president and their families in sending our love and condolences to the Congresswoman's family, her constituents, and beloved colleagues of the Congressional Black Caucus. Later this evening, after the president's speech, First Lady Jill Biden will travel to Paris, France, to lead the U.S. presidential delegation to the opening of the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. The First Lady and the delegation will attend the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games and cheer on Team USA at various events. The First Lady previously led the U.S. delegation to the opening of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, which were held in the summer of 2021 due to COVID-19. And finally, as you all know, and certainly are tracking, what we saw from the president the last couple of days is what we have seen from him over the last several decades. Human decency, patriotism, a good man, who puts the American people ahead of himself. As the president said in his letter this past Sunday, it has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. As a member of his team and as an American, I am proud of this president's record. He's accomplished more in nearly one term than most presidents have in 2 terms. The president remains focused on fighting for the American people and building on the historic progress his administration has made. He's focused on growing the middle class instead of delivering big giveaways to corporations and the ultra-wealthy, fighting to lower costs for families instead of raising them by threatening to cut critical programs like Social Security, fighting for a fairer tax system instead of championing a $2 trillion tax bill that overwhelmingly benefited the ultra-wealthy, making healthcare more accessible and more affordable instead of working to eliminate the Affordable Care Act, strengthening and growing NATO, not eliminating it, and fighting for our reproductive freedom, not working to take it away. You will hear directly from President Biden when he addresses the nation tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tonight, the president will discuss his historic decision to put the country above all else, and about the inflection point we face as a country in this moment. This is one of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the future of our nation. America must choose between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division. He signed historic, monumental pieces of legislation into law and has worked across party lines to get a lot of them done. From jumpstarting a historic economic recovery to the largest investment in clean energy and climate action, gun safety, and more. The president is proud to have delivered these historic results for the American people, and he's going to use the remainder of his term to build on this progress for the future with the enduring faith he has in our nation. And so, therefore, I encourage all Americans to tune in tonight to hear directly from the president. Zeke?
All right, and don't forget, we will be airing that speech tonight. That does start at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and you can watch it right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now is 3:28 over on the East Coast and 12:28 on the West Coast. You were listening there as Karine Jean-Pierre was giving her opening statements from the White House before she starts taking questions from members of the media. Do want to head to a quick break now, but on the other side, we're going to pop the audio back up as we can see that the hearing is getting back underway in the House Judiciary Committee as they do discuss the Trump rally shooting. This is day 3 of that hearing. There's been several different hearings in a bunch of different committees, but this one getting back underway, so we'll go right back to it in 2 minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back out live to D.C. We were showing this to you earlier, but this hearing now resuming. This is the 3rd congressional hearing of the week looking into the attempted assassination of former President Trump. It's underway in Washington as the House Judiciary Committee is questioning FBI Director Christopher Wray as the agency works the investigation into that attack. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Our focus is on the foreign actor, China, Russia, Iran, and on their efforts. And so we work with the intelligence community, we work with our foreign partners, our friendly foreign partners, to try to uncover what those countries, Russia, China, Iran, are up to. And we try to share information about the hidden hand of the foreign actor where it's appropriate. We also engage in efforts to disrupt those foreign actors. The most recent example with the Russians, for example, is a Russian government-linked generative AI social media bot farm where they were posing as, among others, U.S. persons and not, in fact, U.S. persons, and trying to, again, sow various narratives. In that case, very heavily focused on, the issue they picked there was, the war in Ukraine, and again, trying to kind of get everybody turned against each other. We've also seen that, though, from China and Iran. I mentioned China before. We've had a case where we charged, I think it was 34 Chinese Ministry of Public Security, MPS officers, for much the same kind of behavior, creating false personas, pretending to be Americans, and then trying to kind of sow narratives. In that case, in the Chinese case, their narratives were trying to, for example, undermine any suggestion that COVID was the product of a lab leak, or attacking U.S. law enforcement at the anniversary of George Floyd's death, for example. And then Iran, in 2020, we saw them undertake similar kinds of efforts that were disrupted in the I think, October of 2020.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Director Wray, thank you for being here, and thank you for the information that you've provided today. I greatly appreciate it. This event that occurred, the attempted assassination of President Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, was a level 5 alarm alert to this country that our elected officials, our leaders, the president, the former president, are not safe, and we need to reevaluate from the ground up exactly how we are to go about providing that protection. The information you provided dealing with 8 cartridges from the roof, the drone, the fact that 2 explosive devices were found in the car, 1 at home. That was a remote detonation device that he had on him. The fact that his phone was using encrypted platforms. He only had 1 phone, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. He had 1 phone, although we've identified other phones that he may have used that may not have been his phone. So, for example, we think in certain instances he might have used his dad's phone. Again, not necessarily related to the attack, but we're trying to make sure that we process and exploit every device he could have used. And we keep, which is part of why I keep making this point, which I know you all are probably tired of me making about this being an ongoing investigation, because we keep identifying new pieces of equipment, new accounts, what have you.
And the fact that you are in real time informing us about what you're finding as you're performing this investigation is very helpful, and clarifying the fact that he went to the range a day before and shot an AR. Now, my understanding is that the AR he used on the 13th was his father's. Is that correct?
Well, yes and no. It was originally, his father bought it legally, but then our understanding so far is that his father then conveyed it to him, sold it, in fact, to his son. So originally his father's, at the time of the shooting, the shooter's.
Okay, so that's new information. Was that provided to you by the father?
I think it was partly from that. I think we also saw some documentation to support it.
Okay. Investigators also have said that the shooter posted, quote, July 13th will be my premiere, watch it as it unfolds, on an online gaming platform sometime before he tried to assassinate President Trump. Can you confirm that, and how much time elapsed between this posting and the attempt on July 13th?
So I'm really glad you asked about that, because that is a situation where, again, in our effort to give real-time information, since we've provided that information, we have since learned that July 13th premiere, profile page on the gaming platform, it turns out it was not the shooter.
Okay.
That it was some other individual as part of some sick joke who, after the shooting, created a profile page pretending to be the shooter.
Wow.
And so, of course, that person's now admitted to it, and but anyway, my point being, among the other challenges that we as investigators have, you have people who create accounts in today's world, create accounts pretending to be somebody that they're, and it's not the actual person.
Now, the
So
shooter,
that's troubling, obviously, and it makes our jobs even harder as investigators.
thank you for clarifying that. Did he have an online gaming account?
We do believe he was a gamer and that he had different kinds of gaming accounts. So that's part of why yeah.
Any information gleaned from those?
Not yet, but again, some of those legal process returns I'm still waiting on.
Now, during the attempted assassination, Crooks was wearing a T-shirt from a popular YouTube channel. Have you been able to access his selection of YouTube videos that he's watched?
I believe we have seen some of his search history, but I think we've got a ways to go on that. I know there's some manual work that we're doing on that. I think the most notable thing that we've found recently, which I don't think has been shared until today, is that on a laptop that the investigation ties to him, that on July 6th, it revealed a Google search, and his search, if it was him, again, it's a laptop tied to him. We obviously believe it's him, but we'll continue to investigate. But his Google search was, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
Right.
And
horrifying.
Yes, absolutely.
Can you clarify that you have in your possession all of the video that was taken on that day at the scene?
We've collected mountains of video. Part of the reason
I commit to providing us with that video.
Well, we're going to work with the committee and share information as best we can. Part of the reason I hedged on whether we have it all is, as you can appreciate in today's world, everybody with a phone has the ability to take footage, and so we're finding things kind of left and right.
You have all the law enforcement video.
I believe we have all the law enforcement video, but we're still collecting evidence.
Okay. And I hope you would provide that to us and to the American people. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Director, just to be clear, the photo and the message on the online gaming account, I think your testimony was to Mr. Klein that was somebody else posing as the shooter. Is that right?
Correct. Somebody after July 13th created this profile, pretending to be the shooter, and sent us down a rabbit trail, which we've now tied off.
That's important information. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray, for being here. And I want to add my voice to the chorus of folks who are just devastated by the illness and passing of Sheila Jackson Lee. What a champion. What a role model. I always called her the hardest working member of Congress. She was everywhere on every issue. She'll be greatly missed. Director Wray, I thank you for what you said earlier, which is leaning in. This is such an extraordinary set of events. The attempted assassination of Donald Trump, the stealing of the life of a father, a firefighter, somebody who protected lives, Corey Comparator, serious injuries to 2 others. So I thank you because you are trying to give us what you can without jeopardizing the investigation, and I think that's very helpful. Did the shooter also investigate other high-profile folks? We had heard some reporting around that early on.
Well, you say investigate other folks. I think this is a place where we still have a lot more work to do. Part of what we did find was a bunch of cached images of a variety of public figures. But again, cached images are those images that you get when you pull up a news story from any number of news sites. If they're photographs in the article, those images are automatically put into the cache on your computer. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you were searching for that person's image. We do have the fact that starting around, at the least around the period early July, so the search that I just mentioned related to Oswald and Kennedy, that's about July 6th, which is the same day we believe that he registered for the rally. And the day before, he traveled to the grounds for the first time. And so I think there's a certain amount of searches related to former President Trump that during that period we're seeing. consistent with some kind of planning or reconnaissance, if you want to call it that, in advance of the rally. But that's sort of confined to that, or concentrated, maybe is a better word, in that July period, you know, after the announcement of the rally and before the shooting.
Can you speak to the conveyance of the gun? So this is a 20-year-old young man. His father owned the gun originally, AR-15, am I correct?
AR style, yeah,
AR style.
15.
20-year-old man. When did the father sell the gun to him? And what documents do you have? How much money transpired? What date was it?
Yeah, I do know that, I know, we believe, based on what we've seen, that his father, after purchasing the gun legally, sold the gun to his son. I don't know that I have the date of that transfer or the amount of the transfer, although we may be able to get that to you as a file. I just don't have it in front of me.
Do you know when the father bought it?
We know. I don't, as I'm sitting here testifying in front of you, I don't have that in front of me, so I don't have it at my fingertips.
I'm just wondering if it's proximate to this event.
I do not believe that the gun was purchased, that is the gun that was used. I do not believe it was purchased particularly close in time to the shooting. But how far in advance? It may have been a year before, give or take. But again, we'll go back and double check that on you. I do know that on the day of the shooting, at about 1:30 p.m., he bought 50 rounds of ammunition. So if you think about the day of, or if you back up a little bit, so the day before he goes to the shooting range, the day of he goes to the grounds the morning of the event for, I think, around an hour. He buys the ammunition at around 1:30. At around 3:50 is when he's back on the grounds of the rally, and that's when he used the drone that I've talked about already today. And then, of course, fast forward till just after 6 o'clock when the worst happened.
And we had thought maybe over the weekend there was a conversation around a classified briefing for members. I hope that will happen as soon as it's feasible for you and for the other agencies involved. And he got off 8 shots, and the reporting is that that was in under 6 seconds. He got off 8 shots, fatal to one. My question that I'll leave you with, and I know I'm over time, Mr. Chairman, is we all decry political violence. We decry any violence, but we decry the rise in political violence. What can you tell us that we could do better? What do you need for you to be able to help this country reduce the political violence tendencies?
I think this is a moment where, in the most stark way possible, all of us as Americans can see how out of control political violence is in this country. And it's an opportunity for everybody to come together and to try to show that this is not the kind of thing we're going to tolerate in this country. The FBI's role is to focus on violence and threats of violence. But there is a role for others in the public square to address how people communicate in this country. And every day in our jobs, we see in social media, in terms of threats that we get, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of tips reported to us. And the language that's out there is just mind-bogglingly hateful and violent sounding. People sometimes, as figures of speech, use expressions that are very violent expressions, and so that is a part of it. We can all do better in kind of being a little more thoughtful and measured in our language. But again, the FBI's, we got to stay in our lane. Our lane is the violence and the threats of violence. There's a role for everybody as Americans to try to see if we can take the temperature down.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the extra time. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I really appreciate you correcting the gaming thing about this is my coming out party, because we're asking you to do something, and we've had acrimonious, you and I have actually had acrimonious, but we're not here for a got you moment. We're just not on this. And we're asking you to give us information before the investigation is complete. My only recommendation or suggestion would be when that happens, don't necessarily wait till you ask, because don't wait for us to ask. Because and I'll go through why in a second. I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate you telling us things. I appreciate you guys going against essentially your normal policy of waiting till an investigation is done, because the American people need to know it. But here's why. There's a guy with a rangefinder walking around that everybody noticed and then couldn't find. You know, he scaled to the top of a roof within 150 yards line of sight to the Republican former presidential candidate by climbing a drain pipe, and then you said some equipment. He was being pointed out by rally goers everywhere they could, and nobody could figure it out. There's maybe supposed to be local law enforcement in the building, either upstairs or downstairs. And all of this was going on. And I was talking to a colleague of mine yesterday on the floor, and it's like, I hate the conspiracy theories that come out, but this is not the FBI's purview. This is the Secret Service's purview. This is so comically like inept to the average North Dakota citizen. Is just, they look at this and they're like, how could this possibly happen? And so when by you giving us information in a really meaningful way, even though we know the investigation's ongoing and things can change, that at least helps us to deal with that and figure out where we're at. And so, I mean, and you're doing all this. This guy had no combat training, no counter surveillance training that you're aware of, right?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear that.
He had no combat training.
Oh. No, I don't think any, certainly no what we would call, what you and I would call combat training. Obviously, he was a fairly active recreational shooter, so he did plenty of shooting.
A lot of guys in Western North Dakota, right? I mean, all of those different things. And somehow we came within under of an inch of a presidential candidate being shot and killed within 100 days out from an election. And when you look at it, so I just want to be really clear, because there is a lot of this. There is no evidence of another shooter, right?
I mean, another shooter.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the counter sniper who took out the shooter.
Well,
right. But you're talking about like another.
Anybody else. And you're looking at his online and seeing all that, but there's no evidence he had any other accomplices on scene that day, correct?
Correct. Not that we've seen yet, certainly.
And you said, and Oversight's had a hearing, DHS had a hearing, we're having a hearing now. The Inspector General's going to investigate. We're probably announcing a bipartisan outside panel. But there's another investigation too, right? Because somebody has to clear the shooter. Like, even though it is a Secret Service officer deploying his, I mean, when an FBI agent kills somebody in the line of duty, what's the process?
So we have what we call an agent-involved shooting, is I think what you're getting at. And we have a whole process.
Usually get put on leave, paid leave, get a lawyer, depending on how it is, right?
Well, some of those things depend, but we have, our inspection division does a shoot review of each time when there's one of these situations. And they sometimes have to coordinate with local prosecutors who are also doing some kind of review. But
all right, so you are listening there as the FBI Director, Chris Wray, is speaking before the House Judiciary Committee. That's been going on in different sessions. So we saw it start in the morning, then the House committee members had to leave. They came back. They went to Netanyahu's speech just now, and then they came back for a third portion of that hearing. We have been bringing it to you all throughout the day, and it's also on our YouTube page. Just go and search Live Now from Fox. Do have to head, though, to another commercial break at 3:51 on the East Coast and 12:51 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over in D.C. as there have been several anti-Netanyahu protests that have been going on for, I would say, the past few hours here. We've seen them take place on and off over the past several days, but we've also seen folks who have been climbing the different flagpoles there over in D.C. We know at this point that at least 6 arrests have been made, and these folks are all there to protest Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the U.S. and speaking before Congress. That speech wrapping up not too long ago and went on for just about an hour. Do want to post some of the looks here at the representatives, the lawmakers who are commenting on the speech. We do have Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, who said Netanyahu is a war criminal committing genocide against the Palestinian people. It is utterly disgraceful that leaders from both parties have invited him to address Congress. He should be arrested and sent to the International Criminal Court. Another post here from her. We're actually going on to some of the other reaction that we've received. Actually, this one right here is the U.S. Capitol Police, where they said our officers just reported that the final number of arrests in the House galleries was a total of 6 people. They are charged with unlawful conduct. We do have a statement here coming in from Elise Stefanik, representative there from New York. She said, "I'm proud to welcome Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu to our nation's capital at a time when ensuring strong U.S. support for Israel is more critical than ever before." Steve Scalise saying Vice President Kamala Harris is ducking her official duty and refusing to attend Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's address to Congress. She's turning her back on our greatest ally in the Middle East as they fight terrorists still holding Americans hostage. AOC saying, just so we're clear, Netanyahu has lost so many people that he is addressing just a fraction of Congress. When this happens, they fill the seats with non-members like what they do at awards ceremonies in order to project the appearance of full attendance and support. We will post that entire speech from Netanyahu. If you were not able to see it on our YouTube page, just head over there and search Live Now from Fox. Do want to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 3:55 on the East Coast and 12:55 on the West Coast. Coming back on the other side, Andy Mack will be in the hot seat with all of your top stories on this Wednesday, July 24th. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on. You can see some of these tense moments there on Capitol Hill as protesters gathering, kind of clashing with police right now, just steps away from Capitol Hill. This just a little bit after Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, speaking there to both the House and the Senate, and plenty of lawmakers not in the building for that kind of a mini protest as well, as they did not want to go to this amid the war. And this is the first time that Netanyahu has really been abroad since that October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel. Plenty of signs and flags in the distance. So viewer discretion is advised, as we're just taking this camera here on Live Now from Fox from Washington, D.C. as police there clashing with protesters. Plenty of people with cameras, their phones out. But you can see their riot gear with the different kind of apparel of the police. So let's continue to follow all of this here on Live Now from Fox. We're monitoring this live picture and all the latest with this, but plenty to get to here on Live Now from Fox, as we're also monitoring right now on Capitol Hill the FBI Director Christopher Wray as he continues to testify at this hearing about the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. Let's take you out to it right here on Live Now from Fox and listen in to some of these questions from lawmakers to Wray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, and this is not directly with you, actually, I just wanted to straighten something out. I know my colleagues, the gentlemen and the gentleladies from Georgia, Washington, California, Pennsylvania, they all mentioned Project 2025. Well, I don't know how they expect you to know about that, number one. I'm pretty damn involved. I don't really know a whole lot about it. But President Trump with some things he agreed with that he wasn't that familiar with. It was from the Heritage Foundation. And that was just raw politics, to be honest with you. It was just because 2025 has some things in it that they believe are really going to offend American people, and it very well may. And so they want to pin it on the presidential candidate. He didn't author it. He didn't condone it. He didn't put his seal of approval on it. It's getting old. It really is. We do this with other things. Just like in this committee, when anything goes wrong, anything, somehow Donald Trump's name has to be brought into it, and it gets tiring. It's politics over reality. Second thing about picking the site, I was intimately involved in the Wildwood rally, the biggest rally President Trump's ever had, biggest political rally in the state of New Jersey. I had spoken to the president about it, and he wanted to do it on the beach because we had over 100,000 people. And let me tell you, we had everybody out there because they were concerned, the Secret Service and the local police and the county police, and just about every entity could be. And so they had, behind it was that iconic setting. They had the Ferris wheels on the pier and all the stuff. They had agents up in there. They had agents in the ocean, in the water, in boats. They had people coordinating, working with each other and talking with each other because they knew it was a risk. So we chose a site that was difficult. The president did, and I thought it was a great site, but nevertheless, the law enforcement responded properly. Something went wrong here. You can't blame this on Donald Trump as well. The site was chosen. It's the responsibility of those who serve in law enforcement to make sure that he was safe, period. And I'm sure you'll find out why. On another tangent here, you know, I've got to wonder how many qualified people were passed in order for Director Cheadle to get her 30% quota. That's a lousy way to run an agency, especially when it's dealing with law enforcement, to say we've got to have 30% of anything. And I worry about these practices because it's policy over protection. And Director Wray, I know that some things were left to you. I understand that. But one of your early acts on the Biden presidency was hiring the FBI's very first chief diversity officer. And since that time, and even before your time, and you're going to disagree with me, but respectfully, I'm going to disagree with you. Recruitment standards under your lead has resulted in deterioration in many areas, including physical fitness, illicit drug use, financial irregularities, mental health issues, full-time work experience, and integrity. And I know you dismissed them, but in October 2023, they are a prestigious group of retired FBI special agents and analysts both expressed concern regarding the FBI's willingness to recruit agents that, quote, I'm not saying this, they said it, not me, can't even pass the new relaxed standards for fitness, who are illiterate in some cases and need lessons, educational lessons, don't want to work weekends or after hours, their words, and have serious disabilities or mental health issues, which is not the place for them. Most of your agents are great people. I love them. I love them for what they do. I'm not criticizing most. But these new standards, don't you think this is a hindrance and reduces the morale of the vast majority of good people that you have in the FBI? And I ask you for a quick answer because I have a few other things.
So I respect our retired agents, that many of them come to.
And I ask you for a quick answer because I have a few other things.
So I respect our retired agents, that many of them come to our graduations now, and I can tell you emphatically that they are those who think that we have lowered our standards, whether it's on physical fitness or anything else, are mistaken.
And you can prove that.
The facts back me up on that.
The standards are the same today as they were a decade ago. I mean, they've changed in some ways that are appropriate.
In fact, the physical fitness standards, depends on how far back you go, but the physical fitness standards that our current graduates have to graduate from Quantico actually exceed some of the physical fitness standards that were in place if you go back far enough with some of our retirees. But what I would tell you, I think part of the reason there's confusion, and again, I accept that these folks are raising their concerns in good faith, but we have actually access to the facts. And part of the reason I think there's confusion, just take the physical fitness thing as an example, is that before you had to pass the physical fitness test before you showed up to Quantico. Now you have to pass it in order to get a badge at Quantico. The standard hasn't changed. You still have to pass the same test, the same 12-point standard, et cetera. All that stuff applies. The only difference is you can pass it while you're at Quantico. But if you don't pass that same test that's been in place for a long time now, you don't get a badge. And we will dismiss people from Quantico, and we do, who don't pass that
Director, I know
test.
I have to wrap this up, and I appreciate that. You know, feelings in this administration are more important than functionality. It's resulted in a border crisis. We don't have time to talk about that. You've spoken out about it. I appreciate that you've spoken out about it. I think it's also resulted in shortages in our nation's law enforcement and our military, and I think it makes us less safe. So I look forward to seeing those statistics and that proof, because I have people talking to my ear that tell me otherwise, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, I appreciate you being here today, and I certainly appreciate your forthcomingness and giving us information that I think that the American people want. And, you know, to me, you have a very difficult job right now. In the past, and under Comey, certainly, the Russian collusion narrative got out pretty heavily, and that came out of the FBI with the FISA warrants and that sort of stuff, spot on General Flynn. And then the laptop issue, the Hunter Biden laptop issue, which the FBI actually had in their possession. So I have 800,000 people thereabouts that I represent, and our job is to restore trust. And so in a lot of the hearings we've had this week, they say, well, the FBI is investigating that. Every answer was the FBI is investigating this. And so in some ways it kind of landed in your lap, and I appreciate you being here. But, you know, it's just, for me, the question of how does a 20-year-old acting alone get a long gun, a rangefinder? We know he bought a ladder. I guess he reconned here and realized he didn't need the ladder to get on top of the building, so he left it at the house. Get on a roof within 150 yards of one of the most famous people in the world, I guess now, and a former president. How does that happen? And how do we restore trust in the American people that the FBI and the DHS, who is under Mayorkas's directorate now, how do we verify and get trust back to the American people that these agencies are really working to protect the president? And I'm not trying to place blame specifically, but I never thought that we'd raid his house. I never dreamed that they'd raid a former president's house. I certainly never imagined that they would actually indict him. And I felt, well, they'll never find him guilty. And now we've had a threat on his life. So how do we restore trust in the government of this country and the agencies that are here that we pay and provide $3 billion a year to the Secret Service to protect some of the leading political candidates in America? That's a lot. I'm sorry. That's a lot of questions. But I'm going to give you a little room to talk.
Right. No, I
That's a lot. I'm sorry. That's a lot of questions, but I'm going to give you a little room to talk.
Right. No, listen, obviously you included a lot, as you said, in your question. And as you might imagine, I disagree fairly strongly with a number of parts of it. But sensitive to the time, I guess what I would say this, I can speak to my approach to running the FBI. Again, the FBI was not involved in the physical security of the rally. That's, we come in as the investigators afterwards. And as I've said before, our investigation is an investigation of the shooter and his attack. There are separate investigations, the Inspector General of DHS and this outside independent panel that's been announced that would be looking at the Secret Service's performance. And those, I think, will be important to trust and confidence, if you will, in Secret Service. But from the FBI perspective, we can't promise that everybody's going to like the results of what we do, right? What we can promise is that we're going to do our best to do the work in the right way. That's all we can do. And so I keep telling our folks every day on this and on everything else, our focus has to be, we got to do the work in the right way. We got to make sure we do the work in the right way, and then no matter who likes it, because everything we do, somebody doesn't like it.
And it's a credibility issue at this point. Do the American people trust what the FBI and the DOJ is going to tell them? And, that's the thing with this. When I was early on, and I've only been here about 3.5, 4 years now, but the American people was the fear of the weaponization of government. So now we have this issue. Tucker Carlson asked the president, he said, are you afraid they'll kill you? And I remember that interview, and I thought, wow, I can't believe he went there. But here we are. And so as we work through this process, I think it's so important, and I think the chairman hit on this, is the audio of the shooter. You've interviewed the sniper, the Secret Service sniper that took out the target. Mr. Crooks have a chance to get off 8 rounds, and we knew he was on the rooftop. I don't know for how long, but we know he was a marked target. So was he trying to get the green light, and was somebody not giving it to him?
So again,
but we know he was a marked target. So was he trying to get the green light, and was somebody not giving it to him?
So again, the performance, the adequacy of the performance of Secret Service will be the subject of the Inspector General investigation and this outside independent panel. What I can tell you, and I'm glad you asked the question, because this goes to something that that was part of an earlier exchange. The first time that anybody from law enforcement saw the subject on the roof was a few minutes before the shooting. Not with a gun. They didn't, at that point, they didn't, but local law enforcement, a few minutes before, saw him on the roof and started radioing.
Did he have a backpack going up the roof?
Well, we haven't found anybody yet who saw him climbing up the roof. The reason why I've talked about how we think he got on the roof is that's based on forensic, our evidence response and forensic analysis, where, without getting into all the details, footprints and things like that we can, fingerprints, et cetera, that we can see how he got on. But we don't have an eyewitness at the moment who saw him climbing up. So a few minutes before the shooting, local law enforcement saw him on the roof. Again, no weapon identified at that point. A few seconds before the shooting is when the law enforcement officer that I've talked about already is the one who was assisted by another officer who saw up on the roof, saw the shooter in a prone shooting position with the gun, turns.
How long did that happen before?
That was, that sighting, that is the first time, to my knowledge, the first time anybody from law enforcement saw him with a weapon, that is seconds before he shot at President Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
So did the counter sniper not see the bad guy, the shooter, until after he fired a shot?
You mean until after the subject fired a shot?
Until after the shooter?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. It's possible we've already determined that, but I just, as I sit here right now, I don't have that, but I can, yeah.
I think that's the logical next question with where the gentleman from Alabama's question was going. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
My understanding is that either it or some shrapnel, is what grazed his ear. So I don't know that I have the actual
very
distance.
close, though.
What's that?
Very, very close, you would agree.
Yes.
Is this the biggest security failure that you've seen in your career?
Ooh. Well, certainly I think former Director Cheadle has already, I think, acknowledged that this was a significant, at the very least, a significant operational failure. I forgot her exact words, but I will defer on that. I think
we really haven't seen anything like this in at least decades in this country, right?
The attempted assassination of a president, current or former, is a historic event.
Was this a sophisticated plot that Thomas Crooks carried out?
Well, I think probably depends on your definition of sophisticated, right? So on the one hand, he's a 20-year-old, seems to, from what we've seen so far, loner, without a lot of elaborate criminal history, without any criminal history or anything like that. On the other hand, he did clearly do some level of planning and recon.
When did the planning start, to the best of your knowledge?
What's that?
When did the planning start?
Well, we're still drilling into that, but we know, we assess that on July 6th,
so a week in advance.
For example, it seems to be that he seems to become very focused on it, because that's when, as I've testified here today, that's when the laptop that we've tied to him has the Google search, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
I mean, that seems like an indication of a total amateur, right? Someone who's searching for that, and he's doing it a week in advance.
Again, I don't want to characterize him. I frankly don't want to give him the credit of characterizing him as amateur or professional. But what I will say is that there are some things he did that involve a certain amount of planning and preparation. On the other hand, if you're telling me, do I think this is the most sophisticated ever? Of course not. We deal with much more sophisticated adversaries all the time.
And you probably prepare for more sophisticated plans to target high-level officials.
I'm sorry, could you?
You probably prepare for more sophisticated plans to target high-level officials, correct?
We don't do physical security, but yes, obviously we're investigating much more sophisticated attacks all the time.
How about the encrypted applications on his phone? Were those there for a while, or did he download them, in the days or weeks leading up to the assassination attempt?
I don't have the answer to that sitting here right now. I think it may vary from platform to platform, because he had a number of encrypted messaging apps on it. And again, as I've said, we're trying to get access to that content. And that's important. I think it's important for everybody on this committee to understand that this is a real problem for law enforcement. That these companies, let's be clear here, these companies are designing their platforms in a way to, no matter how heinous the crime, no matter how rock solid the legal process,
run out of time,
to get
so
access.
I want to get the next question. At this moment, are you confident that high-level protectees, presidents, former presidents, are well protected?
Well, it's not really for me to say. I have a lot of respect for the men and women of the Secret Service who provide protection, just as I do for their counterparts at other agencies.
You can't say one way or the other. Your assessment as director of the FBI whether the president is safe?
I'm not an expert on protective details and physical security. What I would tell you is that we have a very robust system for sharing threat information with those agencies, and that in my experience, the men and women of the Secret Service are professionals who are hardworking, who are literally willing to take a bullet for their protectee.
You mentioned a thwarted assassination attempt against former President Bush. Are there any other thwarted assassination attempts against current or former presidents that you could discuss?
Not that immediately come to mind, but I'd have to go back and think about that. I mean, obviously we've been around for a while, and current and former presidents are high-profile targets who are attractive to all kinds of bad guys.
Sure. There's also been reports that the shooter's parents called local law enforcement to say he was missing on the day of the shooting. Is that correct? And if so, is that something that you would see as a sort of a natural thing for them to do? It seems like a 20-year-old who's been missing for a few hours, maybe his parents don't, first thing they do, call the police. What was going on with that situation?
So my recollection, I don't have this in front of me, my recollection is they did call concerned that he was missing. My recollection, though, is that they didn't call until this was after the, I think this was after the event.
I see.
But I'm not certain of that, so I want to, hedge on that slightly because I have to get back to you to confirm that. I believe that part of the issue was that when he last saw his father, he, I think, indicated to his father that he was going to shoot at the range. And then, of course, he didn't go to the range and he didn't come back from that. And so I think that may have added to the level of concern.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Wyoming.
All right, you're just listening in there to this live event on Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill. Christopher Wray there, the FBI director, answering questions, being grilled by lawmakers about this assassination attempt on the former president several weekends ago. We're learning some new information about the shooter and potentially a motive. We're getting into that here on Live Now from Fox. All right, I'm Andy Mack. We'll get back out to it in just a little bit. We'll be back after this 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us, monitoring a very busy load of content coming your way. Top headlines all over the place. Washington, D.C., the center of so many of these major stories, but also in Charlotte, North Carolina. Just about 2 hours or so until the former President Donald Trump holding a rally there. And we're learning more information about the attempted assassination of Trump several weekends ago. Of course, the FBI Director, Christopher Wray, now testifying before Congress, but certainly we're learning more about maybe the search history of the shooter of Thomas Matthew Crooks's laptop, as Crooks reportedly searched how far Lee Harvey Oswald was when he shot and killed President John F. Kennedy back in 1963. We're also learning that the shooter flew a drone just 2 hours before Trump took the stage, and notably we're about 2 hours right now until Trump takes the stage one more time. So just an interesting timeline note that we're following here very, very closely. Let's take you back out, though, to Capitol Hill. Christopher Wray there testifying before Congress. Let's listen in to him be grilled by lawmakers.
For winning the Democrat primary as election interference? Is the FBI investigating that right now?
I'm not aware of any investigation along those lines.
Okay. Director Wray, it was reported in March that the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force resumed communication with social media companies. And an FBI spokesman has stated that, quote, in coordination with the Department of Justice, the FBI recently implemented procedures to facilitate sharing information about foreign malign influence with social media companies in a way that reinforces that private companies are free to decide on their own whether and how to take action on the information, end quote. Director Wray, what specifically is the FBI doing to reinforce that such decisions are in fact for the private companies to make and not the administration?
So I think the best way to summarize it is that the guidance makes all kinds of additional steps to underscore that the FBI has no interest in participating in any way whatsoever in the company's decision-making, that companies are completely free to take any actions on their own, that we are simply passing information on to them for them to do whatever it is they want to do independently, consistent with, I should say, I very much appreciate the Supreme Court's finding that no evidence that the FBI coerced platforms to take content down.
Well, I don't believe that that's what the Supreme Court found. What the Supreme Court found was that the parties involved didn't have standing, but I think there's a whole body of evidence and legal analysis demonstrating that, in fact, this administration was violating the First Amendment rights of folks through social media companies. I'm just going to ask one final very quick question. If the FBI was involved in the removal or restriction of speech of Americans, do you agree that this would be a violation of the First Amendment?
Well, again, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. My understanding and my strong view from everything I've seen is that we did not violate the First Amendment.
Okay.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Director. I've just got two easy questions for you. In February, Donald Trump Jr. received a letter containing a white suspicious powder that read, quote, Lee Harvey Oswald's grandson must complete his contract, end quote. The United States Secret Service and the FBI said they would investigate the matter, and 5 months later, no more information has been released. I've also visited with Mr. Trump, and he has not received any information either. Why is that?
So as I sit here right now, I'm not familiar with the specific investigation, but I do know that we have had, unfortunately, quite a few investigations of threatening mailings and white powder letters and things like that. So I'm happy to drill into it and have us circle back to you and see if there's more information we can share about it.
Thank you. And would you maybe circle back to the Mr. Trump, Donald Jr.? I think they'd like an update as well.
Sure. Let me, again, I don't, like I said, I'm not familiar with the specifics, but I'm happy to have us look into it and get back to whoever we need to get back to.
Thank you. Next question. The Pittsburgh field office now handling the assassination attempt investigation. Is that right?
Well, there's several. Their Pittsburgh field office is the lead office. We obviously have lots of, I think it's about half, maybe over half of the FBI's field offices are working on this, including almost every headquarters division. So we have lots and lots and lots, several hundreds of employees working on it.
All right,
but yes.
Pittsburgh's the lead. Okay. This is the same office that botched the Hunter Biden laptop case. And they, in my view, and my constituents and many Americans, displayed a clear reluctance, that's a quote, reluctance to really do any tasking, quote, effectively failing to investigate, according to the U.S. attorney on the case. My question is, how can we trust this office, and why does it keep reappearing in critical election-related investigations, or is that just dumb luck?
So I want to be a little bit careful on what I can say here, because some of what you're talking about relates to an ongoing investigation being led by the special counsel, Mr. Weiss. But what I can tell you is that the Pittsburgh field office's involvement in the matter you're talking about was the choice by the Attorney General Barr to have the U.S. Attorney and the FBI field office in Pittsburgh handle that particular matter. As to your summary or characterization of what U.S. Attorney, now former U.S. Attorney Brady actually said, I'd have to see the whole context. I'm not quite sure that's what he said, but I think as to your overall question about confidence, what I would tell you is we have, that's the point I'm trying to make about the sheer breadth of our investigation. Yes, the Pittsburgh field office is the office on the ground. That's where the attempted assassination happened. But we are using the full might of the FBI, criminal and national security. That's why I'm pointing out that multiple field offices, over half of our field offices, almost every headquarters division, several hundreds of employees. These are people who are working around the clock to deal with this historic attack. And I have the utmost confidence in those hundreds of employees, agents, analysts, and professional staff, and the American people should too.
I yield to Mr. Jordan.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. Director, I guess I'm not clear exactly where you said there were 8 shell casings on the roof, so 8 bullets were fired. We obviously know that Mr. Comptroller Trump. Does that account for, were some of these individuals hit multiple times? Where did all 8 bullets go, is I guess my question. Does that account for, were some of these individuals hit multiple times? Where did all 8 bullets go, is I guess my question.
I don't have that in front of me. I'm happy to circle back and get that to you. It's assuming we have that information yet. As I said, I think with respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that that hit his ear. So it's conceivable. Although, as I sit here right now, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. But I believe we've accounted for all of the shots and the cartridges. So let us get that.
It's my understanding that the very first one was the one that hit the president. Is that the very first shot, or is that not accurate?
I don't, as I sit here right now, I don't know the answer to that. I believe we know the answer to that. I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Okay. Is there any chance I mean, it seems to me that this bad guy, this shooter, was focused on President Trump, but you indicated that he purchased 50 rounds of ammunition, I believe, earlier that day. Do you have any indication thus far in your investigation that in addition to going after and trying to assassinate the former president, he was also looking to do a lot more damage to other individuals?
That's a hard question to answer. What I would say is I agree with you that his preparatory activity is what we've seen so far, the limited information that has been relevant and interesting about his preparatory activity does seem to be that he had settled on former President Trump as a target and this rally as his moment to try to take a shot. In addition to the 50 rounds, of course, you have the issue of these explosive devices.
Right.
And so what else he may have had in mind is something that I think is very much of an open question. On the one hand, you have these explosive devices, including the one still back in his home that wasn't in quite the same stage as the one in the ones in the vehicle. But he clearly had those explosive devices for some reason. And so we're trying to figure that out. As I've said before, sometimes in these kind of situations, you find like a manifesto or something like that. It's frustrating to us, and I'm sure frustrating to you and the American people, that we haven't found anything quite like that. We'd love to have a roadmap that tells us exactly what he was thinking. We haven't found that yet. Doesn't mean we won't. We're looking all over the place, and we're going to leave no stone unturned.
Thank you. A gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, just listening in there, Christopher Wray testifying before Congress on this assassination attempt of the former president. Certainly some new information right there about the 8 potential shots that were fired by that gunman just several weeks ago from that rooftop there in Butler, Pennsylvania at that rally. And we're also hearing some comments right now coming in from the former president right now on social media, actually calling for the resignation of the FBI Director Christopher Wray. Said this on social media, on Truth Social, said, "I watched the congressional hearing today as Christopher Wray was asked the question whether or not he noticed any cognitive degeneration in many conversations with Joe Biden." Of course, he goes on to say, and despite the fact that Special Counsel Robert Hur said effectively that Joe Biden is incompetent with little memory, Wray said, quote, "It is not something I observed during my interactions with him, which were uneventful and unremarkable," essentially stating that he found nothing wrong mentally or physically. Director Wray should resign immediately from the FBI and, quote, "stop sweet-talking Congress every time he goes up," which he loves to do because anybody can see that Joe Biden is cognitively and physically challenged. If you cannot see that, you sure as hell cannot be running the FBI unless that you want to illegally lead the raid on Mar-a-Lago. Wray has to resign now for lying to Congress. So that was the tweet, the post from Donald Trump on social media, on Truth Social, calling on Wray to step down from his role as well. So plenty of questions about that here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for another quick 2-minute break. We'll get you back out to this hearing after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. A busy day on Capitol Hill as we saw Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speak before a joint session of Congress. Several senators and lawmakers opting to not be there in attendance for that. We're also seeing plenty of protesters outside on the real steps of Capitol Hill, near Capitol Hill as well. Gaza war protesters continue to gather with different signs and flags. You can see some of the maybe vandalism on some of these monuments just across the street. So we're following this here very, very closely on Live and Now from Fox. But we're also watching the hearings there on Capitol Hill involving FBI Director Christopher Wray about this assassination attempt. Also notably coming up in just about 90 or so minutes, the former president will be in Charlotte, North Carolina, making another rally speech. Plenty of people there in attendance for this. And we also are hearing from the former president on social media calling for the FBI Director Christopher Wray to step down, to resign as well after some of his comments on Capitol Hill to Congress. Let's take you right now back out to this with Wray being grilled by lawmakers. Let's listen into this about the attempted assassination.
Side hearing earlier this week, and although we don't have an idea on everything, your ability to come in here and actually give way more than Director Cheadle ever did is somewhat refreshing. You saw some pretty bipartisan frustrations exhibited in that particular hearing. I'm sure you've seen part of it. I want to follow up on a couple of lines of questions that I had with Director Cheadle that she actually answered, which was remarkable. One, she had indicated that Secret Service at the Trump rally did not have any radio recordings. Is that, in your investigation, is that accurate?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I believe there may be some recordings on the local law enforcement side. As to whether or not we have recordings on the Secret Service side, I'd have to drill back into that. And the reason you might say, well, how the heck can you not know? Well, we certainly have interviewed lots of Secret Service employees. So what we know from the interviews versus some other source, as I sit here right now, I don't know.
So on this particular case, but in your experience, and again, it's a different agency, but she had indicated, Director Cheadle had indicated that recordings sometimes are done from radio recordings, I guess, of what happens at a Trump rally or any other thing that they're engaged in. Is that your experience as well, that sometimes there are audio recordings of communications between law enforcement officials?
Just speaking very broadly, there are times when there are recordings, but it'd be hard for me to be more precise than that.
And I know that you can't answer whether they were here in this instance or not, but what would cause recordings to not exist for the Trump rally, if, as a hypothetical? What would be the reason that that would happen?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. I mean, if they didn't record, there may be situations where they just don't record in the first place, and why that would be, though, I'm not sure I can answer that.
Thank you. Let me ask you this, and this is another line of questioning. Director Cheadle had indicated that seconds before the would-be assassin fired the shot, is roughly seconds, is when he became a person of suspicion to an actual threat. Would you agree with that assessment from Director Cheadle?
Well, let me try it this way. I think there are sort of three, in my mind, there's sort of three, let's say three significant moments on this continuum that you're kind of getting at. There is roughly an hour before the shooting when local law enforcement observes the individual, the shooter. At that point, as somebody that was a person of concern, I forgot the exact phrasing, and that was based on seeing him with this rangefinder, no observation of a weapon, but there was something odd and off about them. They caught local law enforcement's attention. So that's the first moment. Then there's a second moment, which is, I think just minutes before the shooting, where local law enforcement observed him on the roof, but didn't see a weapon, is my understanding at that point. And at that point, their level of concern obviously was even higher. And then there's the third moment, which is that moment when local law enforcement saw him, the officer who climbed up with the assistance of his colleague, and saw the shooter in the prone position with the weapon, and that's seconds before the event. And so, terminology, I'm not sure, but it seems to me there's an evolution of concern over that time period.
Correct, an escalating concern. At what point, and this again, I just don't know, so I'm curious, at what point is, say, the sniper who killed Mr. Crooks, at what point is he able to fire a shot, and does he have to have authorization in which to do that?
I don't know that I know Secret Service's rules of engagement in that situation. It's possible that our interview of the counter-sniper has uncovered that. Again, our focus has been, I certainly understand why you're asking the question, but our focus has been on the shooter himself and his actions and the attack. These two other reviews, the DHS Inspector General and the outside independent panel, are both looking at the performance of the Secret Service, which would, I'm confident, include the question that you're talking about.
Thank you. And I actually think, from a legislative purpose and what this body will probably ultimately do, it's of great importance that we break down barriers of communication and that we allow, officers to do their job without, so that this doesn't happen again. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you, Director.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
All right, you're just listening into this here on Live Now from Fox. Let's line away for another quick 2-minute break. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Just over an hour away until this rally set to beginning with the former President Donald Trump in Charlotte, North Carolina. This comes as plenty of big news as the Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheatle resigned. Trump on social media just a little bit ago calling on FBI Director Christopher Wray to resign as well. He's being grilled right now by lawmakers on Capitol Hill, a very extended session. Let's listen in to what he has to say there from Washington, D.C.
Dramatically, to the tune of, in some cases, double or triple the pace
So the
it was when
48,000
if I
is
could
wrong?
finish, sir, if I could finish, please, to a rate that is higher. You'd have to go back about a decade or so to find the number of Americans applying to be special agents that are currently applying.
Okay, so for the record, that 48,000 is probably wrong then in your eyes?
I don't know. I don't have the letter in front of me, but what I'm not sure of is that we're comparing apple to apple in terms of time periods and everything else.
In advance of the Trump shooting, United States Secret Service Special Agent in Charge Tim Burke reportedly told law enforcement partners that NATO summit in Washington, D.C. limited his resources available to the Trump rally. The service has similar DEI hiring aims and failed their zero-fail mission to protect President Trump. Director Cheatle has since stepped down. Could the hyperfixation on hitting Biden administration's imposed DEI rules by causing the FBI and the federal law enforcement agencies to not only miss their prime candidates, but also potential threats?
Well, I can't speak to Secret Service's hiring practice. What I can tell you is that, in my view, diversity, like everything else, is something that has to be done in the right way. Just like everything else, there's a right way and a wrong way to achieve it. I think we can and have achieved improvements in diversity and, at the same time, not lowered our standards. And I think part of the reason we've been able to do that is because of the encouraging increase in the number of Americans applying to be special agents.
The investigation to the planting of pipe bombs at the RNC and DNC headquarters has been going on for over 3.5 years and will soon have lasted longer than the Biden presidency. I look forward to you proving yourselves, because we haven't received any update right now on the Trump shooting since July 15th, and the people really need that. Can the public expect a more transparent and timely
All right, you just see the feed kind of go out here on Live Now Fox as Christopher Wray there testifying before members of Congress on this assassination attempt of the former president. Some major information, though, coming down today about this, some new information. We didn't get maybe a ton of information with Kimberly Cheatle over the last couple of days, the Secret Service Director that ultimately did resign early yesterday morning after answering a line of questions from lawmakers. But we're also coming up here and just over an hour away from the former President Donald Trump making this campaign stop in Charlotte, North Carolina. We learned, though, from the FBI Director Christopher Wray that, of course, the Donald Trump's would-be assassin searched for details of the John F. Kennedy shooting from his laptop and also flew a drone in the area near the rally just 2 hours before the former president took the stage there on July the 13th. According to the FBI, Thomas Matthew Crook's laptop searched how far Lee Harvey Oswald was when he shot and killed John F. Kennedy back in 1963. So some big developments that we're following here on Live Now from Fox about that. We're also monitoring here this developing story out of Washington, D.C. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on hand for Congress, a joint address there as well. You can see plenty of protesters gathering outside with their flags and signs. Let's slide away, though, for a quick 2-minute break and try to get that feed of Christopher Wray and that hearing back up here on Live Now. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. I do want to take you quickly out to a dramatic shot there from Capitol Hill. Plenty of Gaza war protesters gathering outside of those streets near Capitol Hill. This comes after the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu makes a speech to a joint session there of Congress. Plenty of the lawmakers there opting out, not showing up for this speech in somewhat of a protest of their own. We'll follow that into the evening hours here on Live Now from Fox. We're also monitoring about an hour away or so until the former President Donald Trump takes the stage in Charlotte, North Carolina for yet another rally. This comes amid hearings on Capitol Hill over the attempted assassination back on July the 13th. We're hearing from Christopher Wray, the FBI director. Let's listen in to what they have to say here, taking questions from lawmakers.
Allegedly, he said that. But anyway, that was an attempt, and it failed, and that was Untouchables brought it into my consciousness. But thank you for your work. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate you're not looking into changing our Democratic nominee. That's something we normally do. Thank you.
Director, I'm still not clear in my mind. When did the counter snipers, the good guys, when did they first get eyes on the bad guy, the would-be assassin? On the roof of the AGR building?
I'm not certain, but I'll take my best effort here.
I guess I'm sorry to interrupt, but did they have eyes on him before the local law enforcement was looking up on the roof and engaged with the bad guy shooter?
I don't know the answer to that. I will look into that and get back to you. I believe we have the answer. I just don't know that I have it. I want to make sure I answer accurately.
Because we thought from the briefings that Mr. Abbott gave us, or Abate gave us, excuse me, Abate gave us, and the briefings you gave the Congress, that they did, but it wasn't clear from your testimony. So if you can get that answer to us, that would be helpful. I want to circle back just a third time, if I could, to the Iranian threat to President Trump and some others, former members of our government. The reason I want to go back to that, because we now know that the Secret Service and Homeland Security denied resources to President Trump's detail that they had asked for. And it seems to me, if that all happened after you guys knew about the Iran threat and had briefed the Secret Service on that real threat, that's an even bigger problem. And that's why I was trying to get that timeline down, when you knew about it and when you briefed the Secret Service on the Iranians' threat to kill President Trump.
So again, I really want to be careful to both be accurate, but also not to kind of stray into any kind of classified information or confirm the existence of classified information. So let me see if there's a way for us to get back to you on that question. I understand why you're asking. It may be easier to answer than I think, but at the moment in an open hearing, I'm not sure if I can see the right way to do that.
Fair enough. We'll expect answers to both those questions, and you can get back to this. That'd be great. Finally, anything else you want to tell us that we didn't ask? I mean, you came today and you told us some things that weren't even prompted by questions, and I just want to make sure if there's anything else you want to tell us regarding July 13th and what you've discovered. Now's the time.
Well, again, we're going to continue to engage with the Congress. I think we've covered a lot of the points that I really wanted to make sure that I got across, and just as I'm looking at my list, in one way or another through the course of today's questioning, I think we've gotten through most of it.
That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witness for appearing before the committee today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
All right, you're just wrapping that up. That was rather quick that they kind of just put a bow on that for the day. The hearing is adjourned. You heard that from Jim Jordan there, the Republican representative, talking about this. Plenty of new information that we were learning from that as well, about the gunman in this, about his search history, and also about him potentially scouting out the location with a drone just 2 hours ahead of this assassination attempt on the former president. So we're following that very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. And also former President Trump chiming in on social media, on his Truth Social platform, calling on the FBI director, Christopher Wray, to resign. Of course, yesterday it was a Secret Service director, Kimberly Cheadle, that stepped down from her role As she said, it was a zero-fail mission, and the Secret Service, they said, she quote said, they failed. So we're following that here on Live Now from Fox as well into the evening hours. So we're following all the latest in terms of that. Coming up in just a little bit, we'll hear from the former president in Charlotte, North Carolina. You can see people filing in to get their seats. Another campaign stop for him, but potentially a different person he will face on that ballot come November. Later on tonight, we'll have more comments from current President Joe Biden as he will address the nation from the Oval Office. That's tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern. We'll take it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We heard for the first time since he decided to step down on Sunday from this race that he, quote, will stand down, and he puts his support behind Vice President Kamala Harris. She held another rally, another event in Indianapolis, Indiana today. So she was not in attendance for the Netanyahu speech. That was because it was a pre-scheduled plan for that in Indianapolis. She will meet with Netanyahu tomorrow alongside Biden as well. And that is just also what we're following as I just see this shot pop up one more time there from Capitol Hill. You can see plenty of Gaza war protesters, Palestinian flags outside of the United States Capitol, upset with Netanyahu and the humanitarian crisis that continues to go on there in that region. Right now, though, let's take you back out to Washington, D.C. to Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, the first real press conference briefing since Biden decided to step down. Let's listen into this briefly here on Live Now from Fox.
And you'll hear directly from him.
And also similar to some of the questions my colleagues have asked for weeks, people from this podium and other top spokespeople for the president were adamant that there was no way he was dropping out. Just in terms of credibility moving forward, I'm curious if you guys could just address that.
I mean, I kind of addressed it a couple times of the president's decision making. When when folks from my team, from folks from this White House said that he wasn't going to drop out or he was not planning to drop out, that's where we were. That's where we were in that time. That is the guidance that we had.
So
I mean, it's not
about you guys not receiving the proper guidance.
Tyler, on Saturday night, he met with a small group of advisors and his family, and that's when the decision started. Sunday afternoon, he made the final decision. That's where we were. And we've talked about this. This was a dynamic situation. It was. This is a historic moment. You have to, that is true. And it was for the president to come to that decision. When we told you all that the president, you heard from the president, he's not going to drop out. And he actually addressed it himself, not just us. There were multiple events, multiple opportunities where the president said he's in it. So you heard directly from him multiple times after the debate. You know, the president, again, met with a small group of advisors on Saturday. Sunday, he made his final decision. That's how it worked. That's how it happened.
We'll get a better sense from him about what went into that decision-making process.
I would tune in tonight. I would let the president speak for himself in this moment.
Given the level of support the vice president has received from lawmakers, other Democrats, donors, the party in general, has the president expressed any sentiment that maybe he should have made his decision sooner and given her a longer timeline?
What I will say is this was a difficult decision to make, a personal decision to make, and the president made it. And I will leave it as that.
Has he given any advice at this point to the vice president in her process of picking a running mate?
They speak regularly. They speak often. Obviously, they've spoken a couple of times. And I'm not going to get into their private discussions. Okay.
Is the vice president or her staff going to be more closely involved in the day-to-day operations of the administration, given that she's now the...
I kind of got this question moments ago. Nothing more to add where the vice president's been a critical partner. She's been played an important role to a lot of decisions that have been made in the past 3.5 years. That's not going to change. And the president has always obviously appreciated her policy savvy, her ideas, her thoughts, and that's going to continue. And
say now?
Look, the president is still president. You know, he's still very much commander-in-chief. He's still very much the president of the United States, and he's still very much going to lead this country in the way, in the direction that he believes is right, is the right way to do it. So that doesn't change. That's not going to change.
And just make sure I understood your answer earlier. They have spoken about the VP selection specifically, or the
the VP selection. That is something, obviously, I can't speak to. The campaign side could speak to. What I can say is, I heard the question as giving advice to the vice president in any way, right? They've spoken many times. I'm just not going to get into private conversation. The VP pick specifically, anything related to that, obviously the campaign can speak to that more if you want more details.
But Vice President Harris won't have extra staff in meetings that wouldn't normally be there for some sort of overlap transition.
I would say that nothing is going to change. The president is the president of the United States. He's going to continue to lead, lead this administration the way that he sees fit. They are partners. They are partners. They have been. She's been, again, a critical partner in some of the big piece items that we've been able to get done on behalf of this country. Obviously, she's going to play a role as she has done in the past.
Did you watch the Prime Minister's speech?
That just ended not too long after I came out here. I have not talked to the president about this, if he was able to catch some of the Prime Minister's speech. Obviously, they're going to, as you know, they're going to be meeting here at the White House. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu and the president is going to be meeting here tomorrow. Okay.
Thanks, Green. This was a White House that was operating, obviously, with an eye towards the next 6 months, but also thinking it might have 4 more years to serve as well. I know it's early, but can you talk through whether there's been any sort of new direction about how this White House will operate, given that you only have this short amount of time left? And obviously, the president was also balancing a re-election campaign at the same time. Does this free him up? Are there considerations being given to what else he might be able to do that he might not have been?
So, don't have any policy announcements to make at this time. The president is going to continue to do what he has set out to do for the, next several months, even while he was indeed running for re-election, which is pretty consistent, building on the accomplishment he's been able to get done. That's going to be really important. He's going to look at this remainder of his term, and there's going to be important issues that he wants to get done. Don't have anything right now to lay out, but we want to continue to build on those accomplishments. We've gotten a lot of things done, whether it's healthcare, whether it's the economy, whether it's manufacturing, right? We want to continue to build on that. And so the president is determined. He is determined to get that done.
One of the first major initiatives that the president asked the vice president to lead was to oversee the diplomatic work with Central American countries as it relates to flows of migration. The House Rules Committee yesterday approved a resolution that will go to a vote of full House strongly condemning the Biden administration and its borders are the vice president for failure to secure the border. Do you have a response to that? And how would the president characterize what he views as the vice president's accomplishments in terms of overseeing that portfolio?
I mean, look, as we speak, you have congressional Republicans. They continue with their month-long blockade of critical resources that we need for the border, whether it's ICE, Border Patrol, and this is what they've been doing. This is what they've been doing. Let's not forget the bipartisan, a really tough, important bipartisan piece of legislation or a deal that came out of the Senate that we were able to get done, and they got in their own way. They got in their own way because they listened to the former president, because they thought it would help Joe Biden. So they continue to block critical resources. That's what they have done for the past 3.5 years. The president is looking for ways to fund security funding to get to the border, right? And he's done that in a record way. And so we're going to continue to fight to make sure that the Border Patrol agents get what they need and get more personnel, thousands of new personnel at the border. That's what we're going to do. The president announced new decisive executive orders to secure the border. Unlawful crossings have dropped by more than 50%. And that's the president acting without Congress by 50%. They are now lower at this point than they were in 2019 and lower than when the former president left office. And the president's doing that on his own. on his own. They get in the way, he finds other ways to make things happen. That's been the story of this administration.
One more question. Obviously, the Secret Service director resigned yesterday. I'm also curious if there is any consideration to increasing the security around the vice president now, and whether the resources of the Secret Service are affected by that in that decision as well.
Yeah, that's something for the Secret Service to speak to. That's something for the vice president's campaign to speak to. I don't have anything to add on that as it relates to protection. Okay.
How are you doing with all of this, Corinne?
You care about how I feel?
Are you going to stick around for a potential President Harris administration?
Oh my goodness, let me just get through the day. Can I just get through today?
I do have some other questions.
No, I think that's good. I think we're good. I think we're good.
Great.
How are you doing? Are you
I'm
good?
doing okay. Thank you.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Well, you guys haven't had a press briefing since President Biden dropped out of the race. So
The president hasn't been here. He just got here yesterday. And now I'm here taking your questions.
Thank you.
And I've taken about 3 or 4 at this point from you alone.
Well, it would seem that people in this White House knew that President Biden was slipping, and it was hidden from the American people. So who ordered White House officials to cover up a declining president?
I know that that is a narrative that you love and no, wait,
10 days.
hold on.
He did a press conference at NATO. I'm in it. There's all these things that I need to finish. And then 10 days later, I'm dropping out.
Okay, wait, you're asking me like 2 multiple questions here. Let me, wait. First of all, there's been no cover-up. Want to be very clear about that. I know that's the narrative that you all want. Wait, no, you can't. Okay.
I've been with President Biden for 5 years.
Are you going to let me answer the question?
Would you at least admit that the debate was not just a bad night?
Wait, can I answer the question?
Yes.
All right. Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. To your first question, it is not a cover-up. I know that is the narrative that you all want. It is not. I'm going to say this again, and you're going to hear directly from the president. I hope you listen tonight. I think it's going to be incredibly powerful and important. The Oval Office, presidents, as you know, when they make speeches from the Oval Office, it's because there are important moments that they want to directly make sure that the American people hear from them. And it's obviously going to be done in prime time. I would listen to the president. And then what I will say is that it is not easy making a decision that the president made on Sunday. It is just not. It is not. And as you all reported, it is historic. It is unusual. This is not the norm. And making a decision like that for someone who has been in public service for 54 years, U.S. Senator for 36, President to Vice President to President Obama for 8, and now a first term as president himself. These are not easy decisions to make. They're just not. And so the fact that he was able to make that decision in a selfless way, that's admirable.
One of the decisions he made, President Biden wants Vice President Harris to be the standard bearer of the party now. Does she still want to get rid of ICE?
You have seen what this administration has been able to do in the past 3.5 years, and they did that with the vice president as a partner in that. And Republicans got in the way. The president went around Republicans and was able to get thousands of personnel at the border. And now we are seeing a 50% drop at the border. And that's because of what this president has done.
As a partner, though, she's been in charge of root causes of migration for years. She has never spoken to the Border Patrol Chief, Jason Owens, or the Border Patrol Chief before him, Raul Ortiz. What should that tell us about her leadership style?
She was supposed to be doing root causes, dealing with diplomacy. Diplomacy. That's what her job was supposed to be. Diplomatic. That's the job. And I understand that you're asking these questions, but we should also look at congressional Republicans who got in the way, literally got in the way of everything that this president was trying to do to deal with the border. They got in the way. They would say one thing and then they would change their mind. They would say, we want Border Patrol, we want we want a deal on what's happening at the border, and then they would walk away from it. And they did it because of what the former president said. You guys reported that. That's not coming from me. Some of your colleagues reported that the former president said, let's not move forward with this proposal because it's going to help Joe Biden. I mean, that's also the reality. You got to talk about both sides here.
All right, just listening in, Karine Jean-Pierre talking about maybe what's to come tonight in this Oval Office address for President Biden there, starting at 8 o'clock Eastern. We'll have it right here on Live Now from Fox as he will address it for the first time really publicly since dropping out of the race, saying, quote, stand down and not seek a second term as president. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. Coming up after the break, we'll take you right back out to Capitol Hill to learn more about the protesters outside of those halls of Congress as Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, giving a speech to Congress. We'll have that and much more in 2 minutes here on Live Now. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Let's get you out to the top story from earlier in the day out of Washington, D.C. as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressing Congress earlier on, and plenty of protesters outside of that building, the Gaza war protesters as well. I do want to put up a couple tweets right here on Live Now from Fox. One from Lucas Tomlinson saying a Hamas flag was seen among the protesters near the U.S. Capitol ahead of the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's address. And of course, the flags also at the Capitol, kind of a point of controversy as well. This is a tweet from the Capitol Police saying no flags under our protection have been removed or vandalized. Our officers will enforce the law. If anyone attempts to remove a flag in the jurisdiction to clear up an inaccurate reporting, Union Station, where the American flag was removed, is not on U.S. Capitol grounds. But this comes as Netanyahu speaking to Congress. Let's take you out to Connor Hansen, who has this report for Fox News.
This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization. It's a clash between those who glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed a joint session of Congress, some of those lawmakers in attendance at odds with each other over the war in Gaza. Outside, Capitol Hill was flooded with thousands protesting his visit. Netanyahu recounted the tragic events of October 7th, recognized soldiers and families of hostages, and thanked President Biden for his support. The Prime Minister also called out anti-Israel protesters and college demonstrators using anti-Semitic language.
They should be ashamed of themselves.
Netanyahu sat down with both Republican and Democratic leaders ahead of the speech.
This is a very important time. Our bipartisan congressional leadership recognized it as such and invited him here because our dear ally Israel is in an existential fight for its very existence.
But a number of Democrats were noticeably missing from the audience.
I am concerned about the billions of taxpayer dollars that are going to fund an effort that has to be stopped. The global community has condemned it. We saw what happened with the International Court, and I think it's time to make a stand.
Prime Minister Netanyahu will meet with President Biden and Vice President Harris on Thursday and on Friday with former President Trump. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that, Connor, as we're continuing to follow it here on Live Now from Fox. Plenty of people outside of Capitol Hill. Let's bring into the conversation right now Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald, that's been on the ground outside of this address to Congress by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. It seems to have calmed down significantly since earlier in the day. Can you give us your perspective on what you've seen earlier on, Tom?
Yeah, we spent a large part of the day over at the United States Capitol. We are now here at Union Station. It's the main rail station here in Washington, D.C. I'm going to get out of the way here so you can just take a look. Some of these protesters have taken over the front park known as Columbus Circle here in Washington, D.C. in front of the Union Station. They have spray painted the monument out here to Christopher Columbus. There are 3 large flagpoles behind the statue of Christopher Columbus. At one point, the large American flags that normally fly from those flagpoles were replaced by Palestinian flags. We counted 4 in all, 1 on each flagpole, 2 on one of them. Eventually, U.S. Capitol Police, who have jurisdiction over this section of Columbus Circle, were able to get those flags down. Now, we'll tell you, there are a lot fewer protesters here now than there were earlier, but the ones that are left, I will tell you, have not really had a problem trying to clash with law enforcement here. Let me show you over this area here. That is a large contingent of bike police in yellow jerseys that have been basically holding the line here at Delaware Avenue in Northeast D.C. This is a road that goes directly to the United States Capitol. They did not allow the large massed group of protesters to actually go up Delaware and to start marching in mass to the United States Capitol. But I can also tell you that there was an incident over on 3rd Street in front of the Capitol, which we're told 5 protesters were pepper sprayed when they tried to get over bike fencing, as it's commonly referred to, and push past that area. They were repelled. We're also told there were 5 individuals inside the House of Representatives today that tried to interrupt the speech from the gallery of the House while Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was speaking today. Netanyahu actually did at one point talk about these protesters. In his words, he called them useful idiots. That's a quote.
All right, very, very interesting there, and we're kind of glad it's calmed down because it was some tense moments earlier on in the day, and Netanyahu is expected to meet with Biden and Harris tomorrow and then Trump on Friday. Are we expecting more protests throughout this week, potentially tomorrow?
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like any of the security perimeter that has been put up. And it's not only, at the United States Capitol. The Watergate, which is known well in political history in this country, is the scene of, a well-known hotel here. Apparently, that is where Benjamin Netanyahu is staying. That has been ringed now with a high steel wall and security perimeters and vehicle checks going on over there. Residents who live in the condominiums and visitors and guests at the hotel have to go through security screening all day. Now, from what we've seen since Netanyahu arrived in Washington, those protesters have been taking their protest over to the Watergate at night, trying to be as loud as they can. Some of them told us their goal here is to make it impossible for anybody to sleep over there while the Prime Minister is here in Washington. We don't know whether they've been successful in that effort. However, a lot of the residents and the hotel guests told us at Fox 5 they heard those protests late into the night.
Yeah, very, very interesting. They're very close to maybe Capitol Hill. And my last question before I let you go, Tom, is I know Washington, D.C., kind of accustomed to different protests and whatnot. Can you compare to what happened today to any of the protests maybe that you've covered in the past, maybe not necessarily around Israel, about other topics? Is this similar or dissimilar to any others that you've covered?
Yeah, it's a dicey thing when you work in Washington to start comparing protests. What I will tell you is the security footprint we see is very similar to, the NATO meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago. So that means, the entire United States Capitol gets surrounded in a 10-foot high steel fence. That means, vehicle barriers, that raise up out of the ground and will stop a car if they have to. Those are deployed throughout Capitol Hill. Those aren't things you see here all the time. You've seen them since January 6, 2021. They're becoming more common. They certainly, have been out in force here in Washington as this protest has gone on. And we expect that's going to continue, as I said, until the Prime Minister of Israel leaves. I want to add one thing. Predominantly and overwhelmingly, these protesters were pro-Palestinian. But I don't want to leave you with the idea that just everybody who was out here today was completely on board with what these protesters were saying, both about the situation in Gaza and both about Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government. There were larger groups of pro-Israeli protesters that we were expecting to come today. They did not materialize. I was told by one local official that they simply decided to let Benjamin Netanyahu speak for them. That didn't stop everybody, though. We did run into small groups of people with the Israeli flag, with the American flag, standing their ground, in groups of only about a half dozen. They told us they wanted to make sure that at least people were reminded there was another side to this debate. They were vastly outnumbered, and they said, they took a lot of abuse, verbal, I should say, throughout the day. We saw some of that, but, they held their ground throughout the day. And, fortunately, they were able to, exercise their First Amendment rights as well as everybody else who was down here today as well.
Yeah, with so much going on in the world right now, there are plenty of people in Washington, D.C. to protest and everything going on in the political cycle as well. There might be some other people there involved in Washington, D.C. All right, Tom Fitzgerald, thank you again. I appreciate your perspective here on Live Now from Fox.
Sure.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, following it, the latest after Netanyahu making those remarks to Congress earlier on in the day. It's the first time he's really been abroad since that October 7th Hamas attack as well. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on a live look right now in Charlotte, North Carolina, the site of this Trump rally coming up here in a matter of minutes, just about 35 minutes or so away from this here on Live Now. All right, let's continue on here and take you right now out to Capitol Hill as different lawmakers talking about a potential task force to investigate this assassination attempt. Let's listen into this on Live Now from Fox.
Kelly of Pennsylvania, it was his district where this occurred. He's sponsoring this critical legislation. Through the work of this task force, we will understand what went wrong on the day of the attempted assassination, what led to these failings, hold those responsible accountable, and make the necessary reforms to prevent this from ever happening again. Thank you, and I'll reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. I want to join the gentleman from Texas in expressing my anger and disgust at the cowardly attack on the former president in Butler, Pennsylvania, a couple of weekends ago. What happened at that rally was horrific and un-American. When the news first broke, my thoughts immediately turned to the former president's family and the uncertainty and fear they must have felt. Our families are often the ones who shoulder the burden of the decisions we make, and I know that must have been an awful day for them. I'm truly grateful that the former president is okay. I'm also heartbroken over the death of Corey Comparatore, a former fire chief who selflessly shielded his own family from the bullets. And of course, I will continue keeping the other two victims who were seriously wounded in my prayers. Sadly, political violence is not new to this country. One of my earliest memories is actually of us sitting around our dining room table with my mother and my father and my two sisters in Worcester, Massachusetts, writing condolence cards to Ethel Kennedy in the wake of Robert Kennedy's assassination. It was an awful, awful thing. I hope our country never goes through that ever again. We don't yet know the motive of the would-be assassin, and there are still many unanswered questions. We know he was a disturbed, isolated young man, happened to be a registered Republican, who had easy access to an AR-15. He was doing computer searches on both Republicans and Democrats on the rally in Pennsylvania, as well as the Democratic National Convention. We also know that an assassination attempt is more than just an attack on one person. It is an attack on the fabric of our democracy. And so it needs to be taken very, very, very seriously. There needs to be accountability. And I just caution here that accountability does not mean finger pointing. I actually want to echo the remarks of the former president's family to say that many brave law enforcement officers and Secret Service agents put their lives on the line in that rally. They nearly took a bullet for the former president and ought to be applauded for their bravery. I also think we shouldn't be jumping to conclusions about which law enforcement agency or officers to blame, whether it's this leader or that leader or this person or that person. We don't need to play the blame game. We need to know the facts. We need to get the facts. Clearly, there were major breakdowns in communication and planning, which is why we need a task force to investigate every aspect of what happened. Let them examine what went wrong, and let us make sure this never, ever, ever happens again. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to yield 5 minutes to the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, the sponsor of this resolution.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank my friend from Texas. Mr. Speaker, tonight I rise in support of my resolution, H-Res 1367, which would establish a task force on the attempted assassination of former President Donald J. Trump. First, I want to recognize and honor the life of a true hero, Corey Comparatore, who was tragically killed shielding his family from gunfire during former President Trump's campaign rally in my hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania on July the 13th. I also want to take a moment to offer our thoughts and prayers for two Pennsylvanians who were also injured during the shooting and continue to recover. Mr. David Dutch of New Kensington, Pennsylvania, and Mr. James Koppenheimer of Moon Township, Pennsylvania. And of course, to former President Trump in his recovery. He showed incredible strength in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. First of all, Corey Comparatore was a constituent of mine from Sarver, Pennsylvania. Corey graduated in 1992 from Freeport High School, went on to serve his country as a dedicated 10-year veteran of the United States Army Reserves. Corey's passion for his community and his Christian faith led him to serve as an active member at the Cabot Church and a member of the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Department, where he served as chief in the early 2000s. But above all, Corey was a loving husband and father. His obituary reads, the quintessential family man and the best girl dad. Together, his love for his wife, Helen, and his daughters, Allison and Kaylee Compatore, will carry on. We offer our thoughts and prayers to the friends and family of Corey Compatore. Mr. Speaker, on July 13, 2004, the nation watched in horror as the gunman attempted to assassinate the Republican Party's nominee for president, former President Donald J. Trump. This day will go down in infamy in American history, but no more. So much then, and then another place in my hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania, where it will always be remembered that the assassination of former President Donald Trump took place. Now, I've lived in Butler nearly my whole life. I went to high school there. My wife and I have raised our family there. I've coached Little League football and Little League baseball, and our family business is there. Now I'm fortunate enough to represent my town right here in the United States House of Representatives. I can tell you that my community is grieving. They are shocked by what happened in our backyard. The people of Butler and the people of the United States deserve answers. I'm proud to introduce this bill to establish a task force to get to the bottom of how this unthinkable tragedy could ever have occurred. This bipartisan task force will have investigative authority, including subpoena power, and to actually thoroughly analyze the circumstances surrounding the assassination attempt and ensure that these failures that occurred that day never happen again. I want to thank Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, Chairman Burgess, and our colleagues on the other side of the aisle for working with us to stand up this task force. When the American people lose faith and trust and confidence in their government, then the question is going to be, well, who's going to fix it? And the answer is we are. We are. In this House, we are the ones that are going to fix it. The American people deserve to know, and we have the responsibility to find the answers for them. President Trump deserves answers. The Compatore family deserves answers. And the American people deserve answers. Now, I will not rest until we get these answers for all our constituents and all our fellow Americans. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
All right, you're just listening in there, different lawmakers. They're introducing this legislation for a task force to investigate the Trump assassination attempt. A live picture there in Charlotte, North Carolina, as we're following potentially his speech coming up in just about half an hour. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Let's turn to our attention to some big economic news today as somewhat of a wipeout on Wall Street as the NASDAQ and S&P 500 both had their steepest declines since 2022. This was the look at the big board as it ended today as, of course, worst losses since 2022 after profit reports from Tesla and Alphabet helped suck momentum from Wall Street's frenzy around artificial intelligence technology as big tech stocks dragged down the market after earnings reports. For more information on what happened with the stock market today, we want to bring in right now Barron's market reporter Karishma Vanjani. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox about maybe what happened with the market. Can you give us a sense of why it was the steepest declines since 2022?
Yeah, I mean, it was almost a tragedy for investors who were like heavily weighted in tech or even in like the S&P 500, because the S&P 500 has so much of tech involved right now that you're in the space that if the tech stocks go down, your portfolio is bound to take a hit. And so we saw the steepest decline since 2022 because we had Alphabet and Tesla earnings together, and both of them didn't really like reach up to the high expectations that investors had. I mean, over this year, we've had some 38 record highs for NASDAQ or just a lot of record highs for NASDAQ, which just is to say that investors really ratcheted up their expectations. Tesla was up about 70% in the 3 months before earnings. So that just goes to show you how much investors expected out of these companies. And these companies didn't really match up to that. I mean, Alphabet's earnings were good, but they weren't just as good.
Yeah, didn't quite reach that bar, even though the bar was so high. And when you say that, should confidence still be high in Tesla and Alphabet and other big tech stocks?
I mean, IBM reported today, and the report was good. So we're going to see what the market does tomorrow. But essentially, what IBM's report showed was that the demand for AI still exists, and that's what investors want to see, right? When they put their money within NASDAQ, within S&P 500, they're essentially betting on the tech sector because we've been promising them, or rather, the companies have been promising them such high growth from AI, and so we have still, NVIDIA to report, I think, on August 21st. And so you have NVIDIA, which is the true leader of AI, to report. You have IBM, which came up with like good earnings, citing good AI demand. Yeah. So I guess this is a season where we're seeing some mixed earnings. Investors didn't really like that today. But we still have some momentum to go in terms of, other companies who are going to report. And that may, some sentiment.
Yeah, of course, we talked about NVIDIA before as it kind of reached the mountaintop, surpassing what even people thought was possible as well. So we'll see what comes with them. Maybe my next question is about Russell 2000, and we're seeing a lot of that mentioned. Can you kind of explain it to people that might not be aware and maybe what it means in today's storylines?
Yeah, so, with Russell 2000, really the big thing that has been happening is that everybody's moving from tech to Russell 2000, or at least that's the thing that people are calling it, or market strategists call it this big rotation, where investors are like, wait, we've put too much money in tech. If people start stepping out, I'm going to go down with them. It's like a landslide. And I don't want to be part of the landslide. I want to go and find something that might still have some value, that's underappreciated. And so then they go look at small caps. And then that's what happened over the past week, that you sort of see the small caps running up higher and tech running lower. And so that's the big rotation that everybody's saying. But there are still questions like, will this sustain? Are you saying that all investors will go ahead and put their money in the riskiest stocks in the market just to get away from the tech companies? I doubt it. And so jury's still out on that. But yes, we have seen a trend line of investors putting some money in the stocks cap, but the sustainability of this is still sort of, is still to decide on that.
All right, and when you say landslide, it might make people a little bit nervous as well. But let's talk about maybe the huge stocks, the smaller ones, and maybe the relationship between them. Can you kind of explain that a little bit more specifically for us?
Yeah, so, with small stocks, really what happens is that, and this happens like before every Fed cut, or rather in most of the time that Fed has hiked rates and it's expected to turn it down, you sort of have this expectation that, when the rates go lower, these small companies will benefit. And that's not a wrong expectation, because essentially these small companies are laden with debt, which is floating rate debt. In other words, when rates go lower, they can go ahead and change the rate on their debt to something lower, and that helps them. Lower rates also help them because economic expansion happens essentially when the rates go down, people can buy more, and so on and so forth. So these small stock the companies do benefit from lower rates. So it's not a completely fraudulent idea to think that this is a good time to bet in small stocks. Sure. It's just something that investors should be wary about before putting all their 401k or all their investment into. Does that make sense?
That made a lot of sense. Yeah, people maybe just the ecosystem in which both of these kind of exist and how they relate to them. My last question before I let you go here is maybe what are you focusing on in the future? You mentioned NVIDIA and other tech stocks, but maybe what else are you focusing on after this, maybe somewhat of a wipeout here on Wall Street on this Wednesday? What are you focusing on?
Yeah, so I really like to look at macro. When we talk about earnings, we really like to look at what the whole year would look like versus the next year. Because what happens with earnings is that, well, if you get, let's say, first quarter and second quarter, and usually earnings do beat expectations. That's how Wall Street works, that analysts would sort of price in lower expectations. So after they beat it, they start to lower the rest of the year, the expectations for the rest of the year. And so we want to see that happening in one way, so that if there is a lot of earnings beat, if the year goes down, then okay, fine, we'd probably beat the rest of the quarter as well. So what I'm trying to look at is whether the growth year over year for profits still holds up to whatever analysts are projecting right now. So that's something that's important for investors to see.
All right, very good. All right, I just wanted to break it all down because it was a very interesting day in the market. Plenty of top headlines around the country and around the world, but this one, a very important one, I think on a lot of people's 401ks, like you mentioned, as well as their pocketbook. Karishma Vanjani there with Barron's Markets Watch. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Have a good day.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's continue here on Live Now from Fox. Very, very interesting conversation there in the economy and those economic news, those headlines always kind of perk up your ears as well, talking about people's money and whatnot. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. A live look there in New York City as we go to break just about 6 o'clock on the East Coast. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in year two, live now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. Yesterday, we heard and learned that Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheeto would resign from her role there, Secret Service Director. And today, it was FBI Director Christopher Wray before Congress at this House hearing, speaking to lawmakers, being asked questions about the investigation into the assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump. For more on this, let's go out to CB Cotton that gets us up to date with the latest.
Why was the president's security detail denied requests for extra resources? Why weren't all the buildings secured?
Bipartisan lawmakers pressing for answers on security failures that led to the near assassination of former President Donald Trump. FBI Director Christopher Wray testifying on Capitol Hill Wednesday as the Bureau searches for a motive.
The shooter may be deceased, but the FBI's investigation is very much ongoing.
Iowa Republican Senator Chuck Grassley obtaining and releasing this body camera video, demanding accountability. You can hear Secret Service agents confirm gunman Thomas Crooks was the same guy photographed by a Beaver County local sniper prior to the shooting.
That's the sniper that sent the original pictures and seen him come from the bike and set the book back down and then lost sight of him.
Okay.
He's the one that sent the pictures out. I don't know if you got the same ones I did.
I think I did, yeah. He's like got his glasses on.
At a congressional hearing Tuesday, Pennsylvania's police commissioner testified that two local snipers were posted at a window overlooking the complex where Crooks opened fire. But he said those snipers left their post to look for the gunman. Now lawmakers are questioning who told the officers to move.
If you don't have the resources on the ground to track that person down, that's why you keep losing them again.
After mounting pressure, Kimberly Cheeto resigned as Secret Service Director on Tuesday. Ronald Rowe has been named the new acting director. In Butler, Pennsylvania, I'm CB Cotton, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that, CB, as we're following it here on Live Now from Fox, that hearing on Capitol Hill, but also new legislation being introduced for a task force to investigate this assassination attempt. Let's take you right now out to the floor of Capitol Hill and just watch this for a moment.
Pwned. Thank you.
All right, you can see they're potentially just getting the yays and nays there on Capitol Hill. Let's take you out to Christopher Wray from earlier today as he was answering some questions from lawmakers as well. Plenty of information that we got to today. Let's listen in quickly.
I think that we do not yet have a clear picture of his motive, and I think it's important for me to explain because I understand, of course, why everybody wants to know the answers to those questions. Often in an investigation, from interviewing people that the subject was in close contact with, looking at the individual's social media accounts, messages, often things, physical evidence in the person's residence. You might see a manifesto, things like that. We're not seeing that yet, but we are digging in hard because this is one of the central questions for us. What I can say is that the shooter appears to have done a lot of searches of public figures in general, but so far we're seeing kind of news articles and things like that, and so the images that have been reported about, really what we're talking about there are when you do a news search of an article, the image appears in the cache, as opposed to like a search for that specific individual. But again, I really want to be clear that that's a place that we're doing a lot of work right now, and so more to come on that.
Well, I thank you for that clarification. We're interested also in the role of access to weapons when it comes to this terrible crime. The shooter used a semi-automatic rifle, really a weapon of war, that sadly has also been used in mass shootings around the country, including in my own district. It seems to me that the assault weapons ban that was once in place has to be a part of the national answer to curbing the epidemic of gun violence in America. I wonder if you could, with your help, Director Wray, understand a few aspects of the investigation. It's my understanding that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives, ATF, was quickly able to trace the gun's purchaser, using records from an out-of-business gun store, records that the government is required to correct. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have suggested that collection should stop. There have been efforts to digitize it, which have been resisted. Can you tell us about how the origin of this gun purchase was discovered and the technology used?
I guess what I can say is we located a number of firearms associated with the shooter and his family. I think it was a total of, 14 in the house. The weapon that he used for the attempted assassination was an AR-style rifle that was purchased legally, that he is my understanding, acquired, bought actually from his father, who was the one who originally bought it, again, legally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, so I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Director, I'll try to ask questions that are answerable too. I think that's been done pretty well on both sides. You do the advanced threat assessment and deliver that information as to the general threat and then specifics as to protected people to the Secret Service. Is that correct?
Well, sort of. The Secret Service does a threat assessment, but they're doing that based on intelligence that they receive from a number of sources, including, of course, the FBI. So we share, whenever we have threat information related to a particular individual or protectee, then we share it with the Secret Service at a number of levels.
So you're a participant, but ultimately the responsibility for threat assessment as to these individuals belongs to the Secret Service?
Well, again, the threat assessment for the individual belongs to the Secret Service, but we are an important part of that because we share threat information, if we have any. They get threat information from a variety of sources.
So, and you get them from that same variety of sources. They've got no sources that are excluded from the FBI, do they?
Well, I don't know. I'm not aware of any that are excluded from the FBI, but they may receive information that comes directly to them that didn't come to us.